Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しがアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺 たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the
You guys are the superstars. You guys are the best. The Sky King has been taken down. The Golden Road is down.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะนะคะยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในวันที่ 4 ของเรานั่นเองนะคะกับรายการ MSL Thailand ซีซั่นที่ 1 ค่ะนี่นะคะโอ้โหจะบอกว่าเปิดประเดิมวันนี้คู่แรกนะคะก็คึกคืนกันเลยทีเดียวนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยกองเชียร์ของเรานะคะก็เริ่มทยอยกันมาแล้วนะคะสำหรับใครที่อยากจะมาชมนะคะภาพบรรยากาศสดๆนะคะคือมาดูมาลุ้นมาเชียร์นะคะทีมที่เราชอบนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยสามารถนะคะยัง walk in ได้อยู่นะคะคือลงที่ BTS นะคะสถานีสยามเลยนะคะแล้วก็ตรงมาที่ทาง Lido นะคะเราอยู่ในโครงการของ Lido Connect นั่นเองนะคะอยู่ชั้น 2 นะคะฮ3นะคะใครที่จะมาชมเนี่ยสามารถมาลงทะเบียนหน้างานได้นะคะแล้วก็สามารถนะคะอยากจะดูคู่ไหนนะคะหรือว่าจะเล็งเวลาไหนเป็นพิเศษยังไงเช็คตารางนะคะทางแฟนเพจ Facebook ของเราได้เลยค่ะแต่ว่าวันนี้นะคะอยู่กับดิฉันนะคะแน่นอนค่ะลูกปัดนะคะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรนะคะในการแข่งขันในวันนี้ค่ะต้องบอกเลยว่าเมื่อวานนี้เนี่ยนะคะการแข่งขันของเราทั้ง4คู่นะคะเป็นอะไรที่มันมากเลยนะตั้งแต่คู่1คู่2แล้วก็โดยเฉพาะคู่3คู่4นี่โอ้โหนะคะเดือดทั้งนั้นเลยแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยที่แน่ๆเลยเราเริ่มจะเห็นนะคะอนาคตของทีมผู้นำแล้วนะคะว่าตั้งแต่เราแข่งกันสัปดาห์ที่แล้วนะคะมาจนถึงตอนนี้เนี่ยมีทีมไหนนะคะเป็นทีมในระดับของหัวตารางนะคะอย่างทีมหัวตารางของเราตอนนี้นะคะทีมผู้นำนะคะเขาบอกว่ามาพร้อมกับแฟ้มสีชมพูนะคะเดากันเลยแฟ้มสีชมพูทีมไหนนะคะก็จะเป็นทีมนะคะอย่างวลีไทยนั่นเองนะคะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเขาสามารถเก็บคิมชีสนะคะคินชีสนะคะได้อย่างต่อเนื่องนั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็ยังสามารถนะคะคงฟอร์มการเล่นนะคะแบบมาแรงไหลพ่ายอยู่นะคะในตอนนี้นั่นเองค่ะนะคะส่วนทีมอื่นๆนะคะ ตอนนี้เนี่ยยังคงมีเวลาอยู่นะคะยังสามารถเร่งทำคะแนนนะคะตีตื้นนะคะเพื่อที่จะเข้าสู่รอบ Pay Off ได้อยู่นั่นเองนะคะรวมถึง2ทีมนะคะคู่เปิดสนามของเราในวันนี้ด้วยใครจะได้คะแนนในคู่นี้ไปนะคะเดี๋ยวเรารอลุ้นรอเชียร์กันได้เลยค่ะสำหรับนะคะทีมแรกที่เราจะได้มาชมกันในคู่นี้นะคะนั่นก็คือทีมกระต่ายข้างนะคะทีมกระต่ายข้างนะคะจากอารีนานะคะวันนี้เนี่ยนำทีมมานะคะโดยผู้เล่นนะคะที่มีความแบบโอ้โหนะคะความโปรนะคะทุกตำแหน่งเลยโดยเฉพาะนะคะพิชชี่นะคะในตำแหน่งของมิดเลนนะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้มาดูกันนะคะว่าเขาจะหยิบตัวไหนนะคะมาแก้เกมนะคะหรือว่าจะมาทำคะแนนนะคะเพื่อที่จะชนะในคู่นี้ไปนั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยทีมกระต่ายข้างนะคะจะพบกับแพะดื้อนะคะกระต่ายพบแพะแล้ววันนี้นะคะแพะดื้อนะคะอย่างเทนาซิตี้นั่นเองเนี่ยค่ะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยวอเตอร์ของเรานะคะฟอร์มกำลังแบบว่าร้อนแรงสุดๆเลยทีเดียวนะคะอ้ายน้ำนะคะจากสปป.ลาวนั่นเองนะคะเดี๋ยวมาดูว่าวันนี้เนี่ยอ้ายน้ำของเราจะเอาให้หรือเปล่านะคะเดี๋ยวรอลุ้นกันไปได้เลยนะคะสำหรับคู่นี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าสนุกสนานมากๆแน่นอนนะคะอ่ะไหนใครที่อยากจะชมคู่นี้แล้วขอเสียงบรรยากาศนะคะกองเชียร์ภายในฮอลล์นี่หน่อยได้ไหมคะขอเสียงกองเชียร์หน่อยโอ้โหนี่นะคะจะบอกว่าอารีนานี่น่ารักมากเลยนะมาเชียร์มาลุ้นมาดูทุกคู่เลยแล้วก็ฝั่งนี้ไม่แพ้กันนี่นะคะเราก็จะมีกองเชียร์มาด้วยนะคะแล้วก็เห็นไกลๆตรงนู้นมีกองเชียร์เซเลบมาด้วยนะคะตรงนี้มันใช่เรามีกองเชียร์เซเลบมาด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวยังไงอาจจะเห็นเขาแวบๆแน่นอนนะคะเดี๋ยวรอลุ้นกันว่ากองเชียร์เซเลบคนนี้จะเป็นใครเนาะแต่ว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเชื่อได้เลยว่าหลายท่านอยากชมแล้วงั้นดิฉันนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเซอร์สุดหล่อของเราค่ะ
Thank you so much to our beautiful host. And what a wonderful day as we start the day 2 of week number 2 for MSL Thailand. We will be joined by your English desk here. My name is Midnight, and with me is one of my goats in the MLBB scene. Arashi, how are you doing?
I'm one of your goats? That's news to me, man. I'm doing great. We just finished with MPL ID yesterday. Today's gonna be another match, but I'm excited to see what Thailand has to offer, man. I've heard great things about the matches in MSL Thailand.
Yeah, I was here last week, and me and Mirko were impressed by a lot of the teams. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna have a good time here casting MSL Thailand, and there will be a lot of jump hack action filled here in the upcoming matches. I, for one, am looking forward to one specific team. You know, there's this amazing storyline that is being built around the regular season of MSL Thailand. The teams that came from the qualifiers has had a good run from week number 1. Matter of fact, there's one team that will be playing today. VLTH Esports is still yet to be defeated. And this is a team, by the way, that came from the open qualifiers. So I'm excited to see more of this team play into action here in MSL Thailand. But what about you, Arashi? Do you have any sort of expectation for the regular season?
Oh man, nothing really concrete, but I'm looking forward to Bacon Time, dude. I think the name itself, lends it a lot of value in my books already.
Yeah.
That aside though, I'm looking forward to the off-meta picks, because the meta right now is so diverse, right? There's so many things you can do with all different kinds of heroes. Even in the other leagues, you already see some really weird pocket picks. I'm hoping to see more of that from Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of weird mages be picked up here in MSL Thailand, but yeah, as you've said, the meta is quite diverse, so it does leave a lot of possibilities open for most of the teams. But honestly, I'm really surprised with the macro, especially with the veterans coming into the season. We have had a lot of players return from veterancy. Matter of in this league, so I am looking forward to the development of the playstyle and the gameplay that MSL Thailand brings us. But the thing is, I want to point out something that is very, very important here. Bacon Time, you mentioned it earlier, like the imports in MSL Thailand. I do think they bring in a big factor here, like sort of developing how the region, the region understands MLBB. What about you? Like, how do you consider an import coming into this tournament, especially with this being the first big tournament for Thailand?
I think it gives you an edge for sure, right? With the experience and all the other transferable skills from other areas. I think it gives you a bit of a head start almost. But after the first couple of days, I think people are gonna immediately pick up on the subtle differences and make adjustments, right? And here's today's schedule.
Yeah, we'll see if the other teams can actually make those adjustments as we see the matches for today. First match, we have E-Arena versus Tenacity, followed up by the Buriram United versus Full Sense. Pretty sure a lot of fans will be watching that series. Up next will be Bacon Time and then Hydra Esports. And last but not least, it is going to be King of Gamers versus the unexpected premier team that is VLTH Esports. Again, yet to be defeated. And I'm really excited for the last two matches. Being a Filipino myself, I can't hide my excitement for like being able to watch fellow Filipino contenders in Bacon Time. But also very important for these two matches because I do think, especially for E-Arena and Tenacity, they are in dire need of points right now. Especially E-Arena, they haven't won a single series yet. But for Tenacity, we've seen a couple of like moments of brilliance. But for the other side, it is not the same story. Here we are in the standings. You're gonna see VLTH Esports again sitting at the top, followed by King of Gamers Club and then ACT Esports Club. Now, these two teams, by the way, VLTH and ACT, again, they came from the open qualifiers, which is surprising to me. A lot of these teams and I would say orgs came in with guns blazing, getting those imports, having other veterans from other game titles, but they're still yet to catch up to these open qualifier teams. What about you, Arashi? Are you surprised by this outcome?
I think VLTH, it's a name I've heard a lot because my coworkers have been casting for MSL Thailand as well, and I've heard this name being thrown around a lot. It certainly has been surprising for a lot of people I'm hearing from. And I think it's cool to see that right now in a region that's quote unquote kind of young, you're seeing a great deal of macro play, a great deal of flexibility. Because usually a lot of teams tend to kind of fall back on the textbook approaches, but that's no longer the case.
Yeah, that's why it brings me a lot of excitement, to just watch teams come up and rise. It's definitely time to rise now for MSL Thailand. But yeah, so you've seen, those are the matches that we will be seeing today. First up will be E-Arena and Tenacity. Now, I've talked about how this is very important for these two teams, especially for E-Arena, because this is momentum setting for them. They've already done week 1. They haven't won any series at all. Even games, mind you. Like, they went 0-4 last week, and this is the only day and only game that they will play this week. So this is going to be very important. While on the other side, maybe have a little bit of breathing room. Tenacity does have a W on their belt, but I still think, for these two teams, they should take this match seriously.
For sure, man. When you start off a pattern, right? When you're on a bit of a loss or a win streak, that's usually when your mentality gets tested a little bit, because it's a make or break, right? If you haven't been able to win.
Yeah, and here we are. We have E-Arena going into the stage live in Lido Connect, Thailand. We're seeing a lot of, again, moments of brilliance from this team's performance. Even last week, they were able to sort of like bring out interesting stuff. But one big problem that they have right now is they have to be able to close out games. I do think that is one of the bigger factors why they lose matches. And up on the opposition, we have Tenacity that will be bringing in sort of like maybe a little bit of flavor in their current gameplay, because I do think they've found their identity.
Man, I think it's so important to find the style that really suits your team, right? Because in the meta, again, everything is so possible, and sometimes relying on what makes sense on paper isn't really enough. You gotta find what really suits you and find your strong suits there. So for Tenacity, being able to find that so early on is definitely an advantage. But now with people getting more information, they definitely have to kind of try and adapt and stay unpredictable, right? Because a lot of people's eyes are definitely on them.
Yeah, that's why these head coaches have a huge responsibility on their shoulders. Coach Dart and Coach Dai being able to train and sort of give proper information to these teams, especially with the correction in the in the macro department, because we've seen a lot of errors even in MSL Thailand. I mean, to be fair, even the bigger regions, we see a lot of like decisions that are kind of questionable. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of fixing those mistakes to be able to move forward in this competition. Here you are, E-Arena Esports. You have players right here, Raid, Saturday, Peachy, Mijizi, and Nuzen. Now, I do think that it's interesting. I do believe Mijizi was the jungle last week. Now they're bringing in Saturday to play for the jungle role here in E-Arena. I don't know about this, but we're going to find out if it's effective later on. But here's Tenacity on your screen. Song Jinwoo, Water, Zostap, Grift, and Arjax. They have had an interesting performance last week. So in the the game that we casted with Mirko, because me and Mirko were really impressed with Water, honestly.
Right, I think Water was the the standout talent, right, that people were talking about. So I myself haven't casted a match with him in it, but I have high expectations here. And I wonder about his hero pool and what he wants to bring here, if he's going to bring up any surprises.
Yeah, before we start the match, let's watch a short video.
สวัสดีครับผมมาร์ตินนะครับได้ตำแหน่งโรมมิ่งทีมซิตี้ครับผมก็ฝากถึง E-Arena ด้วยนะครับผมว่าทีมผมก็จะเต็มที่กับแมตช์ของคุณครับผม
อาเจกหมูเด้งเดี๋ยวได้เด้งสมชื่อครับ
ฝากถึงพิชชี่นะครับผมถึงเราจะเป็นพี่น้องกันแต่ผมก็ไม่เอามือนะครับ
Again, we don't understand Thai, so maybe give us a couple of seasons. Maybe we will be able to translate those.
Pick up some words,
yeah, here are the players for Tenacity in E-Arena, the head-to-head. It's the mid lane battle. Zosnap and Peachy. Again, E-Arena, they haven't had the success that maybe they were looking for in the past week. That's why we see a couple of like landslide in favor here for Zosnap in the mid lane. But I do think, there's always a chance to perform better, especially in week number 2.
And overall, in the GPM and teamfight department, there's an advantage for Zosnap, but overall, Peachy is keeping up right there, right? And again, it's very early on, so even if there's a small discrepancy, it doesn't always mean that the player is objectively better, right? We have to wait and see how those stats translate in the Land of Dawn. More importantly, I think we have to wait and see the hero pool possibilities, because we talked about how the coaches have a lot to do with the success of the players. Part of that comes through from the hero pool of the players themselves.
Yeah, especially in this meta that is heavily dominated by Eves, by Valentinas, by Zushin. Here are your talent prediction. I see you, E-Arena. Okay, you have 1 point for Arashi. Why do you think that is, Arashi?
Well, I feel like, man, from what I know, right, there's a lot of good things that are offered by E-Arena. They have potential here. So I think even though they haven't been doing so hot, they will have a bit of a fight back, right? Because no one wants to stay on the bottom for too long, want to show a bit of that fighting spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see E-Arena like bounce back from their losses, especially last week. The I would say disappointing loss that they experienced, because there was a game last week against VLTH Esports. They were already leading the early game, and then they somehow just found themselves in a very awkward position where they got heavily punished. So I do think that there is hope for E-Arena here. It's just that the ability to bounce back from those mistakes, I think that plays a big factor in staying in good shape. Just the overall being able to be calm, I guess, in a game plays a big factor in like maintaining a good form for a team.
You want to make sure you keep your head in the game, that's for sure. But have a bit of that underdog story going on. I think they're going to be able to pull off some interesting situations. Because again, when it comes down to it, I feel like there's no fatal mistakes. They're starting to say that they can't really bounce back immediately. So I think that depends initially on the draft as well, right? In this situation, does E-Arena want to go for a bit more of an early game strategy, or do they want to go for something a bit safer, but then risk the opposition taking control of the game?
Yeah, that's very interesting actually, because I think for a lot of the teams here in MSL Thailand, they rely heavily on the meta picks. We do see some surprises here and there, but it hasn't been like very, very diverse. It's still like heavily meta. I would say meta heavy. Like the pattern does show up sometimes, especially for top teams. but they don't try to stray away from what is normal in the current meta. So I'm really looking forward to see more of, I would say, creative angles for these teams as we see the predictions for the Fly talents. Okay,
Interesting.
Dr. Mark and Porpon went for E Arena 2-0. This is a big surprise considering how E Arena's performed for the last 2 games, honestly.
They might be privy to some information that we do not have. It'd be crazy
Maybe.
is the only guy, with the same opinions that we got.
Yeah, maybe they just want to see E Arena bounce back. Like that hope is within these 2 talents. But even the audience agrees with us. Like Tenacity has the higher chances of winning here based on the predictions from the people that are watching at home and live in the venue. But I'm pretty sure E Arena will find a way to sort of like equalize the playing field. We never know. Maybe they take game number 1 and maybe they drive off the momentum heading towards game number 2. We might see a sweep. We might see a reverse sweep. Could come out from both sides. But I'm excited to see who's gonna pull out at the end.
So it really depends again. Like, do you think that these 2 teams are gonna go for some early game brawls, right? Or do they play a bit more textbook, more calculated? The late game angle that we've seen occasionally rise to popularity in the other regions. Because I'm expecting a bit more of a brawl situation, right? The meta really encourages that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of fights in mid lanes, and honestly, maybe that's the angle that these 2 teams go for. But knowing Tenacity, this team has sort of built an identity of just playing around water. Like they just do a lot of stuff in the early game, and then they give space to water, and he's gonna carry late game. Pathing is everything here for Tenacity. So maybe we see the Nolan picks, the Joys we've seen last week, even the Suyo that can brawl a bit in the early game. But for Tenacity, I think it's just gonna be all about water.
And they have to be careful if they want to play that the straightforward one-man team type of style. Of course, the rest of the team isn't passively participating, but when you have water as the main source of your offense, let's say, it's important not to be too obvious because the opposition is gonna notice the pattern really early on, and if they do so, if they try and make maneuvers like having some jungle invade, some camp steals, right, they can really put water just ever so slightly behind, and that could be dangerous for Tenacity.
Yeah, that's very true. And also, considering the fact that there is sort of a small change that happened last week, we did have a patch show. There are a couple of heroes that showed up even in the other leagues that we've seen. Yesterday, we just saw the Atlas get picked up by TNC Pro Team from MPL Philippines. So that is something that, maybe we can sort of expect in this upcoming match. Maybe new heroes pop up. But what can pop up is news for the fans out there. If you want to follow these these players, these teams, and of course MSL Thailand, follow the MSL Thailand social media pages. You have Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, and also you have the redeem code right there. Use the redeem code, maybe get some free skins or free stuff in game.
Make sure you keep up, man, because you don't want to miss out on news especially when things are just getting started like this. There's a lot of things that are really interesting because everyone's really curious to know how do these teams play? Like, what kind of players are there in the team? And that's the best way to get in touch with the community, man.
Yeah, again, always be on the lookout for these redeem codes and also show your support to MSL Thailand by following social media pages and keeping in touch with the recent happenings and events that surround the tournament and also the region. Now, we touched upon the the excitement or the creative angles that these 2 teams could go for, like maybe new picks, maybe sort of like the brawl playstyle. But what I'm really excited about is honestly just the overall strategy that they come up with, because they're recently there has been identities for even brawl teams. Just to share with you, we've seen Team Liquid Philippines from obviously Philippines play the slow game, and we were all surprised that in this meta you can still play a slow game. And then we have Team Falcons, one of the slowest teams in the world, not because they're slow, but because they slow the game down, play ultra fast. So it's interesting that there's very different dynamics with how teams play this meta game. And honestly, I think the meta is not defined yet because teams are still breaking these strategies. So I'm really looking forward to how these teams in Thailand think about the meta and how they want to approach it?
It comes down again to the possible heroes, right? It depends on the draft too. Because even if you want to play a very aggressive style, if you don't get the right tools for the job, right? If it gets taken away in the banning phase, if it gets contested by the opposing team, sometimes you're left with like no other option but to play the style that you're not well known for. We've seen it happen in MPL ID as well, actually, right? Some teams are well known for going super brawl, 11-minute games, 12-minute games. They're able to take games, draw it out to like 20 minutes something. So it's been a pretty crazy meta, man.
Yeah, it's so crazy that I'm seeing Valir roams in MPL ID, man. Like, I've seen Baloy. I think it was Geek Fam versus was it Alter Ego or was it Evos? Yeah, it was a Geek Fam game. So I was like, okay, this meta is crazy. So yeah, a lot of things that can come up in the upcoming match. And we have a player quote here. Again, unfortunately, we don't speak Thai. We cannot read Thai. Maybe.
Savage.
Maybe, after 2 seasons. Yeah, I just see savage, the word savage there. But maybe after 2 seasons, hey, if you keep inviting us, maybe we learn the language, You never know. What about you, Arashi?
Well, I'm pretty good at languages, man, but it will take me a bit longer to be able to perform at that level linguistically. But yeah, the Valir role, by the way, Midnight, was also brought up by another team. I can't really remember which team it was right now, but it's spreading. That creative mindset. It's so possible if teams are willing to really take the risk. So, but after the current patch, though, I think a lot of the quote-unquote meta picks are really resurging very strongly. Like in our own MPL, the Leomort is looking crazy right now with that new marksman emblem. And don't forget, the Marcel now has quite the one-sided golden hour. It used to be high risk, high reward, right? But now it's a lot of reward, man, honestly.
Yeah, the platinum snap, whenever it came out, it was already crazy. Now they buff it up. So maybe we see more value in the Marcel pick/ban here in the upcoming draft. To be fair though, like we haven't seen a lot of Marcels in MSL Thailand. Maybe just a couple of picks here and there. It's a fair bit of usage, honestly, but it hasn't been like other regions where Marcel's been auto banned, auto first pick. So it's still interesting to see how diverse and different the approaches for a lot of the regions, especially even with the teams, because there are a lot of like Marcel specialists there. And to be honest, I don't think Marcel is like a hero that can be used by everyone. You have to be really, really good with it if you want to use it.
You definitely require some affinity there if you want to play the Marcel, right? It's not exactly a frontline hero, but it kind of is. Like, what allows you to actually stay in the front and soak up damage isn't your pure tankiness, it's the utility, right? You're very shield reliant, and you rely on crowd control to stay alive.
Yeah, and I think we're just happy.
We look different.
Yeah, we look different, I think these fellow young guys are handsome. Especially the one on the left, yeah, they're really really good looking. Oh, here we are again. Okay, we're back. Okay, I mean, I see the one on the left. Okay, Arashi, you're a beautiful young man.
I'm so are you, Mr. Neil the Gooseman. I think a lot of people kind of agree. Especially the height, man. The height helps a lot.
I mean, there's no height when we're all sitting, like we're all sitting at the same level. But yeah, we're just waiting for the match to start and for the draft to begin. But again, a lot of exciting stuff here for Thailand. We've seen a lot of major improvements from the teams, because honestly I was not expecting anything at all when we did the first week. Maybe I was expecting a bit less because it is an entirely new region. But when I read through the names, okay, there's a couple of champions here, there's a couple of imports here, maybe it's a standard level of MLBB. But no, what we got was, okay, these teams, they want to go to an international, bro.
I mean, they have that winning spirit, as my friend likes to put it, for sure, man. They want to stay competitive. They don't want to settle for just participating, right? They want to actually achieve something here, and you can see it in how they're performing in game. On a bit of a segue, though, I do want to call attention to the gold lane, because right now, with the recent patch, you're seeing a lot more marksmen show up in the gold lane. And, for the longest time, it's always been fighters, right? So
Yep.
I wonder if the teams here are gonna follow that trend, or do they wanna stick with the fighters and just keep it high tempo?
Yeah, I mean, well, one thing that is a bit of a question mark still here in the current patch is the viability of Claude. Like, we all thought, I mean, yeah, personally, like I thought Claude was kind of dead because they brought back the mana, but and then we watched MPL ID, MPL MY, and then MPL PH. There's still a couple of like Claudes there, but recently one marksman that was you know, sort of like left to the dark side because they don't really like pick it up for like because it's a good pick, but it's because it's something that you specialize with. But recently he's risen to the popularity ranks, which is the Moskov. Like I am surprised that the Moskov soared this high because before it was just 3 heroes. Like either you go Claude carry or you go Granger. Now there's the Moskov. Why is that?
I think honestly, it's because teams are understanding that when they can't really get the edge in the brawl situation, right? If they can't get like a Phoveus, you know, like these big teamfight heroes, the Scythians and all that, there's no point in just brawling it out. That used to be the case, right? Why the fighters were so prevalent in the previous patches was because if you don't really get going in the early game, you basically lost, right? Unless your opponents make a huge blunder. But now we're seeing more and more opportunities to scale into the late game, play that you know, macro style, avoid the fights, and go for the comeback angle. I mean, in MPLID, Bigatron just pulled off like a 26-minute comeback from a 7k gold deficiency. Like, dude, what is going on there? Like, no one really saw that one coming.
Yeah. I mean, we've had like longer games. We've had shorter games as well. But I think that's where, like, I agree with you. Like, teams are now realizing that, okay, if we don't win Brawl, maybe we extend or sort of like stretch the game towards that late game where marksmen are really good. One thing that I want to see, though, like, if I ever want to see it, I do want to see it outside of PH, is Natan. Because honestly, I think Natan is kind of broken, especially when they reverted the Stadium Scythe to its, I mean, it's not back to its like former glory, but it's close there. You know, it's the 1.5 seconds, a bit lower damage, but it's still like the thing that made Joy in Natan so broken in the previous meta.
Natan, huh? I mean, with the way games are going, yes, but usually we only seen some really long duration comebacks with the Moskov, right? Because of the macro threat, you can split push. You're also safe against assassins, which is a huge plus, by the way. I haven't really gotten a good grip on the meta for MSL Thailand, but in Indonesia, there's a ton of really good assassin players, so the Moskov just gets extra value there. Safety is a huge issue right now with all the dive heroes, right? A lot of teams are gravitating towards that dive playstyle, and they're getting really good at it. So,
yeah, I don't know. I just want to see the final boss of MLBB because Natan,
the final
in my
boss.
Opinion, in my opinion, Natan is like the most broken late game marksman, but also the trashiest early game marksman. So it's kind of like both ends of the spectrum where you either get like the final boss or you're playing 4v5.
I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? If he has a solid early game and a final boss status in the late game, that's a broken hero, man. You won't even see him picked up in the games, right? Bans all day, every day. A bit of like the Valentina situation, you know? Back when Valentina was super meta, it was a buff to nerf the Valentina, because now at least it can get picked, you know?
Yeah. Dude, it was so funny when they introduced Valentina. Like, they had to nerf all the other ultimates, just to nerf Valentina. And then they were like, okay, they're putting Valentina on XP. What do we do? Maybe we reduce the strength of the passive. So she had to go a lot of nerfs before she was balanced. And I think that's what makes Natan's case very interesting, because one small buff in the early game will probably break MLBB. Like Natan, I think if you give him a sort of like a good footing in the early game, it's not just gonna make him viable. It is gonna make him like the ultimate marksman, because we've had that before with I think with Brody before. Sorry, not Brody. Bruno. Like Bruno and M6 was broken AF. Like they buffed up the itemization, the pathing, and then they buffed up the passive, and then they were like, okay, we got a final boss with M6.
Yeah, it was picked or banned all the way, and the meta didn't help either, right? That's a bit of a front to back meta, and at that point, like not a lot of marksmen can match up to like a late game Bruno, right? He
Yeah.
used to be even crazier back then. He used to crit for like 2.7k or something
Yep.
like that. You know,
Yep.
ridiculous numbers. Way back. You know, if I look into the archives. But let's channel farther away from the carries, by the way, into the mid lane, because that's where a lot of the early game is decided, right? The mid lane meta is so weird right now. It's like Sushin,
It is weird.
Yves, and then Satien, maybe, right? Satien
Yeah.
situationally. And that aside, it also relies on the combination with the roamers, right? Are you gonna go for a Khalid, a Hylos? And teams really enjoy going for that level 2 all in, man. I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, like they would just brawl when they get 2 spells, and then they try to out damage the other side. And I think that's the beauty of like the recent patch and the recent meta. Like we've sort of like gone from the jungle utility, like they've shifted towards mid. Usually it just shifts between jungle roam mid, jungle roam mid, jungle roam mid. But now there's a very big emphasis on like utility mids, like the Zenyans, the Zushin. Like they can carry because they output so much damage, like DPS wise, and they prefer long drawn out fights, which is very beneficial this meta. But it's kind of weird to see like, you know, the mid lane just be restricted to these heroes, because before it used to be, you know, very exciting, right? Like we had the Lunoxes, the Kadidas, the Farsas, RIP Farsa, and also like other interesting picks. But now it's all utility. Even the Valier pick, it's a bit of damage, but you know, when you look at Valier, it's primarily picked as a utility mage, right? Like for the slows, for the crowd control, also for like being safe against jumps, because you do have that sort of like pseudo purify. So I don't know, like maybe the teams like it. Personally, I don't. I love to see like
Why?
very no. The thing is, I'm a big fan of like mages carrying games, but I wanna see mages carry through sheer damage, okay? Because if I am like, let's say I play mage, right? If I am gonna carry games with Zushin, it's boring.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. So it's funny you mentioned some of those names, by the way, because in MPLID we saw Kadita, we saw Farsa, and also another name you mentioned earlier.
Lunox.
But yeah, and we just saw Moreno on the. This is like fresh from last night, by the way, so that's why I'm bringing it up. But on the Sushin with a wishing lantern, right? He was matching like a late game Moskov damage. So hey, those utility mates don't have to only be utility, right? Even with picks like the Valier, if you're up against a suitable enemy team comp, if there's a lot of fighters, you know, it's a full-on dive comp, the Valier does a ton of damage to it, right? The fireball resets, people underestimate, but it really adds up. And it stuns you too. That's no fun.
Yeah, it's annoying. Like the joke always has been like whenever you're playing up against a Valier, it feels like you're always lagging, you know, because you cannot move because of the slows. And I think that's the beauty of like the mages right now. They do prefer long out fights. But again, personally, I just like, you know, I really like mages like Farsa, where you have that outplay potential. Because I think, like personally, like heroes like Zushin, Valier, you tend to just play it easily because they're easy heroes, and then the punish feeling is so high. And you know, I have this principle where I feel like it's just a game design problem. You know, like these are just broken heroes, honestly, like by nature. What's not making them broken is because of the damage scaling. It's not as high, but like the conversion from like easy heroes, high damage, isn't fair. You know, like you have heroes like Farsa, Kadita, very hard to land skills, high damage. Zushin,
Meanwhile,
lanterns,
Sushin.
bro, yeah, lantern slam, 3 seconds, 600 damage. What the hell?
Man, I love it, man. I'm a non-mechanical player. I don't do a lot of high mechanical heroes, so this meta like suits me so much, man. My old man fingers are having the time of their lives right now. But honestly, we saw the Lilia come through as well in MPLID, by the way. So we're having more variety, and it might be because of the item changes too, man. Like if you remember, the Ice Queen's wand internal cooldown on adding stacks, right, was shortened. So you can stack it up so early right now. When Geek Fam did the whole Valier roam thing, they had a mid lane with an Ice Queen's wand as well. I can't remember who it was right now, and the Valier, right? And so what happened was anyone who got hit by one spell ends up getting hit by the rest of the spells, and then they just don't move. which is ridiculous, man. With all the
Yeah.
all the utility fighters in the jungle in the gold lane, that was an absolute nightmare, man. You feel bad for the targets in that game.
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting that we see like a lot of different strategies, different like cheese strats out there. So maybe we get to see that here in MSL Thailand. But for now, we will be going to a short break. And when we do come back, it's time for E-Arena versus Tenacity. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かな子供騙しか思ってろ
MSL Thailand Season 1, Week number 2, Day number 2. And we're still with you, Midnight and Arashi. And we're waiting for E-Arena and Tenacity to start. Now, we looked good for a second there, Arashi. I know the boys in Thailand are we're just waiting for the match to start. But I know you guys are, also tuning in, waiting for the game. But right now, here we are in the stage. I'm pretty sure all of you are excited. What about you, Arashi? Are you excited?
Well, I've been excited, bro. Like, this drafting phase can't come quicker. Honestly, I can't wait to see what the coaches have in store for us, man. We even like surprise the audience with our Kagebushi no Jutsu. There's 5 of us.
Yes, sir.
You know? We're
Yes,
basically
sir.
the same person.
Yeah, the same team. We can actually look for another 5, and then we go 5v5.
Flying Cloud.
But yeah, who's going 5v5 right now? And what map is it gonna be? Flying Clouds? Oh no,
Yeah.
it's Expanding Rivers, bro. Yeah, it's a good try. It's a good try.
My odds are pretty good in MPL ID, by the way. It's been a thing for a couple of days.
Unfortunately, we cannot do that in PH because teams get to select the map. But here is,
Oh.
I think we have a randomized map here for MSL. Yeah, we do. The Filipino teams can actually choose their map.
Very cool. Another layer of strategy, I guess.
Yeah.
Right here, though, with the expanding rivers, I think high tempo is the expectation, but we'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the drafting phase for Game 1 of Match 1.
Yeah, in E-Arena, they've done their homework. They banned out a Joy, something that Water was able to utilize last week, and he's been really good with it. And then they banned out the Baksha and Freya on the other side. Okay, so it leaves a lot of things open, like Harleys, Zushids, maybe even the Clouds, perhaps, for E-Arena.
I guess. But the Marcel banned out here, I think the sushi just makes a lot of sense. But if they go for that, then they're liable to lose the Yeve. Usually, well, they don't have to pick the Yeve now, but essentially it'll be the Yeve and maybe a Fredrin if they want to go with the high aggro style.
Yeah, I think it's good with like comps. I would say like specific comps. When you have Zushin, there's a lot of comps that you can run. You can go fighter gold lane, you can go utility jungle, but on the other side, you mentioned this
Leomord.
earlier, the Leomord for the side of Tenacity is picked up. Interestingly, because MSL has been all about Harleys and Suyos, but now because of the marksman emblem adjustment, now we see a lot more of Leomords come out in the meta and then spread up with a Zetyan.
Man, this is such deja vu for me, because we just saw this combo. The Phantom Steed into the Wrath of the Phoenix is a disgusting setup tool, man. You can't really get out of the way fast enough without using some kind of skill. So, I don't know where Tenacity got the inspiration from, but this is a dangerous composition. But they've left out the Guinevere. And with a Guinevere Sushin Khalid combo, at least the mid-rotations will favor EA.
Yeah, it's actually dangerous. The trio mid prio, they can punish this Leomord heavily, even force out the shield or the passive from the Zetyan. But now Tenacity, last pick, will they go for a marksman?
Might be a bit too early for a marksman. Might want to get a jungle pick first. Oh, no, sorry, they have a jungle pick. Maybe an EXP lane was what I was thinking, or maybe a roam.
Yeah, something like Sora, Hilda, maybe Cho, Kalea. I like
Kalea.
Kalea.
Still available though, if they want to go for the Sora.
Oh. Interesting. Up against a Zushin. I mean, against the Khalid, it does make sense. But against a Zushin and Guinevere, it kind of begs the question: are you really comfortable running with the Hylos? But maybe because of the fact that you mentioned earlier that they have this disgusting combo with the Phantom Steed and then the Phoenix, maybe they make it work.
Well, now you're concerned if it's the Phantom Steed or the Glorious Pathway. Either way, you're gonna get hit by that Zetyan ultimate. So the Pony Patrol is on the case for Tenacity. Now back to the second banning phase. I wonder if the gold lane is the angle for Tenacity? Because they have first dibs in the second phase, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of leeway to ban out gold laners because they get first dibs. Question is, will they do that? They banned out the full views instead. So they're opening up the marksman pool. E-Arena might be happy with this. But they themselves ban out marksman. Okay, it's interesting. Like, swap of role priorities, I would say, is honestly Tenacity, they're not gonna care about marksman ban on the side of E-Arena because they have red 4. They can just prio gold lane, and then E-Arena will have no options left.
I mean, that carry ban signals to me that E-Arena are concerned about Shred, right? So they might go for more tanky frontline dive and go for an all-in like dive composition. Whereas for Tenacity, banning away the Phoveus makes sense because they want to move forward. This is a front-to-back dive type of angle. Arlet and Phoveus are two EXP leaders that can kind of stop the momentum.
Yeah.
Interesting though. I wonder. You can get an idea of what they want, but not exactly what they want.
Yeah. It's kind of like you see where they're headed at, but the location is not a place, like they're headed into a pit hole basically. But Tenacity, again, they have red 4, they have first dibs on maybe the gold laner, or maybe go EXP here, maybe something like a Uranus, an Alice, which has been really dominating the current metagame, especially in the second phase. Like both Alice and Uranus are just insta banned.
Lapu maybe. I'm okay with the Lapu because it's a good source of damage and crowd control. They go for the Granger first. They want the kite ability, but Grangers don't usually run Purify. There's a lot of danger coming in from the side of the arena.
Okay, they go Yisun Shin and then EXPCC. Okay, it's been quite a while since we last saw the CCXP. Yeah, it got buffed, like higher damage now, and then they sort of like fixed a bug on his ultimate. We actually, to be honest, I didn't know that there was a bug with CC. Didn't feel like it. And now they get last pick Sora for Tenacity. I'd say Tenacity has a really good early game aggressive comp, and they have a lot of team fight. But E-Arena, they can punish with proper timings and also like positional advantage with the Zushin, the Guinevere, and then the Vision as well coming from the Yisun Shin.
Oh man, I think this is gonna be a bit sketchy. If it goes to a team fight scenario, I think Tenacity definitely has an advantage. Before that though, that's all EA, right? If they can get prio and they can go for pickoffs before the fights happen, that'll be critical. So Arjax has a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders.
Yeah, man. Like, position is going to be everything here for Tenacity, as well as angle for those team fight executions. It is going to come down to whoever poses more threat in the early game. I do think you pointed this one out earlier, like E-Arena, when there's nothing that is happening, and if they get mid-prio, they get positional advantage. They can actually start the fight themselves. So it is going to come down to execution and also playing proper engage for both sides. Here we are, game number 1 into the Land of Dawn, the match between E-Arena as well as Tenacity, who is going to be able to come out on top, with Tenacity having already secured a point in the match victory, while E-Arena still struggling to find a victory in the regular season. Couple of folks in the middle lane. Arjax getting poked out, but it's fine. He's a Hylos. And Nozen, he's a Khalid as well. Once he gets to level 2, he's going to be able to regenerate some of the pokes. And Peachy just being able to zone out the duo mid of Tenacity just because he's a Zushin.
Oh, you can see Arjax though taking kind of low, using Revitalize.
Oh, they poke and a jump. Saturday finds the jump here on to the Hylos. First blood goes to E-Arena.
First blood, even though it's a Sunday today. Man, the prio is just crazy right now, dude. Sushin and Khalid. I don't see another combination really beating this this duo in the mid prio. That aside though, the side lanes are going really well for E-Arena as well. So Tenacity, they gotta be careful. This is where they're a bit more vulnerable, right? They want to wait till like the first or second turtles before making their first move.
Yeah, man, this dual mid, even though Zetyan is also known as like a good mid laner because of the range, the fact that you're up against a high damage roam and also a mage like Zushin that can punish out of position heroes makes it so hard for Tenacity. And now they move to the EXP just to give Wraith the crap here, get his level 4 and a CC to be able to prepare for the turtle fight.
Yep, Song Jin Woo will be a bit late to that. And the Sora has a lot more responsibility here because he can't go Lightning Form and assassinate anyone, exactly. Maybe Mijizi, but for the most part, he'll be playing utility. And a Sora going utility is a bit risky. You're in the front lines, liable to getting CC'd, but this is a total rush for EA.
Yeah, Phantom Steed used by Water here just to be able to secure that crab, but Saturday secures the turtle. Meanwhile, Song Jin Woo with a Thunder Form, as he mentioned earlier, he can just get a kill and strikes onto the heart of E-Arena. He finds 3 kills immediately going to the hands of Tenacity. Song Jin Woo finding the angle.
I mean, I was saying he won't be able to assassinate, but he did that and more with a triple there. Why assassinate when you can delete the whole enemy team? EA really should not have clumped up for that. And Water actually survived, right? This Leomord has so much built-in sustainability. You can't really target the jungle in this neutral objective takes, you know, when you're up against this Leomord.
Oh, another one. Song Jin-woo on the bottom side. Really living up to his name, solo leveling as he finds another kill with the help this time around with Water. You know, he needed his general sort of fight his battles for him. But man, this Sora, he's popping up early game.
Way too much damage level 4, man. That's why the Sora is just so obnoxious. And now, even without... They won the team fights, and even after, they lost the turtle, but they were able to get more pickups, more dives. Starting at a 1.4k gold lead, he has a response there in trying to invade and steal some camps away from Water. But overall, this prio they have secured in the mid lane, they haven't been able to use it to get too much of an advantage.
Yeah, there was a random Fury at Phoenix coming out from Zosna. Maybe they were trying to look for something in the mid lane, knowing that Guinevere was nowhere in the mid, but they failed up the gank. They had no follow-up for the Fury at Phoenix. But it's a complete reset for both sides. E-Arena, again, as I mentioned earlier, even though they have this amazing duo mid, they haven't really maximized and capitalized on the fact that they have a strong duo mid. Because for the most part, Tenacity has been focused on winning side lanes.
Man, with the winning side lanes though, Tenacity is taking their time with this. They know that they excel more in a full-on team fight when they can get the combos going. And now, the turtle is being rushed by EA again, but they gotta be careful.
Oh, Forest Pathway laid down by RJX. They want to find Water here, but Raging Sandstorm has already been used to get out. Water jumps in, secures the turtle with the retribution, and here comes the clouds. Shifting skies coming out from Song Jin-woo, and they're going to be able to find the Yi Sun-shin. Triple kill for the Leomord. There's a shutdown, however, onto the Sora, but the damage has already been done. Tenacity winning out that team fight big.
They won the team fight, and they got the neutral objective too. Again, this Leomord Hylos Sutian combo is quite disgusting. There might be another dive here, orchestrated by Tenacity. Nope, they'll settle for the gold just for now. But EA, they need to find a way to kite back initially. They gotta understand, they're trying to burst down the turtle, but they gotta kite back away from a comp like this.
Yeah, and it's a bit hard for E-Arena because honestly, Tenacity, they're just grouping up together. They're not giving any space, any like loopholes around their gameplay and their play style, which is allowing this Granger to just snowball and farm up in the early game. Now, E-Arena, they will find themselves in a trouble because Griffith moves to the middle lane. I believe he has a Sky Piercer on his Granger.
For sure, he will go for it. There's no reason not to in a situation like this. And by the way, again, the Leomord gives you an extra mini retreat. Doesn't help, but oh, Song Jin-woo outplays.
Oh my goodness, the Thunder Form! He gets to outplay! Almost takes down the Khalid. Fury of the Phoenix cancels the Quick Sand Guard, however, but E-Arena couldn't touch the Sora up top, and they burned so many of their skills. Now Tenacity walks towards the middle lane. They want to look for an engage 25 seconds before the turtle spawn. So they have time to wait for the Sora's ultimate to cool down.
Man, that was the right move for EA as well. Go for the pickoffs when the neutral objective is not on the table. But they kind of flopped it against Song Jin-woo, man. There's just way too much kill potential built into the hero. You have to really lock him down with perfect timing. Otherwise, he just gets the outplay angle. Now, unfortunately, with the ultis down, this is another angle for Tenacity to increase the gold lead even more. And it's already at about 4.5k.
Yeah, it's very troublesome here for E-Arena, especially not just with the Sora, but also the Leomord is scaling up. Oh, the jump didn't land onto RJX. Will they go for the punish? Here comes Song Jin-woo. Cleans up the Guinevere, and the Sky Piercer stack is now up for Grift here. It is a big problem for E-Arena right now because Tenacity, they're starting to group up.
And now the laning phase is effectively over, man. First turret's down on the top and bottom lane. Now Tenacity can move as a team and go into the jungles of EA. And slowly but surely, they're gonna lose position to try and farm, right? They can just leave RJX in the lane. It's like, oh!
The Phoenix laid down, and Nozen gets taken out by the Leomord. Water is so damn big right now as well. Song Jin-woo up top, double kill for the Granger. Man, these scores on the side of Tenacity, they're making work of E Arena. They cannot find anything on the map.
It's rough, man. They are so behind on gold right now. It's only been like 7, almost 8 minutes, and yet Tenacity has secured almost a 7k gold lead. You know, with this kind of advantage, with this composition, EA, I don't see the tools available to really try and get a pick-off and try and make a comeback. It has to be Saturday on the Guinevere getting a value pick-off, but the question is on who, right? It's not that Tenacity are being carried by Griffith, the backline damage dealer. It's Water. And you can't shut down a Leo Mord in a team fight like that.
Even if you try jumping the Leeward, I don't think they have the damage to take down this Leeward, especially with the Revitalize, the Glorious Pathway, and also the layers of engage that Tenacity has with the Shifting Skies and the Fury with the Phoenix. It is going to be hard for E Arena, but they have to make it work. It's a question of like, what tools do you have? Because you mentioned earlier, you don't think there's enough, and now Tenacity, they realize, okay, they're not in fighting shape, so maybe we just go, and they do. Griffith again with the Death Sonata takes down another one on the side of E Arena. Another stack for the Sky Piercer. He's now up by 4, and the damage output is just overwhelming on the side of Tenacity. Saturday has to jump back, and they're now stuck inside their base. E Arena, what can you do?
With almost a 10k gold lead at 9 minutes, at this point, it's Tenacity's game to win, right? They don't even have the worst siege, the worst late game with the Granger. And the Zitian too. They have really good siege if anything. Sung Jin Woo trying to aura farm. Almost gets punished for it, but again, EA, they don't have enough catch to really punish overextensions like that. It allows Tenacity to really push the limits here.
Yeah, it's the Shifting Skies that is a problem. Oh, Argex, once again with Glorious Pathway, but it's forced out the passive. It's getting really, really hard for E Arena to do something, especially with an aura farmer on the side of Tenacity, just fighting them 1v5.
And it's everyone, it's not just the aura farmer, bro. Like, Water as well. Level 15 since a while back, he's out leveling Mijizi by 4 to 5 levels by just taking over the jungle outright. This should be an angle immediately. There's no reason for Tenacity to extend this any longer.
Yeah, mid lane, there's a Lord marching towards that mid lane, and top lane is getting pushed out by the Granger, so they're looking at 3 waves here from the side of Tenacity. They can actually maybe break the base here of E Arena. Passive has been forced out on the bottom side, and Lord is now knocking on the front door of E Arena. Who engages first? That is a question here for Tenacity. Sung Jin Woo has to dash out. They just want to clean up the turrets.
You know, taking their time with this one, not really rushing things, going for the side turrets as well. Again, EA are just trying to clear, but slowly but surely they're getting poked down.
Look at the damage coming out from the Granger. All these Death Sonatas, all the Rhapsodies, they're gonna they hurt. And E Arena, they cannot risk standing in the front lines because again, there's a Sky Piercer on this Granger. HP is very important, and here comes the combo. And Skies with the Glorious Pathway from Sung Jin Woo and Argex. The combo is there. They get the double. They get the shutdown on Griffith. However, E Arena, they will find a way to come back, and they take down Sung Jin Woo. And Tenacity, with that engage, they pay the price. Even though they take down 3, they get punished for it as the Granger and the Sora gets taken down.
A bit too overzealous there. Tenacity, they don't go as a unit. They allow members of E Arena to split them apart there, which is why the Granger was forced to flicker forwards away from danger. And as a result, they did lose a bit of the gold lead, right? It's down to 8.6k, but they've taken the turret on the top side. So now they'll have the far lane to play around with in that Lord Dance. And EA definitely understand it. Ideally, they should be going for some more here, but it's looking tough.
Glorious Pathway, once again, from Argex. They just want to go for the punish with a jump! Gets 2 heroes with a violent record, but however, the damage is there coming out from Griffith. Takes down the Guinevere. Next in line is No Zed. The Khalid is down. Look at the Leomord walking in front of E Arena. He gets taken down, however. Double kill for Peachy and Tenacity. They get 3, but that was a jump done by Saturday, and immediately there was a counter punch coming out from Tenacity.
Dude, Zosnap did not respect the Guinevere potential there. Just walking up like that? It was way too presumptuous. Gold lead down to 6.6. Tenacity can still very much get a clean victory. They're gonna be careful giving up kills like this to E Arena, man. It was a favorable trade, but any trade is a good trade when you're down 10k gold.
Yeah, another
Oh!
Doris pathway. Oh, the steal! What happened? PG
No!
on the
No
Zushin.
way. That is unreal. Water retreat early, did not get the final hit, I guess. And Peachy got the kill with the glowing one? He didn't seem in range. Now the game's gonna extend even longer, dude. This is less than ideal to say the least for Tenacity, dude. E Arena found an angle here to try and mount a comeback.
What happened, Tenacity? You were leading earlier on, 10k gold lead by 9 minutes, shifting skies from Song Jinwoo, however, takes out Saturday. Another stack for the Granger. Griffith is having a field day right now. They're not gonna hit the additional crowd control here from Song Jinwoo, and they just take out the tower. But man, that was an interesting sequence coming out from Tenacity, giving the Lord to E Arena, buys enough time for the Yi Shin to scale up, and as well as the CC. Now Nozen pushes out, has to use the Raging Sandstorm to get out. And they want to go in another round for Tenacity. They have the ultimate coming out from the Sora, but here is also the ultimate from the Yi Shin. They have stuns. Leomord with the Phantom Steed. Oh, the engage from Song Jinwoo. It's nice, but he's able to get out Wraith with a flicker from the CC. But Zosnap is zoning out the Yi Shin on the back line. The Yi Shin is not able to pre-hit for this team fight, but they don't find anything as well on the side of Tenacity.
HPers are low right now. Griffith down to half HP, and they were unable to get any kills to cycle the death timers. This is not looking good for Tenacity, man. They might not want to force this.
Yeah, look at Wraith with the Yo-Yo Blitz ultimate as well. But the Phoenix is there to reset that team fight. Here comes the punish. Griffith with the damage output is not able to get the Sky Piercer damage onto the heroes of E Arena. And now they have to reset.
Dude, if this was like an 11-minute, like 12-minute game, 7k is generally enough to brute force your way into the base with the kind of advantage, especially with a comp like this. But Tenacity, they seem to be hesitating a little bit. What happened there? They use the ultimates sporadically, not at the same time, especially the Glorious Pathway. It just allows E Arena to react a bit better. And now, slowly but surely, the gold lead is gonna mean even less. So this is not looking good for Tenacity, but again, not all is lost.
Yeah, it is not looking good. When you look at the items, the CC now has 10k gold. Here, Phoenix has been used. All ultimates burned by Tenacity. Did not hit anybody on the side of E Arena, and they popped the vision. Immediately, they walk straight towards this Lord Pit. They know Tenacity has no skills.
They might want to go for a fight here. It is possible. Unfortunately, Peachy did not go for the Sky Piercer. That would have been a couple of valuable stacks. EA is still trying to maintain the lane on the top side there. This is an angle for Tenacity to blitz down the Lord though, but EA spots it.
Yep. From Jinwoo though with an interesting angle. Glorious Pathway used now by RJ. And they find Saturday. Finally recurring to dodge the ultimate from the Sora, but the damage is there to take him down. And it's going to be hard for E Arena to re-engage. Good cover counter off of Tenacity, but the conceal on the left side is not enough to steal the Lord from the hands of Water. And now they're going to push back. They're going to chase down the members of E Arena. Can they find more? The answer is no. E Arena is able to disengage.
Nozen is down for 25 seconds though, so this is an angle for Tenacity to go for a clean finish. No frontliners for EA means they're going to get one down.
Okay, Phantom Steed. Oh, flicker! And shifting skies to Song Jinwoo gets the zoom shade, but the flicker was there. Also, Zosnap forced to flicker out. But now Tenacity, they have the Lord in the middle lane. They're marching in. They don't have the ultimates, however. It's just Griffith dealing damage with the Death Sonata, so E Arena might be able to clear out the Lord Wraith, zoning out the members of Tenacity, and they get to defend once again. Tenacity, are they gonna go for more?
Bro, the HP bars are too low for Tenacity. They tried to make a play before the Lord was present. Didn't pay off for them. EA extending the game even longer right now.
Yeah, dude. Oh, here comes the stun, but here the Phoenix with the Phantom Steed. They want to go for the punish. Saturday gets taken down, as well as Peachy. They don't have the flickers. Tenacity brute force their way into the base of E Arena. Gets 3 kills. The end angle is here, and they go for the tower lock. Song Jinwoo wants to end this game, and they're able to do so. 1-0 victory for Tenacity.
A couple of hiccups in the process, but Tenacity overall still a dominant showing, man. Getting the 10k gold lead at about 9 to 10 minutes, that was definitely impressive, but EA put up a great fight there too. Almost mounting a bit of a comeback angle, unfortunately not having the best late game picks, but that might change in the next game.
Yeah, man. I mean, we did talk about like the early game spike of the lineup of E Arena. Unfortunately, they weren't able to utilize their comp, and then we just saw the combos coming off from Tenacity. Outstanding performance from Song Jinwoo, but at the end of the day, there was a big blunder in the Lord fight where they lost the Lord and gave E Arena the chance to mount a comeback. Unfortunately, they still brute force their way into E Arena's base and were able to get the victory here because of the lack of the battle spells from the side of E Arena. Very well done for Tenacity, keeping their composure, I guess, you know, even after losing, I would say losing the Lord in a very horrible way. They were still able to like compose themselves.
Zushin, bro.
Yeah, dude. Glowing one Zushin, like in 2026. Come on. That does not happen every day.
That was really unfortunate. It was definitely a bit of a plot twist there for your entertainment. But man, yeah, that combo, man. The moment they actually used the combo on multiple members, right? When Sung Jinwoo got the Shifting Skies onto 2 members, that was just the beginning of the end immediately. The MVP though, is gonna be Griffith.
Yeah, you see the KDA 11, 1, and 6 only died once. But man, Granger with the Sky Pierce are always a big threat in the in the game.
And he wasn't under any danger at all in this game, dude. Like everyone else was brawling, he was in the back, like taking pot shots, you know. Ideal circumstances to be a Sky Pierce or Granger. No real risk of losing your stacks, which is why the one moment where he got picked off was when the whole team went in without taking out the base turret. You know, maybe Tenacity might want to chill it down a little bit, right? Those moments could be dangerous.
Yeah, this guy had to flicker in just to be able to like land the damage, land the shots for those kills. But almost every other team fight, it was just basically Tenacity overwhelming E Arena with this amount of engagement they have. The Fury, the Phoenix, the Glorious Pathway, the Shifting Skies, the Phantom Steed coming up from water. And then Griff was just, you know, chilling on the back line, hitting the targets, landing these bullets, and just allowing his teammates to do whatever they want in the front line, which is the way this composition is built. And it's kind of hard for E Arena to sort of like fight around that, because honestly, they should be the ones starting the fight. We did mention this during the draft earlier, like Saturday and Nozen could control tempo, have the positional advantage, but it just didn't come down to like their choice, because every single time the Hylos was ready, we always see the Glorious Pathway come out first.
Yeah, man, this comp is just so tough to deal with because they out-damage you and they out-sustain you as well. So you don't really have a good angle, except when you get a combo like this onto the backline. You know, without the Setian, the tides definitely favor EA a bit more, but even then, look at the kind of damage that Water was able to do. You know, and those are the plays, but is this the moment?
No, this was
no.
I think this was the end angle, yeah. Yeah, this was the final Lord before they would force their way into the base. But it was interesting to see, you know, Zushin steal the Lord. Unfortunately, E Arena at this point didn't have the battle spells. They tried going out, but the Phantom Steed and the Shifting Skies was still there from Water and Song Jinwoo, and because of that, they were able to finally close out the game here for Tenacity. I thought we were gonna have an amazing like late game battle because there was a CC on the side of E Arena, but I guess this is where you start seeing the problems with Yi Sun-shin Gold. Like, you don't have the same level of late game ability compared to a Claude, compared to a carry.
Yeah, definitely not. That's why their comp was geared for the early game, right? Winning lanes in the EXP lane and the gold lane, and solid mid prio. I think the execution was just a bit off. They weren't able to get any real leads before the first neutral objective. They obliged Tenacity in a combo battle, and they lost out the advantage pretty much after the first hurdle. So Tenacity just ran with it, and I feel like there were ways for EA to make this comp work out even more, but unfortunately that really wasn't allowed. By the time Tenacity got that lead, they were just in the jungle of EA as well. They were able to get the mid turret very early on too, And against a comp like this with all these fighters, right, being able to rotate faster through that mid lane, it's definitely something that EA were not prepared for.
Yeah, man, I agree. Like, again, E-Arena could have played this one, I'd say, more aggressively. Like, get control of that mid prior more, maybe even punish Leomord when he comes. But unfortunately, we didn't see that because of the amount of combos that came out from Tenacity. And we saw earlier the damage output of both Grift and the Leomord. The Leomord surprisingly was matching the damage of the Granger. And you touched on this earlier on, like the amount of sustainability, durability, and the damage output that the Leomord outputs in this current meta is just ridiculous, honestly.
With the marksman emblem, man, like this, so much penetration.
Yeah.
Especially with that horse coming in when he was on the Barbio. On the other hand, though, by the way, shout out to Sung Jin Woo, right? The aura farmer there was part of the reason why EA's early game plan couldn't work out. Because remember, he was the target for the initial moves. They were ganks headed towards the EXP lane. He survived that almost. He basically outplayed the first turtle fight as well, right? Getting the triple. And then afterwards, when they went for a gank onto him again, he almost got a 1-for-0 trade in. So I think that Sora is definitely something that EA have in mind here. I believe the Valentina was available as a sort of a counter for EA. I'm surprised they didn't go for that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a last pick Sora from Tenacity, so they probably didn't expect for the side of E-Arena, from E-Arena, that Tenacity will be last picking that Sora, but you know, it did play into a big role here for Tenacity. The ability to play around the early game because of the fact that Sung Jin Woo was outplaying so many heroes, wasted so many skills on the side of E-Arena, allowed them to have this window where they can maybe potentially break the early game of E-Arena. And unfortunately for E-Arena, they got outplayed and then they lost the early game timings. The window was closed down, and then they had to fight the tempo that Tenacity had in the mid game, especially with the Sky Piercer from Granger coming towards, heading towards mid, shooting heroes. So it was kind of hard. It was a hard game, honestly, for E-Arena. But it was their own decision, that absolutely broke this game for game number 1. Like, early game was very important for them. They messed up. They tried locking down the Sora, but didn't pay off. So maybe we see a couple of adjustments heading towards game number 2. Maybe they lock in on the Sora. Maybe they ban it, or maybe they try countering it in the draft.
I think, again, if they want to go with the early game aggression, the CC, I guess, as a guaranteed like winning lane, right? But they could have gone for the Sora too, maybe go for more of a team fight angle, right? When it comes down to it, again, I think they were really relying on just getting early snowball, and they didn't get it. That's the issue when you go for something one-dimensional, right? You double down, you have better odds of succeeding, but when you don't, it looks really bad. Like Tenacity had full control very early on.
I like how you pointed out, like, one-dimensional. I guess that's the one thing why Sora is very much viable still, even after the nerfs. He's not a one-dimensional hero. Like, he can assassinate, he can set, he can zone, he can engage. I think that's the strength of the hero, Like, there's a reason why a lot of the top teams still prioritize Sora even to this day. Even though there's a lot of like recognized counters against it, it's still a viable hero to play because there's a lot of ways for you to like utilize the Sora. And this game we saw Sung Jin Woo being the assassin, being the outplayer, being the re-engage, being the frontline engage, and it was just too much for E-Arena. So maybe we get to see more heroes like this in the next few drafts, because there's a lot of like, I'd say, multifaceted heroes in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, all situational, right? I think there's definitely solutions if they want to try and explore that. But definitely this combo, the Leomord Zetian, I think it's really oppressive, dude. Especially the neutral objective contest situation. If EA still wants to go for the early game, they have to find a way to mitigate that. Maybe steal one of those options for themselves. If they want to go early, the Leomord is not a bad alternative at all.
Yeah, and now we have Dangerous Grass for game number 2, and I think this gives us a lot of like interesting heroes like Hilda, Khalid, maybe Hellcurt, if we wanna spice things up. But yeah, regarding the Leomord and Zetian, I think teams have started realizing that if you let go of Zushin, like she is probably the best mage in the current patch, but there's a way to play around the Zushin, and I think the Zetian made her case. Like the ability to just set a team fight without having to be there is a good use of the hero, and maybe we get to see more of that, more of Zetyan in the upcoming matches. But what we're not gonna see is the Leo mode for round 2 for water.
I mean, the whole early game success was due to water and Sung Jin Woo, so the Sora is still an issue that they have to deal with. But again, if they block out the Leo mode first, there are options that they can use to the cut. Never mind, not even the Sora. But now that means they leave out the Joy and the Harith open.
Yeah. I think E Arena, I mean, it's respectful. Like, I would say it's a bit of a stretch, an overreaction to ban both, but it's fine. Like, it's gonna give them at least the comfort of knowing that this combo is not gonna exist for game number 2, and E Arena will go Zushin again. But the question is, does Tenacity pick up the Zetyan once more?
Zetyan isn't necessary. Technically, the Yves I think would be better. Would have more flexibility in this situation. That along with the Guinevere is still available, and my great friend Mirko is very vocal about how broken that hero really is.
Yeah. Again, it falls down to the category of like multifaceted heroes. There's a lot of ways to play the hero. You can play engage, you can play assassin. I think those are what makes heroes like especially the top meta heroes quite broken. Even Zushin, honestly, like he's a very multifaceted hero. Harith Phoveus, wow, interesting opener from Tenacity.
The Phoveus I think is quite early, man. But I guess it kind of deters EA from going for any dash-heavy heroes. It kind of denies the Arlet, which was banned by Tenacity, by the way. And that Arlet itself is gaining a lot of popularity in my own region in Indonesia. You can make a huge amount of plays, even if your opponents, even when there's not a lot of ways for your team to reset the marks on you, like you can still do pretty well. But it's a Suyo Hylos for EA, so they're trying to get some aggression here.
I like this answer, honestly. Like the Hylos into Phoveus and Harith is so good. And then Suyo, I mean, even though you have a lot of dashes, it's a hero that you don't want to get up close and personal. Like the Phoveus will be able to, annoy the Suyo a bit. But when it comes to like the mid timing of the Suyo, especially when he has the War Axe, Skype, the role reverses. The Suyo becomes an actual threat versus the Phoveus because he can just burst him down. So I like this response coming out from EA.
Bringing the Suyo into the Harith though, you have to remember the Suyo is a bit more vulnerable to magic damage at this point in time. It's going to be the Hilda to take advantage of the dangerous grass. It's a sustained frontline heavy response from Tenacity. And again, I'm surprised the Guinevere wasn't picked up. It might get banned out here. Especially for EA, right? Because Tenacity could very well use something like a Guinevere.
I like this Esmeralda ban, just protecting their picks because it's a good lane against Phoveus, and then there's 2 shields on the side of Tenacity, so it's really just to protect this composition from Tenacity. But yeah, you're right, E-Arena might just look to remove jungle heroes here, maybe even the Guinevere for last ban. But interestingly, they banned Joy, knowing full well that they already have a magic damage dealer on the gold lane. So I think this is just absolute respect, I guess, from E-Arena towards water.
So we haven't seen the Harley either, and I'm surprised that Joy is getting more prio over the Harley, because usually the Harley has more presence in the meta. But again, the Joy, especially in a brawly circumstance, definitely has a lot of weight, and on cue the Harley, but not the Guinevere.
Yeah. I guess they're more concerned about like damage dealers from Tenacity, especially magic damage dealers, but I still think Guinevere is fine here. Like Gwyn against Suyo is always a nice matchup for the Guinevere because you're a much stronger early game hero. You can jump on the Suyo, and then you allow your teammates to be able to like set up for the team fight. And the problem right now for Tenacity is that they don't have a lot of control, and I think the Guinevere solves that issue.
And when you have multiple ways to get fight started, you saw Tenacity completely abuse that, right? Now for EA, they have the Lantern Flare, which is not really a strong engage, the lowest pathway, and I guess the stun from the Suyo, but the Valir into the Hylos, that is a nightmare, bro. Like a Hylos, a Fredrin, these frontline like sustain heavy beefy heroes that need to move and use skills to survive. The Valir really denies.
Yeah, and now E-Arena picked up the Lapo. I guess it's a good lane against Phobius. It's a decent hero versus the Valier. Well, you cannot remove the fact that it is going to be annoying for E-Arena to play frontline here. So they picked up the Claude just to be able to like scale towards the mid game and also not care about this Valier pick. Now the question is, do they still go for the Gridavir here for Tenacity?
I feel like it's still pretty okay. Get gang set up, deny the Claude at times. I don't see any other better alternatives unless they want to triple down on the beefy, the fighter style and go for the Fredrin, right? The crowd control could be beneficial, but like you said, Midnight, against the Suyo, these healing heroes aren't that good. But no, they go for the Lancelot. Never mind.
This has been a trend lately, like teams last pick and Lancelot for the surprise factor, and I think it does make sense, because Lancelot before we had a shift in the meta was really powerful, but a lot of heroes came up in the current meta pool that didn't allow Lancelot to sort of like work in the early game. That's why I think last pick Lancelot's work, because you check a lot of boxes, and I think one box that he checks here is that there's almost no reliable crowd control from the side of EA, and also this comp has to scale up. So Tenacity will have enough time for this Lancelot and the Harriet to be able to sort of like get their items and then get to their power spikes.
Man, I don't see EA winning out in the brawls, dude. Hilda and the Dangerous Grass, a Phobius and a Valier. Like, you want to talk about denying dive from EA? Like, Tenacity have all the tools, almost all the tools possible in the Land of Dawn, I think.
Yeah. Slows, stuns, damage, physical damage,
pushbacks,
physical defense. Yep. Yeah, I agree. And also the outplay factor. That's what they have with this Lancelot. So it is, again, going to come down to execution between these two teams. Here we are in the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between E-Arena and Tenacity. Tenacity already up by 1 point in the middle lane, though. A lot of poke battle, but honestly quite frustrating. So still play against Zushin. Even though the Valier is kind of annoying in the mid lane, I still think Zushin is the best mage in the mid.
Especially in the 2v2 scenario, you can't beat the Zushin. Okay, water though. Aggressive moves here. They might go for Nozen.
Oh! Wow, they force out the Revitalize. The sustain is not enough in water.
Oh!
Structure out, but he gets taken out. Saturday actually finding another one on the form of the Hilda, and now they get to invade. So finally, early game goes to the side of E-Arena.
Tenacity overstaying there, forced to commit by the Revitalize, and I guess just wasn't expecting Saturday to come in. That was definitely a great move from EA. Now Tenacity is on a bit of a disadvantage, but again, their strong suit it seems like, and what they're playing for is that mutual objective. Yeah. And there's a big enough lead for EA to really get a claim on that.
Mid lane though. RGX, he knows that he deals more damage compared to this high loss. As long as he stays within the bushes, he's gonna be fine. Also regenerate some HP. Water is gonna hit level 4. Yep, he's gonna hit level 4 before turtle spawns. So E-Arena, even though they're a lot stronger early game, there might be a contest from Tenacity here, because knowing that there's a Lancelot in the game, they can always just pull off a turtle steal with a Retribution and a Thorn Rose combo.
It's been dangerous for Tenacity as well, though. Oh, hang on a second.
Saturday jumps in onto RGX with no help. Nowhere the Lancelot can be found here for the side of Tenacity, as he was busy top lane. So E-Arena went for the punish, and now they get the turtle control, the turtle prio, and they will get the early game victory here against Tenacity.
Wow, man, I was saying there's danger for Tenacity because Zosnap is kind of immobile against a Lapu Lapu. We've seen Voloisky on that Valier struggle against dive heroes with immunity like the Lapu. But no, actually, the target for EA was different. Tenacity went for the EXP lane punish, but EA just found the straight-off pick.
Yeah. Now Tenacity, they're now down by 1k, and they have to play the scale game against E-Arena with the Lancelot and the Harriet needing items. They will have to slow down the game, but for the opposition, it's the opposite story. E-Arena wants to play the fast game, especially with the Suyo having a fantastic start. 1-0-2 on the Suyo. Maybe you prioritize Skypiercer in this game because there's a lot of targets that you can burst down as a Suyo.
Yeah, Skypiercer's Suyo is very dangerous, but it's also very risky. So we'll see what option Saturday goes for. For Tenacity though, I think now they're struggling a bit in the mid lane. The way that EA are playing it, they're just going for the clear and not really giving a lot of concern to brawling. So
Yeah.
the continuous damage available to the Valir hasn't really been visible, as Grift might be dove here.
Okay, they see Saturday, they see Nozin as well. So Tenacity at least prevents this gank, but this gives a lot of space for the Claw. No pressure for Majizi, and again, E Arena will just go back to get them mid prio. Saturday is here. Arjex spots out the mid push, and Tenacity again. They have no control on the river. However, Water walks in, helps out his teammates. Phantom Execution, is it enough damage? Not even close. Nozin still the very tanky on the horse.
They went in kind of desperately to try and get something there right before the turtle is up, and now they might get something.
Goes in. Seeing Torrent coming out from the Valir, push back onto the Hylos, gets punished, and Saturday immediately steps in, is able to turn the fight here for E Arena, gets the kill onto Arjex, but they're not done yet. The Harriet is here to help out Tenacity. Water on the backside, hunting for the Suyo. Phantom Execution onto Raid. The Lapu Lapu is a bit too tanky. However, no Zaman Force, but is able to force out the Lapu out of the team fight, almost taking him down actually. And Saturday not able to step into the turtle pit. Tenacity actually finding a turtle out of that Hylos kill.
They gotta pick up initially and use that to leverage their position. And afterwards, I think there was a chance for EA to go for a counter engage, right? Go with a blazing duet play for Majizi. But with the Valir, with the Phoveus, the area control for Tenacity is actually really, really good. If they can have enough damage to threaten Wraith to not be able to just jump in without concern for his safety, then they can have a solid amount of control here for the neutral objective.
Yeah, which is also annoying, honestly, for E Arena. Like, if you want to fight 5v5, you're technically fighting a 5v4 that is almost impossible because you have to jump into the Valir, who's protected by the Phoveus, by the Hilda, and then you also have to fight into the Zaman Forest. And then you look at the other option. Okay, let's fight this Lancelot. The question is, how? We have no stun. He's just gonna dash. So, I think it's a bit annoying, honestly, for E Arena to sort of like start a fight against Tenacity unless it's a clear jump by the Hylos. But unfortunately, the Hylos was taken out earlier, which allowed Tenacity to have this chaotic team fight that is in favor for their comp.
Oh, and 1 second, Arjex gonna jump on, flickers out. That will be it for now. That's a glorious pathway used up as well, though. A lot of resources burnt out for EA. They gotta be careful here, because like you mentioned, Midnight, the crowd control from EA is very limited, and you have to use it in such a way that you can threaten Water. Like, Peachy can obviously lift Water up and set up for a kill, but, you know, that's a lot of stacks you have to kind of build up first.
Saturday, I didn't even try to, like, stun the Lancelot, just went out with the Blade Surge. But Tenacity, out of that engage in the mid lane, is able to get the map back, and is giving enough space for Griff to sort of, like, bounce back from the early game pressure that he faced earlier on.
Interesting, right? Now Tenacity is the one getting some control. The GOAT lead was still with EA, but I guess the mid-game dangers of Tenacity is deterring EA a little bit. And look at this though, fight in the mid lane. Arjex taking a lot of damage, but still stands. Again, ult's down for EA, but no, Peachy's Crimson Beacon is up. Looks like an okay angle for EA to go for the turtle here.
Yep, Water, however, has the green camp to use the puncture with. And Raid is getting zoned up, but Song Jinwoo and Zosnam has to use the bravest fighter. But the fight is still there for Song Jinwoo. It is a Phoveus, so this is going to be an interesting fight. Water! With the Thorn Rose Retribution combo is able to steal the Lord from E Arena, Blazing Duet from Mijizi. But the push is there with the Searing Torrent. However, the damage... Oh, Saturday is able to close the gap to take down the Hilda, but the flicker from Song Jinwoo finds the Suyo! And E Arena once again gets punished. It's a jungler for a roam, and Tenacity wins the trade.
Oh man, Grift almost took out Peachy there, but he was unable to get the final last hit. It's a good neutral objective take, man. Everyone else was zoning, and Water was just focusing on the turtle. Now, unfortunately, it kind of got semi-resetted, which is why it took so much longer. Afterwards, though, I think there was a bit of overextension there from Tenacity. So, they gotta be a little bit more careful, because Saturday, after that fight, picked up 1 stack on the Skypiercer, I think.
Yeah.
You know, small victories here to build up for EA.
Yeah, he's now up to 7. Like 7 stacks for the Suyo. By the way, something interesting. Grift finished the Feather of Heaven first before the Starlim Side. Water goes in, goes for the punctures, and lands the Thorn Rose onto Peachy. Goes back actually for the Phantom Execution, but damage isn't there. But this is the level of threat that Tenacity has in the middle lane. Again, there's no counterplay against Water at the moment.
Yeah, this is like the style we see occasionally with the Harley, right? You have a team with solid control, and then an assassin that has a huge amount of mobility, and you just let the assassin do his thing. You know, get pressure, get poke damage, get assassinations. Look at this hit back from AE though.
Oh, RJX with Glorious Pathway. Is inside the Glorious Pathway, gets slowed down. Another Sky Piercer stack for Saturday. And Grift trying to join the fight. Didn't use the Zaman Force, however, as E Arena was already disengaging. So just a quick pick off from E Arena. Heavy commitment on the resource though with the Glorious Pathway. But still, it is a kill that went in favor of E Arena and Saturday with a Sky Piercer stack.
They definitely need all the stacks they can get. The Lord is now up, and with being a man down, Tenacity can't really contest for now. EA can try and blitz this Lord down, but I feel like they should probably go for an engage, right? If they can take down Sung Jin Woo or Arjax or Griff again, that could give them the advantage needed to get a guaranteed take onto this Lord.
Yeah, and look at the Claude bottom side. Mijizi just pressuring Water out of the minion wave, and now E Arena, they have a bit of control here in the Turtle Pit. Tenacity, however, they have Arjax. It is a Hilda, however, that can just go in, get the vision in front of the Lord. To be able to stand here for a long time because of the bushes. Meanwhile, Claude's just getting free farm.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that there's a split push battle happening between the gold lane and the jungler. Ideally, the jungler shouldn't be this far away from the Lord, but EA don't have enough burst damage, or shred rather, to take down this Lord anyways, because the Claude, they know, is on the bottom lane. So this is a weird waiting game that's being done, but EA I think is getting the better of it because they're buying time and funneling gold over to the Claude, right? That's exactly what they want.
Ooh, wait. The Furious is gonna show up bottom side. E Arena can try for something here.
Oh!
Tenacity, here we go. Glorious Pathway. Wraith misses the flicker. Land Shaker for the combo. And Tenacity, they will just reset. Saturday, however, jumps in with the Blade Surge. Water with the punish. Phantom Execution, he has no dash! The Solo gets taken out with additional damage coming out from Griff with a Zaman Force and Chrono Dash. Tenacity punishes heavily. E Arena gets outplayed once again. Pitchy is able to catch Arjax with the Lantern Slam, but the damage has been done. Mijizi joins the fight, flickers out. Hilda doesn't even go down. Here comes round 2 from Griffith. No matter, however, for the Howard, but they've secured the Lord here for Tenacity. Round 3 for Glorious Pathway. Water punctures in, punctures out. Mijizi with the Blazing Duet onto the backside takes out the Valier and forces out Griffith away from the steam fight. But the damage has been done. Tenacity has taken the Lord.
This is a weird game, man. The gold lead isn't anywhere close to game number 1, but we're seeing good back and forth. Unfortunately for EA, Saturday really underestimated the damage and chase potential, so he got caught lacking with no dashes. On the other side, Tenacity, I think Water missed the Phantom Execution. He would have been able to get Peachy, I think, in that fight, but you're seeing the damage from Mijizi add up now. The Lord is in the hands of Tenacity, and they can get some really valuable structures as of right now, but they have to recognize at this point that the Claude is starting to become a real problem.
Yeah, Mijizi is having the time of his life. E Arena still has enough damage, even if they don't have the reliable crowd control against the Lancelot, he can just stand his ground, use the Blazing Duet, and then maybe force out some reactions coming out from Tenacity. But now, with this Lord, Tenacity is able to gain the map control, so at least they're gonna be able to halt the Claude's farming speed and give space for Griff on the Harriet and also Water on the Lancelot to just get their final items, and then maybe they match up the damage of E Arena. But yeah, it is a threat. Zosnap with a Starlium Sight. What?
Interesting item build, but let's see how this plays out, man. Tenacity looking for something.
Yep.
Going
Water
for the
does
slow
not
push
land.
there.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the Thorn Rose onto the claw because of the BMI. But again, They slow down the Claude's farming speed. They push back E Arena inside their base. They have a 2k gold lead right now, but I would say it's not a comfortable lead because honestly, again, there's a lot of damage from E Arena as well, especially with this Claude.
Moves from Tenacity here to go for the purple as well, deny more from Saturday. He is one of the carries they're going to be relying on to carry the game. Oh, Dark Wave!
Yep, Dark Wave onto the Suyo. He's able to dodge the second layer of engage. Argix has to figure out, however, because of the stack coming off from the Zushin. Still finds the land this time, however, but Song Jinwoo very tanky on the front line. Here comes the Valir and the Zaman Force coming up from Griffin, able to take out the Hylos. Peachy has to use the Crimson Beacon to get away from that fight. Soft commitment coming out from Tenacity. Actually, a little bit of commitment because of the flicker from Argix, but they get a lot from E Arena.
Definitely a weird fight. The back and forth seems so awkwardly timed, but especially with Argix, he went in and after his combo, he immediately flickered out. So if this is later in the game, that could be fatal for the team, so he has to be careful. Sung Jinwoo gets the pauldrons though, so a lot more sustainability and a lot less damage coming through from Mijizi, and technically Wraith and Saturday as well. Great itemization choice. But now the Lord is up, and Argix is ready to the zone.
They know Griff has no Zaman Force. They just use it to blitz the Lord. So they might brute force this for E Arena. Argix is the first target. Oh, the knock up from the Lord actually helps both sides, with Argix has been taken out. Water still with the Retribution secure, but double kill has been secured here by Saturday. Two heroes going down on the side of Tenacity. Even if they get the Lord, E Arena can use this window to push towers. You see Mijizi already walking towards the top lane. Griff use the Zaman Force. Are they going to be able to take down heroes here? Nozen is left alone, and he is going to be taken out. Oh, 2 members more? Another one goes in favor of Tenacity as they find Saturday. The Suyo gets taken down. Mijizi on the top lane, push down the tower, however. But Tenacity still finding something out of these weird fights.
Wow! Wait a minute, Tenacity they just chased and they did get good value and good farm for water, but they lost a base turret. That has to be value for EA's on the far side too. If EA can clear this Lord, they have a pretty good macro angle. That's easier said than done though. Already Tenacity try to dive.
Oh, Zaman Force. They just want to push this tower. But E Arena is able to defend water with the freestyle. Mijizi goes in with a blazing duet. They see where the BMI is. Oh, is it going to expire? Are they going to chase? No, the protection from E Arena is solid. And Tenacity, they're just going to be able to take a base turret from E Arena. Argix doesn't fall. Griff with another set of Zaman Force. Nozen gets taken down without the Revitalize. He's not sustainable enough against the damage output of Tenacity. E Arena, can they actually defend? There's no blazing duet. They can only rely on basic attacks and the Zushin Lantern Slam. But look at water. The amount of punctures from this guy. He is freestyling in the base of E Arena. Cleans up the base turrets of E Arena. Crimson Beacon has been forced out. Argix deep inside enemy base. He's going to be taken down. Immortality pops, however. Is he tanky enough to survive? Yes, he is. Tenacity just cleaned up the base of E Arena, and the only thing they lost is the flicker and immortality from Argix.
Fortunately, they get the exchange of the topside base turret there, so Tenacity will have equal playing grounds in the far lane. Could have been better, could have been cleaner, but overall, still a 5k gold lead. Man, Argix though, with the flicker onto Peachy, who was still at almost full HP, there's definitely a lot of aggression built into this Hilda, man. As you take a look at the items, it's the Starly, like you mentioned, Midnight, with the Winter Crown for Zosnap. If he can withstand the initial burst of damage from Saturday and Wraith, then, you know, he just pushes everyone back and resets the fight. And I think that's the one thing that's throwing off the movement of EA. They have no idea when they're gonna get repositioned by that Valor push.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be tough for both sides, honestly, especially with this Winter Crown purchase by the Claude. He's gonna be able to just, you know, use the ult and then Winter Crown. Oh, the sandwich play, Tenacity. They find Nozen on the backside. Lure Splatter has been used. Saturday gets poked by both Griff and also Water. Here comes the Zaman Force from the Harriet, just forcing E Arena back inside their base. And Tenacity, they're gonna walk straight towards that Lord.
And while doing so, they let Sung Jinwoo clear the top side, leading to a bit of a slow push here, building up for Tenacity. All the bases covered here for this Lord take, but EA going for a desperate Hail Mary play.
Yeah, they go out of their base, and Tenacity, They're gonna be willing to reset this Lord, find the positional advantage, and Water just puncturing in and out. He has a lot of life steal on this Lancelot, especially with the War Axe Endless Battle. And the waves are gonna be shoved in the middle lane. They're gonna see a couple of heroes on the side of E Arena and Arjax. He sees Peachy again. He goes full in dive. He has the flicker this time around, and Crimson Beacon has been forced out already. Look at Water puncturing in deep into the territory of E Arena. Blazing Duet. Oh, the winner crown from Zostab. He dodges the entirety of the Blazing Duet. Griff welcomes the Cloud with open arms and tenacity. They find those in as well. E Arena, they will be able to find a return kill onto the Phobies, but triple kill has been secured onto the Harith. And Water with a winner crown play dodges the stun from the Lapu. It's a 4v2 situation right now. Griff goes for the end angle. He goes for the Zaman Force. He goes for the base. And they go for the clean sweep as tenacity wipes out E Arena.
Bit of a 6-7 there from Tenacity too. Oh boy. They show great aggression and great team fighting more than anything. By all means, there were some hiccups, but it's a solid showing of foundations, of basics coming in from Tenacity. The draft was good, the execution was good. We raised our eyes a little bit at the Valier, but overall, with the way the team was playing, they played around it well enough for it to be a huge problem. Mechanically though, I think Tenacity shows that they are a step ahead, man. They were making some insane plays there, especially Water.
Yeah, just, the dives from the Lancelot. It's crazy to see that he's just able to delete heroes like that. Once he forced out the Crimson Beacon, especially with Arjax just jumping on the Hilda. By the way, props to this guy. Like, he is a suicidal maniac. And he opens up the game for Water here, because once you force out those battle spells, those mobility dashes, that's where the Lancelot comes in, goes for the punish. And the Winter Crown solution against the Claude. Look at this. Oh my goodness. He tried to take out the backliners. Unfortunately, he did not expect the Winter Crown player from Zosnap. And after the BMI return trip, Grift was there waiting for the Claude, and they were able to just snipe targets on the backside. Props to Tenacity, man. They had a good foundation of how they want to execute the team fight here. And with that victory, we go to the main stage to talk with Tenacity.
นะคะก็โอ้โหเก็บสกอร์ไปนะคะก็เป็นคู่แรกของวันนี้นะคะด้วย2เกมรวดเลยเนาะนะคะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆทั้ง2คนแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะเนม
ผมชื่อกริฟฟี่ครับ
ค่ะนะคะ
Tenacity ครับ
ค่ะโอเคค่ะอีกท่านหนึ่งค่ะ
ผมชื่ออาเจกครับผม
โอเคเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรกันบ้างคะ
โรมมิ่งครับ
ค่ะกิฟต์
โกเลนโกเลยครับ
โกเลนนะคะเดี๋ยวอยากจะถามความรู้สึกนิดนึงนะคะว่าหลังจากที่เราได้ชนะเมื่อสักครู่นี้เกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้ตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ความรู้สึก
ดีใจครับ
ดีใจนะคะมีอะไรต่อไหมคะ
ค่ะดีใจเหมือนครับ
อะไรนะคะ
ดีใจเหมือนกันครับ
ดีใจเหมือนกันโอเคนะคะงั้นเดี๋ยวถามถึงผลการแข่งขันละกันนะคะตั้งแต่last week เลยอาทิตย์ที่แล้วนะคะจนถึงเนี่ยเกมที่เราเพิ่งได้แต้มนะคะเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะเราพอใจกับผลงานแล้วก็อันดับในวันนี้ไหมคะรวมๆเลยพอใจไหมคะ
พอใจไหมกับผลงานวันนี้
หรือว่าเราตอบก่อนก็ได้
50-50ครับผม
อะไรนะคะ
ยัง 50% ครับผม
ยัง 50% นะคะก็ถือว่าพอใจในระดับหนึ่งนะคะแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีไปแบบประชุมทีมซ้อมทีมอีกทีหนึ่งเนาะนะคะกิฟฟินมีอะไรเสริมไหมคะพอใจไหมครับกับผลอันดับครับตั้งแต่อาทิตย์ที่แล้วถึง this week ครับเราพอใจไหมครับ
ใช่ครับพูด
พอใจครับพอใจโอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวอาทิตย์ที่แล้วเนี่ยเรามีสัมภาษณ์นะคะของทีมนี้ไปแล้วนะคะแต่ว่าอาทิตย์ที่แล้วเนี่ยจะเป็น Water นะคะไอ้น้ำของเราแล้วก็ซอสแนปนะคะเขามาเมาส์ไว้นะคะว่าช่วงคอเกมjust nowนะคะซอสแนปนะคะแล้วก็วอเตอร์เนี่ยเขาบอกว่ากิฟฟินนะคะเป็นอะไรที่แบบโอ้โหคอเกมเนี่ยเสียงดังสุดเลยในทีมอันนี้เดี๋ยวอย่าเพิ่งให้กิฟฟินตอบให้อาเจกตอบก่อนนะคะว่าจริงไหมคะ
จริงครับผม
เหรอเราไม่โปรเทคเพื่อนเลยเหรอ
แต่ก็นัวเหมือนกันนะผม
นะคะรวมเหมือนกันแล้วเรายอมรับไหมคะ
ยอมรับครับ
อ๋อใช่ครับนะคะคือเมื่อกี้เนี้ยจริงๆตอนต้นเกมอ่ะยังไม่ค่อยได้ยินนะแต่พอหลังๆเกมพอเกมเริ่มดุเดือดเริ่มแบบเฮ้ยเริ่มดังจริง ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
นะคะฟีลลิ่งมันมาใช่ไหมนี่นะคะอ่ะแล้วอย่างนี้เนี่ยตอนนี้เนี่ยเขาบอกว่าในกระแสในอินเทอร์เน็ตมันจะมีมีมของอาเจกอาแปะอากงนะคะเดี๋ยวให้อาเจกนะคะเดี๋ยวให้อาเจกให้กิฟฟินเนี่ยเป็นอาเลยดีคะอ่ะอันนี้อาเจกตอบเนี่ยกิฟฟินเนี่ยเป็นอาเลยดี
อาหวังครับ
เฮ้ยพูดได้เหรอแบบนี้พูดได้เนาะ นะคะกิฟฟินโอเคไหมคะกับอาหวัง
โอเคครับ
กิฟฟินบอกผมมีทางเลือกด้วยเหรอครับนะคะก็ต้องโอเคแล้วนะคะอ่ะโอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวจากจะให้ฝากอะไรสัก1 ประโยคถึงชัยชนะในวันนี้สักนิดหนึ่งค่ะ
ก็วันนี้ก็ทุกคนเต็มที่มากครับผมก็จะทำเต็มที่ต่อไปครับผมฝากแฟนคลับทุกคนด้วยครับฝากเชียร์เทนาด้วยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
โอเค
ฟาเชียดานาสตีครับ
โอเคได้เลยค่ะนะคะอ่ะขอเสียงตบมือให้กับทั้ง2 หนุ่มของเราหน่อยนะคะก็เดี๋ยวตามเชียร์กันต่อไปเนี่ยนะคะก็เดี๋ยวเครื่องนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับนะคะ3 หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ของเราอีกเช่นเดิมค่ะ
Thank you so much for the host for that interview with the players from Tenacity. Unfortunately, again, I have to apologize. We don't understand.
Great words.
Thai,
Great words.
Great words. Yeah, great words. I hope you guys watching from home understand what just transpired. But yeah, what just transpired was an amazing victory here for Tenacity. An overwhelming victory, I would say, because we did say that the Cloud was becoming a problem in the late game, but it didn't feel like the Claude was that big of a problem for Tenacity, especially for this guy, Grift. No deaths on the Harriet, and man, those resets on the Zaman Force, crazy stuff.
He was clean with it, man, and he knows when to go in, right? Waiting for the right moments. And again, when the team is in sync like Tenacity was, you know, if you were against them, you would be so confused on who you should be focusing down first, because he goes in at the same time Water is freestyling in the background. So they really make it difficult for you to get an easy solution to their team fight style, which is, you know, the idea, especially with an early game comp like this, with some early game potential, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, like it was just too clean for Tenacity, and the way they executed this fight made it much simpler for them. Basically, what they're doing, we're just forcing the other members of E Arena to fight into them with a Harriet Zaman Force. Sometimes we even see Grift start the fight by himself, and it allows Sung Jinwoo, Zosnap to sort of like, you know, reposition and then maybe just annoy the frontliners, and RJX going to the backside, like finding the Suyo, finding the Zushin, and after all that distraction, Water gets to, you know, just have a field day with the punctures, look for targets, punish heroes without dashes. And yeah, it was just the overall story of how the team fights went. But early game, we did see a glimpse of like what this lineup could have done for E Arena. Unfortunately, they were just shut down by mid game timing.
I think honestly they had potential, right? The fights that really went the distance though are the fights where it took like longer and everyone was more sporadic, because honestly, you go up against a Phobius and a Valir, you can't clump up like this. The Lord is a paid actor, by the way. These knockups are always right on the most decisive moments. Yeah, but again, the AoE and the crowd control alone makes it so difficult for AE to match up in damage output, let alone deal with the sustain. Because even Grift on the Harith has a tough. Look at his shielding, bro. Like, how do you get through that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. And with that sequence, I think the Claude going to the top side was a mistake, because he could have helped out, you know, fight Tenacity in that specific sequence, and because of that, they were able to get a strong hold, a strong footing on the map here for Tenacity, and after that, they were able to breathe around these team fights, because RJX was just too tanky and deals way too much damage against the likes of the Zushin, the Suyo, so it did become a problem in the end. And E Arena, even though they did their best, I mean, it's kind of hard to sort of like fend off this kind of competition from Tenacity, especially when you see Lancelot, you know, buying and selling items in the middle of like Thorn Roses.
Yeah, again, I would like to see the fights be on more equal footing, because you can't argue that I mean, I think it's not a debate that a lot of these fights were happening with a bit of a gold advantage for Tenacity. So I think if the gold was a bit more even, we will see a closer fight. But again, in the end, E-Arena, they keep going for these compositions that don't do well in the team fights. And unfortunately, they don't have enough tools to guarantee that they don't get roped into the team fights. So when Tenacity gets the ball going, they have all this AoE, they have all the ways to control vision. And EA, if the game plan went their way and it was just 1v1, 2v2 skirmishes around the map, then maybe they'll do better. But overall, Tenacity understood that as well and just did not allow that to come through.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Like, Water dealt 83k damage. The Valier dealt 75k. That's how absurd the Valier pick was. Even with the Starlium side. I still can't get my head around the Starlium side build up. But we did talk
True
about
damage.
this earlier on. Yeah, true damage, yeah. Like, if you basic attack, it's, you know, it adds up. And we did talk about this earlier on, like the strength of the Valier. You don't see it straightforward. Like, even if he throws fireballs, you don't see the threat that well. But when you look at an overall team fight when it's drawn out, then you start noticing, okay, this guy hurts.
And he hurts multiple people at the same time. You have to remember, a lot of those fights were happening with the members of E-Arena sticking to each other, like having like 2 or 3 members sticking to each other. Like, the Valier gets maximum value right there. And the Starlium, against a team that wants to kind of get up close and personal, like E-Arena's comp right here, every single fireball can be a Starlium proc. So in a sense, it kind of makes sense, you know.
Yeah, it was a very clean game, clean execution from Tenacity, and because of that, they get a clean sweep against E-Arena. Up next, however, it's a big challenge for these two teams. It's going to be Buriram United versus Full Sense. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for that amazing matchup.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる王君と子供騙しがお待て
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待てろ
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะนะคะกลับมาพบกับความมันกันต่อนะคะในคู่ที่ 2 ของวันนี้นั่นเองค่ะตอนนี้นะคะเราอยู่กับการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand นะคะซีซั่นที่ 1 นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็คู่นี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นคู่ที่หลายๆคนเนี่ยอยากจะชมมากๆเลยนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยใครที่เล็งคู่นี้ไว้นะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยรีบกลับมาประจำที่ประจำจอกันได้เลยนะคะเพราะเดี๋ยวเราจะได้ชมกันแล้วค่ะสำหรับคู่ที่ 2 ของเราในวันนี้นะคะต้องบอกเลยว่าน่าดูมากๆนะคะเพราะถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งในทีมนะคะที่คนมองว่าเป็นทีมเต็งนะคะของแชมป์นะคะในรายการนี้นั่นเองค่ะวันนี้เนี่ยเราจะได้เจอกับนะคะทางทีมของนักลบสายฟ้าของเรานะคะบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะคะหรือว่าพลังแห่งเบฟนะคะวันนี้พลังแห่งเบฟนะคะเขาจะเจอกับพลังไฟส้มนะคะฟูเซนของเรานั่นเองนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันว่าพลังสายไหนนะคะเขาจะเข้มกว่ากันแล้วเขาก็จะได้คะแนนนะคะในคู่นี้ไปนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาเชียร์กันได้เลยเนาะนะคะสำหรับวันนี้ค่ะทางบุรีรัมย์นะคะยูไนเต็ดของเรานะคะที่จะคว้าแชมป์ไปได้นะคะหรือว่าจะเป็นปอซ่านะคะที่ได้วาร์ปโชว์อีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะจริงๆแล้วอันนี้เดี๋ยวแอบกระซิบนิดนึงนะว่านอกจากนะคะฟูเซนนะคะที่ปอซ่าเขาวาร์ปเก่งแล้วเนี่ยเดี๋ยวบุรีรัมย์นะคะเรามีส่งเข้าประกวดด้วยใช่ไหมคะเพราะเราก็มีสายวาร์ปสายบิดเหมือนกันนะคะอย่าง MC นะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยทางเสื้อน้ำเงินเขาจะส่ง MC เข้าประกวดนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันว่าเขาจะทักทายกันยังไงนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นก็เดี๋ยวเตรียมเชียร์กันได้เลยนะคะทั้ง2ทีมนั่นเองค่ะแต่ก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะโอ้โหตอนนี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าผู้ชมนะคะในสนามจริงของเราตอนนี้เนี่ยแน่นขนาดมากๆเลยนะคะตอนนี้ท้ายแถวนะคะอาจจะต่ออยู่มาบุญคลองแล้ว บอกเยอะขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอเยอะจริงๆนะตอนนี้นะคะก่อนอื่นเลยก่อนที่เราจะไปเจอกับนะคะนักผู้เล่นของเรานะคะทั้ง2ทีมนะคะขออนุญาตซาวเช็คนะคะเสียงกองเชียร์ก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะกองเชียร์ทั้ง2ทีมพร้อมไหมคะพร้อมนะเอาใหม่นะคะคือพร้อมแล้วแหละแต่ว่าพร้อมกว่านี้ได้อีกนะคะขอเสียงเชียร์จากกองเชียร์ทั้ง2ทีมหน่อยค่ะมันต้องอย่างนี้เมื่อกี้อาจจะแบบยังไม่ได้ตั้งตัวพี่นะคะทีหลังพี่บอกก่อนนิดนึงอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะไม่เป็นไรค่ะนะคะเดี๋ยวเรารอเชียร์กันได้เลยนะคะถ้ากองเชียร์พร้อมแล้วตอนนี้นะคะผู้เข้าแข่งขันของเราก็พร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันนะคะแคสเซอร์ของเราก็พร้อมแล้วงั้นเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเซอร์ของเราเลยค่ะ
Welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1, week number 2, day number 2. Now we're up to the second match. A lot of twos there, but I think, honestly, there will be a lot of twos as well, because, I mean, to be fair, for you to win, you need 2 games up your sleeves. It's still your boys, Midnight and Arashi. Now we're going to be witnessing I would say not expected, but a hype match between Full Sense and the fan favorites, Buriram United Esports. What do you think about this matchup, Arashi? Anticipating, yeah, there you go. Thank you so much.
So, yeah, I'm curious to see how differently they played. Because, like, my base, I don't know, image of the scene right now is from the first match earlier. And I've seen some impressive things. But Buriram, now, I've heard this team is even better, right? So I have high expectations for this one.
Yeah, I think Buriram United has a lot of experience under players. Well, it's not that I think. They have actual experience on the playing field, because we have a lot of champions on this roster. In fact, people from IDNS, so they go way back for this squad, and also with the coaching staff, you know. So I do think there's a lot of like expectations from this squad. I mean, they did perform last week, but they only played one time, which they won 2-0, which is interesting because the only game that they will play this week is also today. The next time we see them is going to be next week again. And unfortunately for Full Sense, honestly, I think this team has what it takes, to be able to be a top team. They did take a game away from Bacon Time last week, but they are now currently at 1-2 score. But the two losses that they suffered were up against the top two teams as well, like ACT and Vali Thai Esports. So I do think, they had one of the gruelest starters if you for a team that will be playing in the regular season. It's kind of like you start a new game and then there's already a boss battle.
Dang, must be rough, man. But hey, looking at the standings here, as you were mentioning earlier, Valley and ACT are definitely up there. So the fact that Full Sense isn't doing well against them, it's to be expected, almost, kind of, right? But with any league, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? So there's still quite a ways to go here for Full Sense to show us what they really have. And more importantly, the thing that gets really challenged during a league, it's that mental fortitude, is that adaptability. So for a lot of these teams, it's still very much up in the air.
Yeah. I just sad for Full Sense, man, because maybe they're hoping for a victory here, but they're going to be up against one of the toughest teams here in the league, which is Buriram United. We've seen them last week, amazing performance, insane macro understanding of the game. It feels like watching international tournaments where there's a top team that just understands the game at a whole different level, and it is a challenge for Full Sense. If they make it a victory for their side, maybe it boosts their morale for the upcoming weeks. Maybe just even taking a game will be enough up against Buriram United. But I think this is one of the toughest challenge they'll ever face, because sure, they did fight against ACT and Vali Thai Esports, but everybody knows, especially the Thailand fans, knows that Buriram is the big boss of MSL.
Right. But to their favor, I guess, once they get through this, it's almost like once you've beat the final boss, everyone else is kind of like, all right, you know what I mean? They've already faced the big bad, the guy that they should be concerned about already. So that could, that could be taken positively as far as the mental battle goes. So hopefully that's the angle they're looking at. Or hey, if they want to pull off an upset and win today, be my guest, man. Like, no one's gonna complain about that.
Yeah, I am rooting for that personally. Like, I want Full Sense to be able to, again, I said it earlier, at least take a win off Buriram United. But if they take a 2-0, then who am I to judge? Like, it is MLBB, the game evolves, and sometimes even the best of structures get broke down by a lot of the teams, especially upcoming teams. So there's a lot of hype surrounding this match. Like Buriram United, the intensity of their performance last week, can they actually continue that moving to the next few weeks, and how they're going to perform up against the other teams. And for Full Sense, it's the expectation of, can you come back? Can you make it past the first half of the regular season with a win? Because they only fight once. They only fight each other once, because this is a I forgot the name of the bracket, but basically you fight everybody once, only once. No revenge storyline. The next time you face each other is gonna be in the playoffs. So getting a win here is gonna be very important for Full Sense.
Well, on the flip side for Buriram, right, being such a big name with so much expectations, there's definitely extra pressure, and there's also this mindset where you have to hide some of your weapons, because everyone's watching, right? If you reveal all your cards too early, it might not be good for you. So maybe now they have to wrestle with that issue themselves, right? Do we want to go in full force? Do we want to bring out the full might of Buriram? Or hey, maybe we want to try something else, knowing that we can pull some things off. Maybe we can experiment a little bit. And that's the opportunity where Full Sense can maybe catch them off guard.
Yeah, I agree, because that's the weakness in the armor. Like, that's the part you expose. If you're Full Sense, like, it's the time to attack when the enemies are sleeping or maybe doing something else. So yeah, Buriram United, they might be, I would say they can feel overconfident heading into this matchup, knowing full well that, hey, we're the better team. We have a lot of experience on our side, but that is usually where the overconfidence gets to you. Like, Full Sense can make use of this window to be able to get their momentum back and then upset Buriram United. So that is definitely a storyline that we should be on the lookout for. One story that I also want to point out is the evolution of the MSL meta. We talked about how the teams go for comfort picks rather than like meta-defined picks. Even the Hardy was almost completely ignored in series number 1. Although I would say the draft last week was more meta restricted, but now I feel like teams are finding their own identities, like the heroes that they actually really want to play, and you can see that in the draft. Like even the priority of heroes like the Leo mode first phase, usually we see Leo mode second phase in the bigger leagues, but we start seeing those comfort orders from these teams as well.
And don't forget, man, there's a lot of scrambling to figure out the meta as well after the patch notes, which is why you're seeing maybe a bit more variety, right? From the items, from the numbers. I mean, even in the Golden alone, like a bunch of different marksmen has had their numbers adjusted. And those are the small buffs that you have to kind of try out to really, I don't know, get a grasp on how much better or worse the hero is. And my personal intrigue, by the way, is the Beatrix. Not exactly part of the current meta, but it's been somewhere around, it's been in the vicinity. And now, if you go for lifesteal, you get 100% spell lifesteal from that item. So, hey, I want to see that in action, And unfortunately, in our own MPL ID, I have yet to see that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like interesting picks that could come out from these two teams. But here we are now, introducing our players and our teams. It's Buriram United Esports, again backed up by achievements, accolades, and experience. They're gonna be going up against a team that is seeking revenge with the full might of their full sense. Here's a team that will try to fend off the fan favorites, that is Buriram United. Let's introduce Full Sense to the arena. Honestly, there's a lot of expectation as well, because for the Filipino fans out there, there is an import in this roster. There are actually not just is, there are imports in this roster. And also for the Thailand fans, there's a fan favorite, Angelina is also a very well-known player in the scene. So this, I would say, like, there's so many eyes in this current match. A lot of expectations, not just competitively, but also fan interest because of how well-known these teams are. Also welcome the coach for Buriram United, it's Trekortist, and also Coach Dran for Full Sense. By the way, Trekortist also was in M7, so again, experience, it's a big thing here for Buriram United.
And there's whoa, what was that? Wait a second. Is that a part of formalities or part of their mind games? That was certainly a little bit unexpected. But hey, it begins here, man, in the face-off for the coaches, for the players. You want to get as much of an edge as you can as we take a look at the team lineup here for Buriram Esports.
Yeah, for Buriram, it's Nanakorn, Lois, Agi, Easy, and MZ. A lot of experience with this roster. I keep saying experience because they're packed with so much experience. But on the other side, you have the same thing. You have Dominic, Flash SR, Angelina, Nezia, and Porza Narok. Keep in mind, Dominic is a gold medalist in the SEA Games 2022. Used to play with Blacklist International. So they're also packed with experience, game knowledge, and of course, mechanical skill.
But again, time has passed since then, so they have to make sure that they brush up on their skills here and their knowledge, which is why the game keeps, stays interesting, right? Meta keeps shifting, the strats keep changing, and maybe right now they're salted.
Yeah. Let's watch a short video before we head on to our match.
แต่ว่าเตรียมตัวมาเต็มร้อยครับ
ครับชื่อปอซ่าน่ารักครับจากทีมฟูลเซนครับผม เจอผมอ่ะมึนแน่ ผมเล่นให้เมาเลยเฟเฟนีบินไม่ตรง
พี่ปอโดนผมแน่ เพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วที่ผมสัมภาษณ์ผมก็เล็งที่อยู่นะ
ตบแปะ
Hey man, Arashi, I know we don't speak Thai, but it looked like they were talking smack about each other. They probably were, talking about the other players from the opposition. But speaking about opposition, we have a player head-to-head here from Full Sense and Buriram United. It's the EXP lane battle. Dominic and Nanakorn. Again, a lot of experience, but we saw Full Sense, I would say, had a fantastic performance with this EXP laner. Dominic has been a force to reckon with, for Full Sense. But Buriram United, I would say with their recent games, especially the last two games that they've played, the XP performance wasn't really stellar because of just the overall and sheer dominance that they've displayed as a team rather than just individuals.
Well, for Natacorn, you can tell that it's a lot cleaner as well, right? So that's the thing about stats, man. Depending on how your team is doing, like stats like kill participation, for instance, it can look so good when your team isn't doing well, just because with the fewer amount of kills, the percentage goes up. So you gotta be careful when you're looking at these numbers. There's more to the numbers than first meets the eye.
Yeah. Now we meet the eye, the sense from the boys from Full Sense. I think this team really struggled a lot in week number one. We did see again a lot of glimpses where they can actually perform, but let me just say, it's an uphill battle against Buriram United. There's a lot of macro involved in their gameplay, a lot of trading, a lot of timings, so they have to be very technical and critical about their own gameplay.
And they have to strategize properly as well, right? In order to get the good macro, you have to start with like lane dominance. You have to start with wave management. So it's important to balance out your team fighting and your individual wants in the laning phase with the needs of the team overall, which I think for Buriram United, they should have a really good grasp on. But again, they have room here to try out something new, something else. That's what we're looking forward to, man, because why follow in an established meta when you can be the pioneer if you're experienced enough and knowledgeable enough to be the trailblazer?
That's true. That's true. I mean, coming from Full Sense, that also might be the case. Dominic, again, used to play for Blacklist International, a team that reinvented the MLBB competitive play. They embedded a lot of strats. They pioneered a lot of like macro fundamentals that we have to this day. So I think they are equipped with that proper knowledge. The question is the team, does the team identify with the same level of play style that they need to learn? Now we see the talent predictions. They all go for Buriram United, but Be Crazy is going crazy with the 2-1 prediction, with Full Sense winning one game.
I was about to say as well, man. Be crazy right now. Like he's always the odd one out, so he's a contrarian, and I kind of like that. He's open to the possibilities. Something I could say is something that I do as well. You always want to look more towards the what ifs, because the things for sure gets pretty boring. You want some excitement, especially in a league like this, as we get into the drafting phase.
Yeah, question is, what is going to be
Broken
the
walls.
map? Broken walls. Arashi predicts the broken walls. Will we get broken walls? It's like clouds. It's fine. It's okay. Sometimes casters are the curse of nature.
Yeah, you never know. It's you're just throwing a blind shot out there. If it works though, it would look very impressive.
Yes, sir.
Anyhow, let's see how this goes. I think the Leomord still will be in the conversation for sure. But for Buriram, they are still respecting the Guinevere. Again, very flexible hero. But on the other side, for Full Sense, Marcel and Sushin, pretty textbook so far.
Yep. A lot of openers getting removed here for both sides. Buriram United sticking with the utility jungle bans. I mean, you could consider the Guinevere a bit of a damage, but it's widely considered as a utility jungler. So I think they're just also trying to remove some of the strats that Full Sense has been utilizing for the last week. Maybe also removing some comforts as well. But they definitely are opening up a lot of first pick potentials here for their side. It's taking a while for this third ban. They removed the Harith from Nezia. Okay, maybe targeting win conditions here, huh?
Wait, you mean the carry?
The carry, yeah. Did I say Harith?
Right.
Yeah, carry.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, that's a new Harith icon I wasn't familiar with. But yeah, it's the carry, and that's so early. Like that might hit that they want to go full fighter. And it's a Phobius ban for Full Sense, which means if Buriram goes for the Leomord, one of those heroes that can stop the Stampede, the Phobius won't be available. It's looking kind of ideal to be picked up here from Buriram.
Yep. So Zushin, Harley, a lot of open heroes here for Buriram United. Even the Valentina is first order. Oh, actually, because they removed Phobius, they picked up the Freya.
Interesting. The Freya, definitely a prio pick. There the Harith actually shows up for Full Sense. Along with that though, somehow something's telling me it won't be the Leo Mord. They might go for a mid laner here, knowing that the Zushin is banned out. Yeah, Give it is. The Zetian is usually the only other rival in the mid lane, unless you have a very adept Farsa. In that case, you'll make Midnight's Day.
I mean, this Harley is gonna already make up my day because I really like Harley, especially into this duo pick of Full Sense like Eve, Harriet. You don't have a lot of ways to save yourself from the deadly magic. I mean, you do get shields, but at the end of the day, the Eve is a block target in the mid lane, and then they pick up the Valentina for Buriram United. Maybe just look on the lookout for that Sora pick coming out from Full Sense.
Could deter that Sora for sure. I mean, as a mage player, though, I can tell you I do not enjoy playing against the Harley, right? I'll have you know, on the Eve, I build an Athena. I don't care. I am not getting one shot by that, the magician in the jungle. So let's see, for Full Sense, already a lot of magic damage. I feel like now they're kind of forced to consider physical damage from the jungle, unless they want a damage dealer in the EXP lane. It's going to be a high loss, though.
Interesting. They prioritize the Hylos for the Freya, but they're picking it into a Harley and a Valentina. And now, maybe Buriram just targets all the junglers, maybe physical damage junglers like the Leomord, the Suyos. I don't know. Full Sense kind of put themselves into a position where their early game relies heavily on what this jungle pickup is going to be, but also they cannot even prioritize their own jungle pick because it is going to be heavily deterred here by Buriram United.
And for Full Sense, it's still prio, right? They want to make sure that this is presumably a roam Hylos, right? So the Hylos and the Eve can clear earlier, get the advantage, and rotate around. That's the usual move in the current meta. So banning away the Khalid that can match that pressure, and the Hilda as well is a thing. But the Cho is available. Although again, if Buriram goes for the Cho, they might lack in frontliners. That could be the idea on why Full Sense decided the Hilda and the Khalid are more ban worthy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want pick off in a front line, I think Kalea fits the bill here for Buriram United. You provide additional sustain for the Freya. You also can be the pick off guy for the Harley. So there is still that option here for Buriram United. But this Leomord ban is gonna hurt Full Sense a lot, especially if you add up the Suyo ban. If Buriram considers banning it, I think that's a deadly strike. There you go. Oh
Boom.
My goodness.
So coming from quite a distance. For Full Sense, though, do they have a curveball to answer this? Is this what could it be, like a Fredrin? That's the other fighter that's open. The quad control can be beneficial against the Freya and the Harley. A lot of mobility built into this Buriram lineup.
It's tough. The only physical damage dealer that I can think of is the Fanny for Full Sense, but I don't think you're comfortable playing that against Buriram United, especially that you don't see the roam yet.
What? What?
Okay.
Hayabusa for Full Sense.
Man. I don't know, man.
We haven't seen this in a while, dude, and I don't know, man. I feel like there's ways to play around it now, which is why it's not as meta as it used to be. But by all means, though, if you're a crazy Hayabusa player, you can still make the pick work. And in that sense, Full Sense has secured physical damage in the jungle as expected. Now for Buriram, though, I think some more catch, some more setup would be nice.
Yeah. Kalea, Badang, Cho.
Okay. All right.
They go for the Cho. You mentioned this earlier.
Oh, dang. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I mean, if I was the Eve player, I would be very concerned. The Sora will delete you. It's not an issue of if he will or not. It's an issue of when.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna ask you, if you were the Eve here, would you go AFK?
No, but Athena Shield, Brute Force. I'm bringing that fighter Eve, bro.
For your boots.
For your boots, for sure, dude.
Oh my.
Oh man.
God. Angelina's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna enjoy playing this game, honestly. So, yeah, okay, they're lacking the XP. What does Dominic pull out here? Maybe Arlet, but Dong.
But down, huh?
Okay, maybe it works against Harley and Freya, but I don't know, man. I don't know. They don't have the follow-up for it.
I mean, in theory, right? It's a good idea against all of these dashes that want to get close, right? I think Badang is a very underrated peel tool. But the thing is, it's not just the peel; it's also like the flanks and all that. Badang only works when they approach from one angle. For
Yeah.
Buriram, they can come in from every angle independently, right? They can come from 5 different angles, and you can still see a winning angle for the team fight.
Yeah, like the Badang has to always keep the Cho in check. Has to be ready for the Freya. Cannot just be the Hylos, and then you have to also find the Harley, the Sora, even the Valentina, because this guy's gonna have a glorious pathway. It's tough for full sense. Honestly, they need all 5 senses, the full sense in the technical sense of the game, because literally, Buriram United can't just be divided this game. They can play Buriram divided. They don't care because they could come from, like as you've said, multiple angles this game.
All right, let's see how this plays out, man. It all starts from the early game. There is some angles available for Full Sense for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of the match between Buriram United Esports and Full Sense Esports.
Yep. Honestly, gonna be very hard for Full Sense. I mean, they do have damage. They have the Harith for the team fight, especially when it comes to the mid game. But their main problem, their main concern right now is probably this Freya in the early game, as we see early game getting invaded already here by the the Cho. Oh, are they gonna get a pick off? Easy. Overstayed a bit. Did they even steal the green cap?
I think they did. Well, no, the gold lead's still on Full Sense, so I think they still got it. Again, the poke and the damage in the early game for the Yve cannot be underestimated, man. It's on such a short cooldown that you don't really take notice of it. And already, that's a bit of an advantage for Full Sense, so things are looking good for them.
Yeah, Buriram United tried to go for the snowball play, where they invade Haya, they get Turtle Prio, and then Full Sense just loses mid-game, but didn't work out, so it's going to be a bit hard for Buriram United. Now that Full Sense has a footing in this game. Flash SR, shadowing in the middle lane, not committing the shadow kill. Almost forgot the name because it's been a while since we've seen the Hayabusa.
It's been a long while. Yeah, the Ogi Shadow Kill, definitely a great tool to have. I think it's a revitalize from Porzanarok that actually threw off the calculations from Buriram. But now that the turtle is up, again, control-wise, Buriram should still have this. Although Aki isn't level 4 just yet, neither is Angelina. Whoever gets it first will have the first move. All right.
Not even committing the shadow kill. Freya's coming, by the way, from top lane. He was successful with the cut. Now Full Sense, it's gonna be hard for them to actually contest this. Porzanarok getting a deadly magic on and already forced out on the revitalize use. So this is I would say a big win for Buriram United, considering what happened early game.
Definitely a clean execution there, knowing that they have all the zoning tools. The Freya alone is really dangerous, but also the Sora. Now Porzanarok gets terrified, gets taken out. The return kill, the Ogi Shadow kill is used to Izzy. The Flash SR gets stunned up, forced to go back into his own jungle. Good trade back from Full Sense, man. They're not allowing any free kills to Buriram.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of like protecting this jungle of Flash SR, allowing the Hayabusa to have a decent time in the early game, and that also prevents Buriram United from setting anything further. Especially when you take down the Cho, at least you mitigate the presence of the Hardy, but there goes the kick onto Dominic. Deadly magic as well from Lois, with the shifting skies has been used here by Nanakorn to counter set the re-engage coming out from Full Sense. Oh, he goes deeper! Nanakorn wants to go for the punish, doesn't get a kill, and the shadow kill actually is successful from the Hayabusa. Almost takes out 2 members on the side of Buriram United. Full Sense! Wow, they're putting up a fight against Buriram United.
And that's 2 kills to Flash SR. That is not the guy you want kills on. And he continues to the top side now, going for the kill onto Izzy. And Nezia will be able to pull Izzy away from his turret and take him out.
Wow, okay. Good aggression in the early game coming out from Full Sense. Buriram United, I think they're getting a bit flustered that these trades are happening, even though we've said earlier that these heroes will be a big problem once the fights break out, especially when you have Freya's, the Soras. They're the fighters that start the brawl. But Full Sense, they've been in control of these little skirmishes, especially with the punish coming out from the Hylos, the Hayabusa, as well as the Eve. And this Badang, I'd say, is gonna be a big factor in the next few fights. Especially now that he has a Thunderbelt, he's gonna be able to stack up so many defense with MZ with the kick. However, onto the Hylos, the Revitalize has been used as well as the Glorious Pathway, but it's not sustaining himself enough. And Flash SR with the Shadow Kill is able to find the kill onto the Freya. MZ caught in the weird spot as well. Full Sense once again gets the punish. Angelina in a very big trouble, however, as Agi was able to secure the kill onto the Eve. So at least Buriram, they equalize.
Kills upon kills here, and if this goes on, it sort of favors a Full Sense a bit more, no? With the Yeve and the Harith, this is they want to scale. They want to avoid a lot of these big fights, and they're getting skirmish trades instead. Whoop. Shifting Skies used by Narakorn, but Forza will have the Glorious Pathway. Healing back out, survives the Deadly Magic. On the other side though, Flash SR, back at it again.
Wow, again, Full Sense. Just having the capability of just trading, forcing punishes onto Buriram United. Even though it feels like Buriram, they still are getting to play their game. Full Sense is just finding more valuable options, like the choke kill. Again, we talked about it earlier. It shuts down the aggression from Buriram United. And then also the fact that this Harley hasn't been that much of a threat in the mid lane as we thought it would have been. Like, if you were the Eve, Arashi, I know if you had a KDA of 2-1-3, you'd be smiling right now.
I mean, 2-1-3 against all the quote-unquote danger tools available to Buriram, it's definitely going great for Full Sense. Again, earlier, it seems like Buriram United had like some control over the game, and then they got overzealous, the tower dives, the overextensions, and Full Sense is doing a great job playing it calm, cool, collected, just doing what their comp is meant to do, and they have no issue if the game slows down, right? Which is why you see some urgency from the side of Buriram United.
Yeah, and right now the pressure is on the side of Buriram actually, with Full Sense getting that river control. They're looking to make a play on top lane, however. Easy jumps in onto Nezia, but the punish is there again onto MZ. Oh, here comes a fist crack from Dominic, just to cancel the the possible engage coming out from the Cho. A bit of overcommitment, I would say, from the Badang, but here comes the Shifting Skies from Narakorn. Doesn't find a kill onto Dominic, however, and he's forced to flicker out. Two Glorious Pathways laid down by both the Valentina and the Hylos, but nobody gets taken down. Meanwhile, however, in the middle lane, the tower push is successful from Lois. But, the kick! After the shadow kill, doesn't get the kill onto the Hayabusa, however, but it was a good punish coming out from the Cho. Easy, locked inside the real manipulation, however, and Dominic has been taken down with the Deadly Magic. Survives a bit of an with smaller HP. Not to kill the Buriram actually tried to take, but still Full Sense thriving in the early game, preventing Buriram from actually pulling out some successful skirmishes.
Oh, still anger from Lois here though. Flash SR, equal levels, trying to go for the red tree, but Narakorn zoning everyone away. It'll be Lois picking it up. Shifting Skies used as well, but Dominic is trying to disengage. Gets hit with the Deadly Magic as the whole team follows up behind him. Tries to go for it. Narakorn goes down as well. It's a 1-for-2 so far, but Nezia is trying to get some more. That will be it for now.
Yeah, didn't have the mana to pursue the kill there for Buriram United. At least they get the turtle. They secure a kill on Dominic as well, but it feels like Full Sense they're still happy with what's happening right now, because the Harith is scaling, the Hayabusa is scaling. This guy's gonna be a problem late game, by the way. Like the amount of damage that the Hayabusa deals, especially with the spammable shadow kill, is gonna be a nuisance for Buriram United. Easy gets caught out in the bottom lane, but fortunately for him, they don't have the crowd control to take him down, and Narakorn is already in protection mode. Top lane, however, there's a flicker from Dominic just to escape from the clutches of the Cho and the Harley. It's a big commitment, however. It's a flicker from the Badang.
There's a tower getting taken down as well, so good move still from Buriram. I think the issue is for Full Sense, they are trading with a man advantage, right? They're getting more kills than they're losing. Even though they're not really getting the neutral objectives, it's kind of negating how far Buriram could extend that gold lead.
Yeah. Agi, just checking out some heroes here on the bush from Full Sense. And again, river control is very important here for both sides, especially for Full Sense, because if they see people in the river, it helps them stop any aggression from Buriram United. But in the meantime, Lois is just using this to farm up on the Harley, maybe mitigate some of the lost time that they accumulated in the early game. MZ finds the high-lows, doesn't go for the kick, however, because they don't have the Harley here. So it's been a quiet game for the past minute. I think, again, as you mentioned, Full Sense is getting the better out of this trade because they're sort of like negating these risks or these aggressions that could come out from Buriram United.
Lord is available right now. We see a duel on top side for FSR. Going for the solo kill. Gets it. But he might be taken out as well. Deadly Magic along with the Way of the Dragon. But the whole team converges. It's an all-out brawl.
All two glorious pathways laid down here by both sides. Narakorn goes for the shifting skies. Oh, the cancel from Dominic. And Nezzy goes in with Zaman Force. Gets the showdown. Real manipulation locking the other members of Buriram in place. They have to disengage. Lois with a space escape runs towards the Lord. And Full Sense, 10 seconds. Can they buy time for the Hayabusa? I think they can. And they actually secured the Lord positions themselves.
Well, hang on a second. Easy just respawn right here. There's time for them to rotate back in. Agi is recalling though, half HP, not willing to go for the risk. This could be a forced fight for Buriram. Might not pay out for them though.
Flash SR, pressing the Lord Lois pathway. Oh, the steal is not there for Lois. It's still the Hayabusa that gets it. Dominic in the middle of the fight, canceling some stuff here on the side of Buriram United. But Nezia gets caught out by the Deadly Magic. Good catch from Lois. Hayabusa with a shadow kill, however. Oh, lands it on the minion. And Lois escapes with the space escape. Full Sense. Even though they got the Lord Buriram, I think they still won the team fight. But this is a big, I would say a big trade, however, for Full Sense. Because at the least, with this Lord take, they delay the game for them to scale up.
For sure, man. Ideally, Full Sense can take that Lord and disengage, but Buriram is not willing to let them get an easy, an easy Lord without casualties. Gets two. Now they're angling for another fight on the top side. Full Sense again with the Hylas having the revitalize, they can push out so far. But oh, shadow kill.
Flash SR. Oh my goodness, he gets it. He punishes. As the space escape was on cooldown, the shadow kill finally landing. Even with 2 minion waves, he was able to get the kill. Now Glorious Pathway in the middle of the fray. Agi gets caught out with the real manipulation under his belt. Angelina still is yet to use the RWM. Flash SR, look at the angle on the left side. Narakorn gets poked out. But they have to disengage. Shadow kill used by Flash SR. It wasn't able to take down anybody on the side of Buriram United, but this gives Full Sense full control of the mid lane.
They get that first mid turret, which opens up the map for faster rotations. So Buriram United has to be a bit more careful here. They require all this vision, by the way, to kind of get maximum threat from the Cho and the Harley. Now, as for Zanarok, again, just zoning everyone away as the team takes these neutral objectives, takes these structures on the sides too. This really isn't ideal for Buriram, but again, the gold advantage is kept dangerously close. It favors Full Sense, but at the same time, ooh, hang on a second. Purple take away from Flash SR. Good moves there. In the neutral objectives, I think Buriram still has the better zoning potential, which is why Full Sense are not playing as if they've won just yet. They know that in the late game circumstance, the Freya and the Sora can deter Flash SR from being in that neutral objective discussion.
Yeah. They have to play the slow game, honestly, for Full Sense, which is why they're setting up here for the slow lane. On the far lane, opposite of the Lord, they're going to be able to push that wave. Even with the Freya staying in that lane, Lois is hunting for the Hayabusa, however. Both teams eyeing at different things. Full Sense wants to play the long game, wants to play the Lord established position. But Lois is looking just for one kill, one very important kill on this Hayabusa.
In a 1v1 scenario, I guess the Harley has the jump, but if Flash SR gets the Ogi Shadow kill off, that's a outplay available to the Hayabusa. Going on to Agi, gets a transfer over to the minions though. What a shame there as MZ disengages. That was the play attempted by Full Sense, and they were unable to get anything for it. But the wave on the bottom side is pushing in their favor though. That's something they can use to have a macro angle over the Buriram.
Yeah, they can play it slow, honestly. Once the Harley rotates, maybe Lois has to deal with that wave. Oh, the Freya showed up. So now Full Sense can actually go for the force here. Buriram United, they're the ones who has to play it slow now. Deadly Magic used by onto Porcelanato too. Glorious Pathways, X marks the spot in the mid lane, but Lois once again gets caught out by the shadow kill from Flash SR. Full sense! Again, making sense of the moves here against Buriram United. MZ, even with a knockup, he cannot even kick the show. And look at this, Dominic jumps in with the fist crack. Doesn't really take down the Sora, however, as Flash SR is focused on taking down Lord. Porcelanato getting punched by the Freya, but here comes the RWM. Shifting skies by the Sora, but Flash SR snipes the Freya in the backsides. And Buriram United, they lose formation, they lose heroes, and it's only MZ that is left alive, and Full Sense gets the Lord.
What a masterclass by Flash SR, dude. The patience displayed right there, knowing that he has the damage, yes, but he can time when he goes in with the quad shadows there, and slowly but surely goes in at the right moment when their skills are down. And Buriram United had no answer there. They lost their jungler. They tried to stall and delay the Lord, but they paid the price for it actually. As MZ
Flash
for a kill here.
Oh my goodness, look at the shadow kill. Even with the kick, he saves his teammate. Oh, he goes back in! And Lois gets taken down by Angelina. Flash SR still not done with the shadows. Look at the micro plays from that Flash SR. I mean, we were quick to judge. I was quick to judge with the Hayabusa. But man, I was not familiar with your move, Flash SR. He's carrying this game.
He's carrying big time, and the synergy from the rest of the team as well. Porcelanato is doing a great job being such an oppressive frontliner, using the Law and Order. Ogi Shadow Kill used up once again, almost at will by Flash SR. Nothing happens from it yet. Glorious Pathway used to try and counter engage by Buriram, but it can't stop the fist cracks.
Oh, the stun? Okay, Dominic falls down. Full Sense has to get back. They have to reset. They lost their crowd control, and they don't have the tools to fend off Buriram United as the other members spawn up. But at least Full Sense gets to take one base turret. This is very, very big. Now they have map control as well. Buriram United in a very awkward position.
Fortunately, they are able to make sure that the base turret that gets taken out is on the side of the Lord. So no massive macro advantage for Full Sense. But this Flash SR problem is haunting them, dude. They have no way to stop him. They have a Way of the Dragon. They have a Shifting Skies. And even the Terrify from Agi on the Valentina. But Flash SR stayed elusive. That's a Winter Crown picked up by Lois. It's going to allow them to outplay just a little bit more. That's why the Hayabusa doesn't really do well in the late game. Look at this, though. Let's jump onto MZY.
Shadow kill by Flash SR. Doesn't get the kill here onto the show, but Full Sense still. The pressure is on. It's a spammable ult by this point, but the re-engage, however, from the show, and easy as well, punching onto the Hayabusa. Glorious Pathway laid out by the Valentina. Deadly Magic as well, but they're revitalized. It's sustaining the Hylos. They don't have the damage. And look at Flash SR. He's walking towards top lane. He sees the end angle, but Buriram sees it too. They go back to defend, and Full Sense once again wins the bout on the bottom lane.
Flash SR rotates immediately to the purple buff, actually, in case Lois dips out of the fight and tries to do something. This will be the purple picked up by Nezia, though. Full Sense, I mean, they're playing levels here, bro. It's not just clean execution and a straightforward game plan. They are adjusting on the fly to what Buriram are doing. Narakor now being the next target. Very squishy. Not taken out just yet, but zoned out quite a bit. Half HP.
Oh, Agi? Use the Glorious Pathway maybe to just fight off the Hayabusa, but the Shadow Kill has been committed here by Flash SR. Not enough damage, however, the Terrify comes through! And the Hayabusa gets taken down, even though he bought the immortality. It's quite late. Dominic with the cancel, with the stun, onto easy, but he's... Oh! Nezia steals the Lord with a Secret Vision! They're able to secure the bigger objective. Buriram United, they have to fight back, but they cannot. The amount of sustain and the damage is still there for Full Sense, especially with this Harriet still intact. Oh my lord, Buriram United. Even though they've taken out the Hayabusa, there was no retry holder, but Nezia saves the day here for Full Sense.
And the whole team, man, they zone away Lois, forced him away from the Lord. And of course, in that situation, of course, the 4-1 Harriet will be the one to get that burst secure onto the Lord. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get full use out of the Lord. It will be cleared out by Buriram right here. But the waves are very much available for Full Sense to take advantage of. 5 seconds on Dominic. The mid lane might be cleared out as well. The bottom lane is where they're looking at. If they can take out the base turret on the bottom side, that will be such a massive lead for Full Sense.
Yeah. Flash SR being overzealous with the shadows. He thought he could have taken out the Valentina, but perfect timing on the Terrify from Aki. After the shadow kill, he was able to chain stun. They were able to chain stun the Hayabusa and take him out. Unfortunately, he did buy the immortality, but it was too late. But it's still, Full Sense overly, I mean, not really overly confident, just confident in terms of like bush positions right now. They're just covering for the Harriet. As you mentioned, they want this long lane to be dealt with. They want to take that tower to have a macro advantage in the next Lord fight.
That's why Dominic is standing guard right there to deter anyone that tries to clear the lane and maybe get a cheeky kill along with Nizia. See how that one plays out. The longer the game goes, though, Full Sense will start losing the advantage. Ooh. Right,
Okay.
Good damage onto Narakorn, but not quite a pick-off just yet.
Flash
Yeah,
SR.
the longer the game goes, Porus and Narok will be more and more vulnerable to getting one-shot because Lois and Agi are getting more and more penetration items. So this lead that Full Sense have been able to abuse, it's on a time limit.
Yeah. One thing that we haven't really touched upon is the presence of the RWM. Agi has been going back and forth between the Glorious Pathway and the Really Rude Manipulation, but without the second RWM from Agi, when he copies the Glorious Pathway, they win if he initiates first. But I think this is gonna come into play here in the next fight, especially with the lockdown that the Eve gives in this Lord fight. Especially if Flash SR doesn't really overcommit with the Shadow. So Buriram United, they have to be really careful about how they want to approach this. He does copy the Glorious Pathway from the Hylos. Now Full Sense starting the Lord, Hayabusa is on the left side. They want to go for weird angles here for Full Sense.
Oh, I think Buriram were trying to set up for a push. They left 1 minion open, 1 minion alive on the bottom lane, but it got cleared. It got equalized pretty fast, and now it's a somewhat equal minion wave on the side of Full Sense. So it's gonna slow push back to Buriram. We have to take a closer look to know for sure, but both teams are playing like they have the slow push.
The conceal coming up from the choke here. There's no Glorious Pathway from the Hylos. They saw it earlier. So both teams, they have to play it slow. There's no conceal from the show anymore, but they have the mid lane control. They can look for the snipe onto the Hayabusa as they see Flash SR on the bottom side. They know he's here. He sees the show. He goes for the kick, but the shadow, it's still there. Deadly Magic, however, does he have immortality? He doesn't even need to swap items because he gets to live after the burst down. 2 Glorious Pathways again laid out by both teams, but Full Sense deflects the gank from Buriram United, saves the Hayabusa. Flash SR gets to run to the Lord.
Well, I think they were still pushing for Full Sense, but now the gold lead is really getting equalized. Now it's meeting on the side of BRU. This is the slow push that Buriram United needs. Lord take attempt. It's taken by Flash SR, and now it's all-in from Full Sense, trying to get a decisive win over here. Buriram on the run, losing 2 for nothing.
Perfect punish from Full Sense. They saw the Freya down bot, and the RWM secured the lock towards the Lord pit. Easy with the Valkyrie's descent just inside the base. And can they defend for Buriram United? That's the question. Nezia goes in with the full onslaught of the Zaman Force, the knock up, the stuns from Dominic as well. Flash SR with the Ogi shadow kill. They're gonna wipe Buriram United inside their base, and they're gonna take game number 1 victory for Full Sense.
Wow, man. Maybe Be Crazy isn't that crazy after all. That was a good showing from Full Sense. The early game dominance, and then afterwards, the adaptability. There were moments where Buriram made it difficult to make a clear call in the game, but you didn't see too much hesitation come through from a team that has a lot of flexibility from Full Sense.
Yeah, they played it slow, man. They know that this is how their comp is supposed to be played. They just need to scale up. They dodge a lot of important stuff in the early game. They stopped the aggression from Lois. They controlled the river, and it came down to this Hayabusa. Was able to do a lot in the late game. Even Nezia saving that Lord fight for Full Sense. Buriram United, they had all the tools that they needed, but the counter plays were just too much from Full Sense.
I think they really got caught off guard by the early game playmaking of Full Sense, and when they realized that they were a bit too far behind to play with the original playstyle, right? With the zoning tools, the Freya and Sora. And Full Sense just kept going with it, man. They played the lore dances so well too. I mean, you know exactly when they decided, like, you know, that wave is nice and all, but like we have a chance here, and they go for it. The decisiveness is something you don't really see come that early in a league. You know, usually veteran teams display that kind of, you know, that kind of. I'm losing the word I'm looking for here, but like conviction on trying to go for a neutral objective.
Commitment, yeah, conviction. I like the word conviction here, because yeah, it's, you know, like those moments you basically question yourselves. Okay, do we do this? Can we actually do this? But it didn't feel like kind of you know, a situation where they hesitate for a bit here for Full Sense, especially when they saw the Freya down bot, right? They immediately bursted the Lord, even committing the RWM at 8k HP. They were like, you know, fully committed to, okay guys, we take this Lord. We don't care if Lois comes in, we just try to burst this Lord down. And Flash SR was on point. He was sort of like the yellow Flash, funny because like it's the Hayabusa skin, not the Minato skin. But it felt like, you know, Minato was playing the Hayabusa. He was left and right, front and center, was looking for the snipe onto the Harley, and he was a massive problem on the side of Buriram United.
And you can see why they were so confident going for this Hayabusa, man. The experience is definitely there. From the timings for when he goes for the Ogi shadow kills, and even afterwards, how he plays the Hayabusa without the shadow kill. A lot of people say that if the signature of a good Hayabusa is that you can be effective, you can be a real threat without the ultimate. And in this game, Flash SR definitely was, man. Even after the initial skill rotation, he sticks around, he still finds ways to get in the back, and he goes in at the right time when there is no stuns, no damage to trade back, and just through that, he was able to get so many kills in the mid to late game even. He didn't even go for the Sky Piercer because he was playing it calm, cool, collected.
Yeah, he basically went for the cooldown reduction build, so he gets to spam more shadows, more Ogi shadow kill. And in this way, I guess that was the idea. He plays it like a Lancelot, where it's kind of hard for, you know, Buriram United to punish this Hayabusa, so he gets to play the game. They don't need the kills. They just need to eliminate this oppression coming from Buriram United. This Harley, man, it felt like he was always concerned whether the Hayabusa was near or not, because he has to basically save the space escape for when the Hayabusa uses the shadow kill. This is one of the moments where they were able to punish the Haya with the Terrify coming up from Agi, but from that moment on, Full Sense never did the same mistake twice. This was the moment where, you know, Angelino was like, guys, finish the Lord. I'm gonna lock this Lord. Go hit it and go use Retry.
And again, the Badang is the other pick we were kind of questioning. Worked out great here, man. Every single time there was an engage attempt from the side of Buriram United, just a big fist in the face, and it stops the whole momentum. So we thought it might work against a single person, but I guess overall, there wasn't enough ground for Buriram to go for the flanks, right? They were on the back foot, so Full Sense are the ones that can approach from multiple angles. Buriram had to group together for safety, and in that sense, the Badang from Dominic really showed a lot of value in this game.
Yeah, too much value, I'd say, because like the Freya couldn't play the game, and the beauty, I guess, of this Badang pick now that we saw the game is that he doesn't have to protect anybody from their side. Like, he doesn't have to worry about the Hayabusa. He doesn't have to peel for the Harriet because the Harriet can live by himself. So he gets to play the other style of Badang, where he plays very aggressive in terms of positioning, and it allowed the Hayabusa and the Eve to freely walk around, look for targets, because the Badang is always a threat against the Freya, the Harley, even the Sora. If they get jumped on, all your skills will be forced to use just to disengage from Full Sense. So they play this composition beautifully in that aspect. And again, Flash SR just really, really good on this Hayabusa. 90k damage with a hero that is long forgotten in the current patch. He shows up, plays amazingly, and he gets to carry the game.
Big shout out to Prozanaruk as well, though. I was about to mention before the cards come up, but this illustrates my point. 220,000 damage taken with 19 assists. The big reason why there was no real threat from Buriram is because that Hylos was too damn tanky from the early game. It stopped the invade play, right? Allows Full Sense to actually get an advantage in the early game. And afterwards, every single time there's a Lord Den situation, you can see that MZ on the Cho was finding it a lot more difficult to try and get ground, whereas Porosanaru on the Hylos just keeps moving forward, has a Revitalize, consistently tanks multiple deadly magics, and did not get taken out. So he was a big reason why the space was there to play for Flash SR and Angelina as well, right? The Yves wasn't targeted at all because everyone else was making this oppressive wall of like HP and crowd control that they had to worry about that and the Hayabusa behind them before even thinking about the Yves, which is why Angelina just went full damage and wasn't punished for it.
Didn't go for the Athena shield and brute force
No.
like we would have expected. Because again, he had a good early game because of the things you've mentioned, and I feel like this Cho pick was too much of a comfort for Buriram United. They could have gone for other heroes like maybe like something like a Kalea, who acts the same way. Like you have pick off, but you also have like sustain for the other members. Maybe they could have fought the Badang more with the Freya, because you do allow the Freya to now contest the Badang whenever he comes in. But because of this Cho pick, they got locked down by the Hylos. Every time the Cho comes in, the Hylos can just stun him, cancel all the kicks, and then even after the kick comes through, when they try to burst down the target, there goes the Revitalize. Like the guy just saves whoever gets kicked on the side of Full Sense. So yeah, again, it was just, I'd say, a better comp that is executed better as well from Full Sense, because there was honestly, like, there would be a universe where Buriram United would have walked away with a 10-minute victory here with their lineup, because they have very oppressive heroes in the early game, but because of how they played the game and because of how Full Sense played the game, played to the strengths of their composition, they were able to walk away with a victory.
It's almost like the Full Sense had a old school composition: Hayabusa, Yves, Hylos, Revitalize, Harith. This is like last season type deal, against the current meta, the Sora, the Harith, the Freya, the Cho. These are all like modern picks, and somehow it worked out. Is this a blueprint that other teams can look to? It's certainly interesting to kind of like theory craft, because the Revitalize Hylos back then only matched by the Revitalize Gatot. There was a reason why it was so strong, right? It gives you so much say in how the fights go in the early game.
Yeah, it's like a full circle moment, like post M7, pre M7, the metas are duking it out, and pre M7 was like, guys, you guys can still use us, like there's a reason why we were strong before, especially with how the draft evolved into the current meta game, where it feels like it's all about countering comps rather than just countering heroes, and that's what we saw from game number 1. Did you say Dangerous Grass?
Yeah, one off.
You cursed it. It's fine.
Man, this is a low success rate even for myself, honestly.
You're 0-4, sir. You're 0-4.
Dude, I was like 3-1 in NPL ID, I think.
Oh,
at one point.
Wait,
so
does NPL ID like get random maps too, or do the teams choose?
A random as well, I believe. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Maybe you have better luck in ID though.
Maybe, hometown advantage. Well, let's see how this one plays out, man. Drafting phase for game number 2. We'll see if there's any changes in the drafting phase. So far, it's the same, but I don't think the carry will be banned out, because I don't see why the carry was that critical. Maybe they wanted to eliminate that threat from the Freya, right? But the Freya with the Vengeance can zone the carry out anyways, so I think there are better ways to deal with that than expending a ban.
Yeah, maybe I think they overthought their first pick that much, because when you see a Zushin ban on the on red side, automatically you think about like heroes like Phoveus, Freya, and then we saw the Phoveus ban, and then they got hyped about the Freya pick. But I still think picking up the Freya, it's fine to play against into the carry, because there's a lot of ways for you to deal with the carry. So I think you're right. Like the carry was too much of a response, but this Freya ban, okay, now we get to the territory of maybe they're losing confidence on this Freya pick.
Ooh. Again, the Freya was super meta, but situationally, I would say maybe there was just not enough extra front lines to work with the Freya. technically, the Sora and the Freya worked the same way, threatening with using damage, and Full Sense were able to withstand it. Now for them, they go for the Yeve ban instead, seeing that the Freya was banned out. Are they signaling they might want to pick it? They're leaving the Phobias open.
Yeah, Phobius, Harley, Valentina. I think Full Sense might want to go for, I don't know, but okay.
Harith first pick.
Harith. What about Leo Zedga? Okay, Phobius.
Phobius, Leo board?
Oh! This is an ouchie, I think. It's an ouchie for Buriram. Like, playing Harith and Phobius, never feels good, man.
And it eliminates all the other like dash heavy heroes as well. Technically, the Harith is still available too, but I think Leomord makes a lot of sense here. Phobius Leomord, or maybe they would feel like the Phobius is more like isn't as divey. But no, I think it works well.
Yeah. Full Sense, a lot of options here. Honestly, they could go for even the mage pick like Zetyan or even the Valentina, just prevent the Sora from
go
Buriram
Harley.
United. Yeah, they're gonna go Harley as well. What's the choice here? Okay. Now this makes sense. This makes sense.
Well, Phobius to help heal for the carry, I guess. Honestly, by all means, the carry's laning phase isn't bad. Despite being a late game carry that needs to scale, he has a pretty unique. The carry has a pretty unique laning phase, so that's the idea.
Yeah.
They're picking a Hylos into a carry.
Oh my lord.
Whoa! What?
I think these guys are going all in, like all in mid game, power spike, maybe pick up the Suyo as well, or Leomord. Matter of fact.
I like the Leomord, man. I thought that Full Sense should have taken it, but okay, that's a Farsa. Wait, what season is it? Midnight. What season is it?
I don't know. It feels like 2023, man.
Farsa, Hylos, Harith, dude?
Yeah, dude.
And
Oh my
Kaja?
lord!
What year is it? Midnight.
2023, brothers. It's the Kaja carry combo with a Phobia Spiel. This used to be just, I don't know, like if we're gonna throw back, when people pick up Kaja before, it's just paired up with two heroes, either the carry or the Beatrix, and then you have an XP that can peel. It was, I think at that time it was either Yuzong, Phovius, Lapu, Terizla, those four. So now Full Sense, they're bringing it back, man. They're bringing us back to 2023. This is vintage MLBB.
Kadena banned from Buriram as well. Oh man, is Full Sense trying to make a point here? We can win with the old metas? Is that the idea?
Maybe
Oh,
that's
boy.
their identity, you know? Like Renaissance MLBB.
Renaissance. Well, Kadena definitely can be paired with the Kaja too, but I don't know if I would personally expend a ban on that, right?
Yeah.
'Cause, I think Kadena and carry will be a bit too much. I would think that something long range with burst would be good for Full Sense. Although what exactly is viable here escapes me. The Leomord finally gets banned though. I thought it would be amazing in the hands of Full Sense. And if they went for the Leomord, I don't think Buriram were gonna ban the Kaja. You know, it's a curveball they could have
Yeah.
kept for the final pick. I don't know why they were so eager for it.
Hey, maybe it's a Kaja jungle, you know? We cannot judge.
Excuse me, what?
Hey, Onyx ID season 15, bro.
I know. I still remember. Kyrie
Honestly,
with
they
the jungle Kaja. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. They could just go Fredrin here, no? Like, just block people off away from this carry, you know, let him farm. And they go all in, bro. They go all in. This is MLBB 2023, brother. Kaja, Lunox carry. Oh, my lord.
They grab someone, they delete them. If you try and help him out, the Phobius keeps you at bay. They have one more pick to go, I think, for Full Sense. It's going to be some kind of zoning pick. On the other hand, the benefit for Buriram is that they have a Feather Airstrike. They can assist from quite a healthy distance. So if they get some more crowd control here, they can stop the carry and Lunox from finishing off the job. There is a counter engage angle they could explore here.
I like Sora or Terizla here, honestly. Like, I don't see any value in like sustain XPs. I agree with you. Like, they need more crowd control, like second layer of engage. So Terizla, Sora, maybe we go Granger. Oh, okay. Now this one I really like.
100% win rate on the Yu Zong? Dang, okay. That's a real solid pick. Wait a minute. Is this Harry Jungle? No way.
Oh,
Right?
wait, you're
With
right.
the new changes, Midnight, with the new changes, the Harriet, Muta themselves in the patch notes mentioned the Harriet can be shifted over to the jungle a little bit.
It is.
It is Harriet jungle. Oh no.
It is
Against
a
the
Harriet
Joy.
jungle.
What is going
Oh,
on, dude? This is what I've been
wait.
waiting for. Let's go. Oh man.
This is the crazy angles, the crazy picks, the creative strategies that we were waiting for. Harith jungle, ladies and gentlemen, with the recent change on the jungling of Harith. In fact, if you go to the game right now, if you log in, you're gonna see Harith is categorized as a jungle hero. Especially with the Stardom site change as well. But the thing is, there's also a guy that benefits from the Stardom site change, and Flash SR is rocking the Joy. We're bringing it back, folks. Harith jungle, Joy is back, Kaja carry Lunox, and then Yuzong against Phobius. What year is this?
Man, it's so contrast, man. The modern, the very recent Harith jungle against the tried and true, the Kajas, the carries, the Lunoxes. A battle of the old versus the new. Let's see which one will prevail.
Oh man, welcome to game number 2 here in the Land of Dawn between Full Sense and Buriram United. We're still trying to make sense of the draft, but we cannot make it focus. Again, it's the modern age MLBB versus the golden days of MLBB. Question is, who's better? As we see in game, Agi. He's on the comfort pick, by the way. This Farsa was phenomenal last week, so I think Buriram United has a bit of an advantage when it comes to like execution alone, because they have very comfortable heroes on the side.
Well, hang on a second. Angelina is kind of like leashing. He was kind of he was healing off the jungle camps. That was what it was. I was wondering why he was up in the jungle, but Flash SR. Gotta be careful. Petrify.
No dash! Gets punished, but okay, damage isn't enough to take him down. Narakorn almost was able to get the kill here on to the Joy. That was danger from Full Sense, but they did get the XP Crab away from the Yuzong, so at least this gives them a bit of a window to work with before Charles spawns.
It's too close for comfort, man. And for Full Sense, at least, this mid lane, you know, Prio has been the name of the game. That's why the Tsushin, the Khalids have been showing up. They said, screw all that. We want damage. We want kill pressure. Kaja Lunox has an okay clear, but really wasn't what we were expecting. And look at this now.
Yeah.
The gold lane assistance from MZY.
Oh, Rosanaro helps out a bit onto the gold lane. May be able to get the gold crab away from Easy, but Nez is freezing.
Good freeze from Nizja. Still getting the gold crab as well. We can't really confirm. Now Dominic.
Yep.
Forced to flicker out
big.
before the Lord fight.
Wait, huh? Why is Narakorn almost level 5? What the hell happened to this lane? Oh, Federer strike used by Agi. Onto the backside of Full Sense. Dominic, no flicker, should be dying to the Hylos. No way to get out. And Full Sense losing the early control against Buriram United. What the hell happened on XP lane? Why is this guy almost level 5?
I guess it took multiple XP crests. Flash SR.
Oh, the steal isn't there for the Joy. Lois still locking that retribution. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to steal a turtle away from Harriet. You know, synchrofish damage is too high, and then there's also the retribution. So a bit of an unfair game for the Joy.
It's a good move by Narakorn as well. The Petrify was used again there as Flash SR went in. He was a level ahead, so I thought he was slower to the party because he went for a longer clear path to get a level advantage. But unfortunately, going in solo like that, he gets crowd controlled, couldn't get the steal off. So Full Sense already in the back foot, but they've been showing some really creative moves. I kind of like it.
Yeah, me too, man. The thing is, this 400 gold lead by Buriram United does not equal to like early game victory, because there's a walking win condition for Full Sense. Every time this Kaja has a divine judgment, anybody that comes close will die to carry and Kaja. So at this point, if you're Buriram United, you're looking at both drafts, you have to be sitting at like 7k gold lead by 6 minutes for you to be confident, you know?
For sure, man. I think for Buriram as well, they want to play more The Yuzong is better for the neutral objective, right? They can zone a Joy quite easily. But at the same time, the Farsa, I would think that Buriram would want to get some plays off their own, but right now they are playing it very careful, like as if that loss in the first game, has them on their toes.
Yeah. There's a very, very, very safe under
Dive?
the tower here. Now the dive is there with the glorious pathway. Oh, the flicker in! He tried fighting off the Granger. Fortunately, MZ was there to block off the damage. Angelina goes in! Getting overzealous with the jump from the Lunox, is not able to find anybody. And Buriram United walks away. Oh, however, Flash SR is here to punish Lois. The dash isn't there. No chrono dash for the Harith. And the Divine Judgment combo secures them a jungle kill.
Divine Judgment can be comboed with almost everyone except for Dominic. So Full Sense has flexibility in how they want to approach this. The jungle won't be available for Buriram, and the turtle is. Full Sense, they can wait here and use this turtle to bait Buriram into one more pickoff, or they can go for it right now. The danger for Buriram is later on. Full Sense can burst down the neutral objectives, the Lord, the turtle, because they have the carry Lunox combo, man.
Oh, not a court outside. Oh, MZ gets caught out here by the combo from Full Sense, but they find a counterplay. They saw the Joy without any dashes on the bottom lane, trying to clear the wave. And they get the Joy down. Dominic, however, staying strong in the front lines. No Petrify for the Yuzong. No Black Dragon form as well. But here comes the pokes coming out from the Granger. Aki as well in position to land a feathered airstrike. So they will be able to take this turtle for sure for Buriram United. But Full Sense, they want to fight. Divine Judgment coming up from Forzanaro. And they get a kill onto the Farsa. Even though Buriram United gets the turtle, they do not walk away with a free turtle. Nezia, however, is pushing the mid lane tower. Look at the pressure coming out from Full Sense. They want to go for the trade. Dominic will lose his life. But again, Buriram United, they're getting traded on by Full Sense.
This is a very sporadic type of game, man. They're not playing it disciplined all that much. It's a lot of improvisation and just skirmishes for both teams, which is fun by all means. But I mean, you gotta be careful not to lose tempo. The longer the game goes, though, I think it favors Full Sense just because of the Lunox carry, right? So Buriram needs to be a bit more careful about that. Agi in particular walked up there in the turtle take. He cannot make mistakes like that, dude. That the first targets they have in their minds is gonna be the Farsa and the Granger. So without a Purifying, you wanna stay far away from those bushes without someone to help you open it up.
Yeah, just want to commend Porzanaro here. He's been playing this Kaja like a Hilda. Every single time that he has Divine Judgment, he walks up to a bush, he walks up to a side lane, spots out like heroes. Oh, there you go, the Divine Judgment in to the Hylos. Glorious Pathway, not enough to save himself. Angelina will be able to flicker out, but the Yuzong is on his tracks. The Petrify is there to catch. Oh, the movement speed! It's enough to get away, escape the clutches of the Yuzong. Petrify, beautifully done from Narakorn. However, there's no follow-up as Dominic was zoning out the backline. He sacrifices himself. I think that's worth it though. Even though there's a stacks on the Sky Piercer, at least they're able to walk away.
Man, you gotta feel for Dominic right now. He's been left alone multiple times. Flicker trade from Nizia and Agi. That's a big call out for the next big fight. The turtle is present. I don't think Full Sense is in position to go for this though. They might just go for a late push mid, maybe? Good setup timing from Buriram. And again, Narakorn has been doing great. These Petrify Furious dives have been on point, but that's a steal from Full Sense too. They waste no time.
They see the Kaja. He doesn't want to use the Divine Judgment. There's no combo for the Divine Judgment, but the Feathered Airstrike has been used. The movement speed from the river actually helped the Kaja save himself. And look at this. Lois get him chopped down by Dominic, but Angelina actually hesitated to burst down the Harriet. Now Dominic, Dark Wave onto two heroes on the back line. Now they get to fight back. Full Sense. They have a Joy coming from the left side. He closed the distance, but the damage isn't enough to actually fight off the other members of Buriram United. It was almost a disastrous fight for Buriram United. Good thing is they were able to disengage. Forzanaro forces out the Zaman Force from the Harith. Amazing stuff from both teams.
That's crazy, man. Dominic survived with a sliver of HP, 1 and 3. And when he landed that big Dark Wave, he's about to go in and start smashing. Buriram man, they just don't have the same kind of combo. Everyone works independently. Like, there's no real setup for the feathered airstrike, no real setup for the Zaman Force commitment. So Full Sends are outmaneuvering Buriram by just walking away, which is why Dominic is the only member that consistently gets left behind. He's the only guy that can't back out from a fight.
I mean, literally, like, for the entirety of Phobia's existence, that's his main problem. Like, he cannot walk away from a team fight. But what he can do is, okay, you guys walk away, let me set up a Dark Wave, and then maybe you go again.
That's why the Matilda was a bit of a combo. Flash SR.
Yeah.
Flashing his moves right here, but the team is actually making a move on the bottom lane. It's a furious dive attempt.
Oh, Nezia walks away from the feathered airstrike. Glorious pathway has been used. Dominic again. He cannot walk away from this fight. There's no Kaja. There's no Divine Judgment. The burst is there. The damage is enough for Full Sense to actually take down Lois. That's a big kill. That's the jungler for Buriram United. Flash SR. He's looking for the snipe. He knows MZ has no flicker. He walks over the wall. A crucial mistake that might get him killed. Okay, he's able to walk. Jump towards that wall. But man, that dash. The patience from the Granger. He didn't even dash out. He literally just stood his ground expecting that the Joy is gonna dash over the wall.
Yeah, hate to see it, man. A bit too far. Oh, Flash SR. Redemption?
Nah, he cannot close the gap. The stun from the Hylos was there.
Yeah, there's actually a surprising amount of stuns available from Buriram. If you count the Farsa stun and the Petrify, there's a lot of ways that Buriram are really cancelling out Flash SR's impact, but they're ignoring the other carries that could be dangerous.
Oh, Bolsonaro, he does have the Divine Judgment. Black Dragon Form has been used. They're going to try to burst down this Lord on the side of Buriram United with the Black Dragon Form, but they take down the Hylos. Feather Strike has been used by Agi, but they find the target on the front line. Dominic again sacrificed himself, but the Granger was able to secure the Lord for Buriram United with the Death Sonata.
During the whole fight, Flash SR was farming on the top side. It didn't seem like Full Sense wanted to contest, but they sent Dominic in as always, 1 and 5. This is what you call the sacrificial lamb here.
Yeah, man.
I mean, they sent in Dominic and tried to get some exchanges there. Bolsonaro also used the Divine Judgment onto MZ, I believe, who was really low on HP. They gotta be a bit wiser with the Divine Judgment, man. It's the bread and butter component of the composition they have secured for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think the game plan was just overall get a kill, and then get the hell out. Because the Black Dragon Form was a bit too good for Narakorn. He used it while they take the Lord, and after that, even if Full Sense tries to fight, he's just gonna be able to zone out the other members or the reinforcements coming out from Full Sense. So Buriram United at least is able to utilize the Lord, maybe clean some of the towers outside the base of Full Sense, but even then, it doesn't feel like they're leading right now. Like, imagine the kills that they have. It's 10 kills, but half of that is on the Phobias. I don't think that's worth it, bro.
At this point, Dominic's like, yeah, it's fine. This is my life now. No problem. He's going full tank, and he's the main guy that's distracting everyone, right? But he's not as dangerous. He's annoying, to be fair, but he's not as dangerous just yet. He's not ahead in gold, in EXP, which is why they're ignoring him, and they're using all the crowd control onto Flash SR. Every single time he goes in to try and get an electrifying beats, well, they stop the dance music, and he just gets stopped immediately.
Yeah, they basically poop the party, as they say. Oh, Norris Pathway, MZ. Trying to look for a counterplay here on the backside.
Flash!
Has been committed. Oh, Flash SR gets deleted by the Feather Airstrike. Full Sense got baited out. They thought they could have taken down the Hylos, but with the Revitalize, he was able to sustain himself and put Full Sense in a very awkward position for a perfect Feather Airstrike.
Buriram now has so much more tempo to play with, man. The days of Full Sense being able to go for the Divine Judgment, I think, has somewhat passed. Because now Bolsonaro is stuck getting zoned back away by the damage, the poke coming in from Izzy and Agi. So he's finding difficulties in actually finding good targets.
Yeah.
I think right now they have to transition from going for pickups like that to going for a front to back and using the Divine Judgment as a peeling tool instead. Because if he gets the Divine Judgment onto Lois or Narakorn, then there's no real threat towards Nezia and Angelina in these fights.
Yeah, I agree. In full sense, they have to be very tactical about their approach. You cannot just play this one-dimensional gameplay where Kaja looks for a pick-off and then maybe hope that the Lunox and carry bursts the target down. Maybe maybe they have to put the responsibility of, I mean, Dominic is already like giving himself to the enemy, but maybe we find weird angles for Bolsonaro, but not this angle. That's a very upfront angle that they took. And Buriram United can see it from a mile away. They saw the Kaja conceal. Now they see Angelina as well. Forced out the Order of Brilliance. And now full sense, they don't have any engage into this Lord fight.
It was going so well, dude. They went S5 to try and get the far wave clear, right? The slow push setup. But then they sent Porzanarok in alone. He didn't use a flicker, which is I don't know, fortunate, but also not really. By all means, now Buriram has a clear advantage, and they have the Granger and the Farsa. The siege situation is gonna be a bit tough because Full Sense do not have a lot of range to work with.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic, honestly, for Full Sense right now. Good thing is, at least they're gonna have all battle spells inside their base, but they're actually going outside their base. They want to make a play before this Lord push, but Buriram United, again, very calculated. They know that they just need to wait for the Lord to hit the base. They have the Black Dragon form. They can just push towers, play one lane, and then maybe wait for the Lord to push inside the base Full Sense, and that's where they get the team fight. Divine Judgment used onto MZ. Now, finally, they take down this Hylos. A bit of an overstep for MZ.
Look at Flash SR though. Calm, cool, collected. A bit too calm. Staying in the back there. He's been there for a while. He's pitching up a tent. And now finally, he might move to go for a flank angle. No Divine Judgment available though. Black Dragon form already used up.
Agi?
He goes into Agi. Actually, Fire Beast does not take anyone down, but it zones the whole team away. The Lord gets shredded. And that will be it.
Right. Okay, doesn't land.
That's a great defense from Full Sense. If they can keep this tower standing, they can.
Oh man. That play from Flash SR actually halted this push from Buriram United. It forced out the Wings by Wings from Agi, forced the reposition. Winter Crown as well from Easy, plus the Flicker. Very big resources getting burnt here on the side of Buriram United. Honestly, if you're Full Sense, you don't even have to wait for the Lord. You force a play before this Lord spot because you know this Granger can be found and he can be dealt with. That's why you see Easy already swapping items for the Immortality.
It's back to a waiting game right now, and I feel like at this point in time, whoever gets pulled in or whoever face checks the wrong bush at the wrong time gets shredded out immediately, right? From Full Sense. I'm wondering though if they should kind of divide their tasks and let's say Flash SR, you go for Agi and Lois, but Angelina go for Narakorn and Nezia go for someone else, you know? Because I think all of them hitting the same guy might be a bit overkill.
Mm-hmm. Like too much wasted damage potential if you're just bursting one guy. The MZ
Flash
checking here. And Coutil, here it goes. Bolsonaro, they don't want to go for the Hylos, they want to go for something else.
Dude, Flash SR has to be a bit more cautious here. He's not on the Hanzo.
Ooh, Nezia! Oh, he revealed the Kaja position. Oh my lord.
That scared me a little bit, man. But yeah, Flash SR, he's playing like he's a Hayabusa still. Conceal from Buriram, but Full Sense has just left the vicinity. The timing. Oh, is this going to be our Lord Rush from Full Sense? Buriram, they don't know. Bolsonaro is checking. They're going for it. OT has been popped for Nezia and Angelina. It's a free Lord. Can they get out though?
Oh my god, it's clean!
Daylight robbery!
It's clean daylight robbery indeed, Dominic! He doesn't even have to sacrifice himself, they just get away! With a free Lord, oh my lord! Oh my god, they got out macroed now, they're trying their best to defend this Lord. They see that the Harriet has no Zaman Force, by the way. Now they can go all in into MC. Dark Wave from Dominic for the airstrike. Is it going to be invaded on Bolsonaro? Still with the flicker, he saves it. Oh, Dominic gets taken up by Flash SR! Goes deep! He finds Buriram United and look at Nezia, he's going wild! He's going crazy on this carry! Angelina flickers in, forces the Winter Crowns. Oh, they might get punished however. Oh, Nezia getting overzealous with the flicker in. They got outplayed by the Winter Crowns. They could have just waited it out.
Oh man, they committed way too hard, waiting in front of 3 members right there. Everyone from the side of Buriram were so low already. If they were able to get the death timers, that would have been massive. But now they've turned a winning moment into a 3-4-1 trade for Zanarok and Flash SR. Trying to go for a steal, but Lois is still able to capitalize. And we're back to even. Both teams now only working with base turrets. Full sense, again, they have the late game. They have the Lord Sneak angle, which they have just done earlier. But I can't help but feel they could have gotten more from that. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, dude. They could have just waited for the Lord, honestly. After the flickers, after the immortalities, the winning crowns, they burned everything. If they just waited for the round 2. Because they didn't have that Kaja. Porzanarok was recalling when that fight broke out. The jump from Flash SR was good. He was able to get out. The Angelina flicker maybe a bit too much, but it was okay because it forced out more immortalities. But after that, they didn't have to go in. They could have just waited for the Lord and then could have pushed bot lane tower with the Kaja and the carry.
Well, now that we're back here, they have to try and make a play happen soon before those immortality cooldowns are actually back up for Buriram. And Dominic picks up the Winter Crown. That's a massive pickup. Considering that he's always been reliably taken out in the previous fights, he can now use it for a bit of outplay. And I personally really like the Sky Guardian helmet pickup, especially at this point in time before this. Now he can actually stay on the map indefinitely. And as the main frontline for the team, he's going to be taking damage. So I think it's a great item to go for.
Yeah, it's a solid pickup. Solves a lot of problems like the pokes from Granger, the burst damage from the Chrono Dash and Synchro Fission, and then the reset factor. Oh, MZ. He sees the Kaja. This is very important info though for Buriram United. Full sense. They have to find a different angle. He has to step over to the left side. Lunok shows himself. So this might be a bait. This might be baiting Buriram United, thinking that the Kaja and Lunox is here, but they're on the left side. They have to walk further though.
I'm trying to figure out which lane this wave is pushing towards. I think it might push more towards Full Sense. And so Buriram, they go for the setup. They're trying to go for some kind of Lord dance. They saw the carry up top though. You gotta be careful.
The Hylas just casually pops up because of the Lord knockup.
He's not moving back in though. He's just standing there menacingly.
It was like, oh wait, let me hold that bush. Oh, Zanarok, they see Narakorn. Oh, okay, Black Dragon form. They didn't use the Divine Judgment. They still have it. Glorious Pathway used by MZ here, and they're just hovering over the Lord Air. Narakorn still holding onto the Divine Judgment. It's more Zanarok. They can come back in. They can look for the snipe. Can they actually steal the Lord? Flash SR is a mile away from this Lord fight. Can they get it? He steals it away. Now they clean up the Hylos. MZ falls down. The patience from Full Sense. He still has the Divine Judgment.
Is it the patience or is it the hesitation? The Evolved Lord with all members available and Buriram has no frontline. This is looking like an N angle, man. The Lord is a paid actor. That hashtag Lord paid actor. That is unreal. The Lord knocked up Lois and Izzy, I believe, and set up for Flash SR to get in there for a clean get in, get out. Final fight coming through right here. Feather Airstrike is used of Divine Judgment.
There you go, the snipe, finally, he doesn't hesitate, he sees the target, he sees the win. A clean victory here for Full Sense as they get 5 members out of the Land of Dawn. And they get a clean sweep against the fan favorites.
Oh man, Full Sense with the game sense, with the, I don't know, with all the senses living up to their name here. What was that? They went with such a renaissance draft, as Midnight put it. And there were setbacks, but they persevered. And they were able to get a 2-0 victory against the favorites. What in the world is going on? The plot twist is unreal.
I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of like crazy drafts, even renaissance drafts from a lot of teams, and it won. And it's still the same story here. For Full Sense, all drafts still are available, and you see Buriram United sportsmanship definitely is there. They're still laughing about how they lost that game, but man, Full Sense, look at that joy, the excitement from their players as they pulled up I would say the biggest upset of the regular season, man, against Buriram United. This moment, however, it was crazy because again, Full Sense overcommitted.
Oh man,
but the knock-up. The
He's a
sixth
paid actor.
sense.
I'm telling you. Oh man.
The sixth sense. The sixth man is the Lord for full sense. And then for Sanarok, man, with this Kaja, you could say like patience is a virtue, but man, this game was crazy for full sense.
ยัง
Now let's talk to the winners
เอาละค่ะ
as we bring it to the main
นะ
stage.
คะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะกับนี่เลยฟูเซนค่ะ เย้ โอ้โห เรียกได้ว่าปลดล็อกเลยทีเดียวนะคะ กับแต้มสำคัญในวันนี้นะคะอ่ะก่อนอื่นแนะนำตัวกันสักนิดนึงค่ะ
ผมปอจากบุรีรัมย์ครับ
ไม่ใช่
ฟูเต็นครับผมเล่นโรมมิ่งครับ
ค่ะ
ค่ะชาแองเจลิน่านะคะ
ค่ะ เล่นตำแหน่งอะไรคะวันนี้
เล่นมิดเลนค่ะ
ค่ะนะคะ แล้วปอมาวันนี้ตำแหน่งอะไรคะวันนี้
ไม่เป็นตำแหน่งครับเป็นตำนาน
เอ้ยแม่ไอเราก็ติดแอคซะด้วย นะคะอ่ะ
เรียกตีนอีกแล้ว
โอเค งั้นเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยขอถามความรู้สึกก่อนเลยนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราปลดล็อกแล้วเป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะคะถามว่าเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เราเพิ่งชนะมาเลยกับเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้ค่ะ
เป็นครั้งแรก
อ่ะ
และครั้งเดียว
อ้าวแล้วครั้งต่อไปอ่ะ
ไปถึงเจอกันครั้งเดียว เจอครั้งเดียว
กับบุรีรัมย์นี้ใช่ไหม
ครับเดี๋ยวไปเจอทีเพย์ออฟ
โอ้โห
เอาไปแข่ง
อ่ะ
ผมขายเสื้อ
อ๋อเราไม่ได้ลงแต่เราไปขายเสื้อเอ้ยเราต้องเจอเราด้วย
ครับผมเจอกันครับ
นะคะอ่ะเดี๋ยวให้สาวสวยเราพูดบ้าง รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะวันนี้ปลดล็
ก็
อก
ดีใจค่ะ คือตอนแรกอะทีมเรามันไม่ได้คอนเนคกันคือต่างคนต่างมาเนาะแต่ว่าก็พยายามปรับจูนแล้ววันนี้ก็ดีขึ้นค่ะ ก็รู้สึกติดขึ้น
โอเคนะคะและอันนี้อ่ะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตกลับไปที่ปออีกนิดหนึ่งนะคะคิดว่าหลังจากที่เราชนะในวันนี้เนี่ยหลังจากนี้เราจะกลับมาเป็นหัวตารางเทียบเท่ากับวลีไทยได้เลยไหมคะ
ตอนเช้าผมหัวนะ
อ๋อเหรอหัวอะไร
ผมอยู่
คะ
10 นะ
อ๋อ
คู่แรกแต่ถ้ากลับหัว
อ๋ออาจจะกลับด้านกันนิดนึงอ่ะ
เดี๋ยวกลับไปแก้กับหัวตารางใหม่
หรือว่าจริงๆแล้ว
มี
เนี่ย
นัดกับทันมืด
ยังไม่หมดนะ
รอบที่แล้วลืมเอาโปเกบอลมาครับ
เขาดูอัดอั้น เขาดูแบบอุ้ยอยากพูดมานานแล้ววันนี้ได้พูดแล้วอะไรอย่างงี้นะคะอ่ะแล้วก็จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยตอนเราเปิดมา เราเปิดว่าหรือว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยเขาจะเป็นคู่แบบเต็งแชมป์หรือคำพูดนี้เนี่ยอาจจะเป็นทีมเราหรือเปล่าคะ
อะไรนะ
เต็งเขาบอกว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยมันต้องมีทีมไหนสักทีมหนึ่งที่จะเป็นทีมเต็งแชมป์
อ๋อใช่ครับ เป็นบุรีรัมย์แน่นอน
ไม่ใช่เราเหรอ โอเคนะคะหลังจากนี้นะคะเขาบอกว่าเราปลดล็อกแล้วนะคะเราได้แต้มแล้วนะคะเขาบอกมีการเหมือนแบบไปบนบานกันด้วยใช่ไหมว่าเดี๋ยวจะมีคอนเทนต์
ผมพูดแล้ว
อะไรนะ
ถ้าชนะผมจะปีนโต๊ะ
ขอเป็นโต๊ะที่อื่นได้ไหมคะ
แต่เขาไม่ให้
ใช่
งั้นผมจัดแล้ว
เดี๋ยวมันจะมีแข่งต่อไง
ผมบอกจะขอเต้นบนโต๊ะได้ไหม
แต่เมื่อวานคุณบอกคุณจะโดดน้ำอะไรอย่างงี้ไม่
โด
ใช่
ด
เหรอ
น้ำทั้งทาแป้งทุกอย่างแล้วเนี่ย
ครับ
ไม่ได้สักอย่าง
ขอหลักฐานด้วยนะได้นะคะแล้วนี่เรามีอะไรไปบนไว้ไหมคะมีคอนเทนต์อะไรกับเขาไหม
ไม่ค่ะ คือเอาจริงๆก็เหมือนแพ้มาเยอะแล้ววันนี้ก็เลยแบบปล่อยช่างแม่งไม่กดดันไม่อะไรแล้ววันนี้ก็แบบก็ชิวๆเรื่อยๆอย่างเงี้ย
ค่ะนะคะงั้นเดี๋ยวขอสอบถามนะคะว่าการที่เราได้มาแข่งนะคะในลีกของ MSL วันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะแข่งในลีกเนี่ยค่ะรู้สึก
เป็น
ยังไง
ครั้งแรกที่ผมได้แข่งก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับก็ปรับตัวปรับเสียงปรับภาพ
อันนี้ปรับแล้วเนาะโอเค
ก็สนุกดีครับนึกถึงบรรยากาศเก่าๆที่เคย
อันนี้ตื่นแล้วเนาะโอเค เหมือนตาลอยๆ
สนุกมากครับวันนี้ก็ทีมเล่นดีมาก ทีมเราเล่นโหดมากครับโหดมากใช่ไหมบอส
อันนั้นคนละทีมค่ะเดี๋ยวเอาเราก่อนเนาะโอเค
ครับผม
โอเคเดี๋ยวถามแองเจลิน่าบ้างค่ะรู้สึกไงคะที่ได้ลงแข่งในลีกนี้ค่ะ
ก็ดีค่ะก็คืออย่างที่บอกว่าทีมมันเหมือนอิมพอร์ตมาแล้วมาหลายคนมากก็กว่าจะปรับมันยากค่ะใช่แต่ตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกดีแล้วก็เป็นทัวร์ที่ดีค่ะ
นะคะกลับไปที่ปอซ่าค่ะนะคะเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วคือมีคนจองกระถิ่นคนไว้เยอะค่ะมันก็เลยอาจจะมีประเด็นนิดนึงนะคะเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วเขาบอกว่าเซอร์ลอสจำได้ไหมคะ
ครับ
อาจจะเป็นเพื่อนรักหรือเปล่าน้องรัก
ที่หลับไหล
นั่นแหละค่ะเหมือนเราได้ปลุกเขาให้ตื่นขึ้นมาอีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะเซอร์ลอสจาก ACT นั่นเองนะคะเขาบอกว่าความแค้นน่ะเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วเนี่ยมันยังไม่หมดนะเขาบอกว่าถ้าแน่จริงเนี่ยยังไงเจอกันรอบ Pay Off ไหมล่ะ
ไปทำอะไรให้ใครเยอะแยะ
อะไร คุณสะดวกจะไปรอบเพย์ออฟไปเจอเขาไหมคะ
ครับเดี๋ยวไปเจอแก้มืออีกครั้งหนึ่งรอบหน้าจะพกมาได้ใช่ไหมพี่
พกอะไรคะ
โปเกบอล
อ๋อเราไม่ได้ว่าจะไปแก้มือในการแข่งขันเราจะพกโปเกบอลมา
ไปจับ
ไปจับใครคะ
ธาตุมืดครับ
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวนะแต่ว่าคุณมีคนเดียวคุณจะไปจับสองแฝดเขาได้
เทรน
เหร
เนอ
อ
ร์คนเดียว
อ๋อ
แต่โปเกมอนหลายตัวได้
อ๋อ
แต่เมื่อวานลืมเอามาโปเกมอนเลยทำร้ายเทรนเนอร์
อ๋อเหรออ๋อเขาทำร้ายเทรนเนอร์คือเราเป็นเทรนเนอร์
ครับผม
อาจจะดื้อไงอะไรอย่างนี้นะอ่ะโอเคนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับวันนี้เนี่ยถามแองเจลิน่าบ้างนะคะจากที่เราแข่งสัปดาห์ที่แล้วนะคะแล้วก็อาจจะมีบางทีมที่เราอยากจะเจอเป็นพิเศษ อยากจะเจอใครนะคะเป็นพิเศษไหมคะหรือว่าทีมไหนอีกไหม
ก็เจอใครดีคะ เจอ
ใครดี
AE ก็ได้ค่ะ
เจอ AE ก็ได้โอเคนะคะแล้วก็กลับไปที่ปอซ่าค่ะคำถามสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกลอยไหมคะ
ผมติดฟิล์มกันลอยมาแล้ว
โอ้โห
ไม่คิดว่าจะได้พูด
เพราะว่าเขาบอกว่ารอบที่แล้วเนี่ยลอยอยากเจอปอซ่ามาก
ผมไม่อยากฝากใครไม่อยากเจอใครตอนเนี้ยอยากพูดถึงคนหนึ่ง
ใครคะ
ลุงเอ
เขามาด้วยเหรอ
ผมมาแล้วนะลุง ลุงเอมองผมโบจัดเลยตอนนี้นะครับผม
โอเคนะคะขอเสียงตบมือให้ทั้งสองด้านหน่อยค่ะนะคะเรียบร้อยนะคะก็โอ้โหขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะปลดล็อกครั้งสำคัญเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เนี่ยขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเรานะคะแล้วก็นี่มีคุณเป็ดยังอยู่ด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวอาจจะถามย้ำนิดนึงนะคะว่าคุณเป็ดตอนนี้กรีดเลือดออกมาเป็นสีอะไร ส่งต่อเลยค่ะ
บอสมาต่อบอส
Thank you so much to our hosts and also the boys from Full Sense. I mean, I did not understand what Pokeball. I did not understand what was going on with the conversation, but I like the energy. Okay, and I heard some familiar words, but man, I'm at a loss for words honestly for this game. It was a crazy series overall for Full Sense.
It was definitely a spectacle, man. Yeah, I like how they're like vocal. It seems like they're having some banter, some jokes on the interview. It's great. If only we understood, because you know the Russell Peters joke, Midnight, where like you're hearing a foreign language and you're like station, and you're like, oh, he's talking about the station, but it means something.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're doing. We're just trying to catch whatever we can get. Like, oh, he's saying meta. He's saying something. You know.
Yeah, I heard Lois though. I heard Lois, so maybe they were talking smack about the other teams, but it feels like they were really close friends. I mean even before the game started, we saw I think it was Bolsonaro who bent the knee for Buildup United, and then now they're maybe they're just talking fun about what happened at this game. But it was it was really a fun game, fantastic series overall, and amazing performance coming out from Full Sense and Buildup United. Now they're dented. They don't have a clean record anymore. They're currently 1-1, and these were the fan favorites. So I would say this series like this for MSL is just gonna make things interesting for the next upcoming weeks. I don't know about you, but I'm looking at the open qualified teams as we introduce to you the MVP of that game. It's none other than Nezia. I think they were also talking about this earlier. They were discussing about imports, because I heard the word imports, and definitely one of the guy that stepped up here in this game was Nezia.
Especially with all the responsibility of the late game damage dealer. Again, you see him be forced to make that call. 3 members using Winter Crowns and popping Immortals. Like, do you go in, right? Or do you back away? And you have to make all those calls in split-second time frames. I think Nezia did a great job here. For the most part, he kept out of danger. He kept being in the safe area behind his team. I gotta say though, honorable mention to Dominic, the sacrificial lamb, took one for the team time and time again. And in the end there, on one of the crucial moments we saw, the highlights right after the game ended, you saw that play where Dominic jumped like 8 times in a row. That was pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, even the reset in the middle lane, right? When he was forced to flicker out, and when Buildup committed still, he landed a double man dark wave, and then reset the fight here for Full Sense. It was a lot of like shared responsibilities between the players of Full Sense. Even the dive that we were talking about earlier when they caught Buriram United. I mean, Nezia, he kind of knew that he had to get out, but he was kind of baited in by his teammates. But he held their ground. Yeah, this was.
Right here.
I think this was the play.
Bang!
Where
Bang!
they got
Bang!
very good, very good jumps. Dominic sacrificed himself, and then Flash SR forced out the winning crowns. Nezia will go out, but then he got baited. I was like, okay, maybe we fight. Okay, maybe we don't.
You never know, man. You never know. But right here, man, the paid actor strikes again. What is that, dude? The Granger and the Harriet both knocked up. The Divine Judgment not used by Porsanaruk. I mean, a lot of things were going down in that final fight there, but you gotta appreciate what Buriram were able to do as well, though. Because if you saw, they were able to avoid like an all-in team fight, right? They were able to play the in-and-out game so well, which made things difficult for Nezia and Angelina, which in turn shows their quality, because despite the fact that it was difficult to really get a full all-in from Buriram, Full Sense were able to manage just well enough and show enough discipline, except for a couple of few moments there, which we said, it's baited, right? Yeah. So it was definitely a great showing from both teams. I don't think this lowers Buriram's stocks at all, but for Full Sense, I think this really puts them on the radar for a lot of teams, especially because they're bringing in the Renaissance drafts, man. Who was expecting the Lunox, the Kaja, the carry? Like, man, that's insane.
I mean, you could expect it from a mile away when we saw the carry Joy. The carry Kaja in the first phase. But before heading into this match, like, if you're Buriram United, if you're Coach Trequartista, like, you will never expect this team to go all in with a Renaissance draft, all in full damage lineup, and they did play well in the game. Like the team did adjust a bit after the initial onslaught of the carry, the Lunox, and the Kaja. They were able to sort of like, okay, reset the game. We play our tempo. Let's utilize our Yuzong, and then they held the map. Unfortunately for Buriram United, they were playing into a timer where there's only a certain period in the game where you guys can actually walk up and force things against Full Sense, because by the late game, every mistake is gonna get punished heavily, especially if you're out of position. This squad has a lot of shred. They have a lot of damage. So I would say like their room for error is less compared to Buriram United.
Agreed. And honestly, credit to Full Sense again. You can say that Buriram made mistakes and allowed them to win, but the call to go for the Lord sneak there was great. The timing was good. They weren't spotted at all. And afterwards, they were able to win off the back of several neutral objectives, almost similar to game number 1. I believe they gave up all the turtles and they got all the lords in game 1. So they clearly understand their late game mind games and positionings. So that's a very dangerous thing for a lot of teams to take account for.
Yeah. Lots of interesting stuff here for day number 2 here in the second week of MSL Thailand Season 1. But we're still not done yet. We still have 2 more amazing matches, and that's what we're going to see right after the short break.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる王国子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาเลยค่ะนะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะดำเนินมาถึงครึ่งทางกันแล้วนะคะเพราะว่าเราผ่านไปแล้วถึง2คู่นะคะแต่ว่ายังจะมีอีก2คู่นะคะเรียกได้ว่าเดือดไม่แพ้กันเลยค่ะซึ่งคู่ต่อไปนี้นะคะถือว่าเป็นไฮไลท์เลยก็ว่าได้นะคะเพราะว่าโอ้โหกองเชียร์ของทั้ง2ทีมตอนนี้เนี่ยมารอสแตนบายนะคะที่จะรอเชียร์พวกเขาอยู่นั่นเองค่ะสำหรับคู่ที่3นะคะในวันนี้นะคะจะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่างทีมเต้าหมูเบคอนไทม์นี่นะคะและก็วันนี้ค่ะเขาจะเจอกับทีมนะคะมังกรน้ำเงินไฮด้าอีสปอร์ตนี่โอ้โหกองเชียร์นี่ไม่แพ้กันเลยนะเธอมีผ้าฉันมีผ้านี่นะคะฟาดฟันแม้กระทั่งกองเชียร์คิดดูนะคะแต่ว่าจะบอกเลยว่างานนี้เนี่ยไม่ง่ายนะคะเพราะว่าไม่มีใครยอมใครแน่นอนค่ะและเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยเราจะมาดูนะคะว่าบีบอสแรปเปอร์ใช่ไหมแรปเปอร์ของเราเนี่ยจะโชว์เทพแบกทีมได้อีกไหมหรือนะคะอันนี้อาจจะแอบวงเล็บนิดนึงนะคะว่าจังหวะที่เขาไฟหลอดทุกคนช่วยจับตามองนิดนึงนะคะว่าวันนี้เราจะมีมีมอีกหรือเปล่าหรือว่ามีช็อตเด็ดอะไรให้เห็นอีกหรือเปล่านะคะจะบอกว่าเมื่อวานนี้เนี่ยเบคอนนะคะที่มาใช่ไหมเมื่อวานนี้สาวๆมาเชียร์เพียบเลยนะแต่พอบีบอสเป็นมีมปุ๊บวันนี้กลายเป็นโอ้โหชายล้วนมาเชียร์กันเยอะแยะเลยนะคะไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยววันนี้เราร่วมเชียร์กันได้นะคะส่วนไฮด้าอีสปอร์ตนะคะจะบอกว่าเรานะคะต้องสู้นะคะเพราะว่าเราอาจจะนี่เลยมีปาฏิหาริย์เหมือนคู่เมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะอาจจะมีการแบบว่าปลดล็อกนี่นะคะคะแนนสำคัญแต้มนี้เนี่ยเราต้องสู้นะคะต้องเอามาให้ได้นะคะยังไงก็เอาใจช่วยทั้ง2ทีมนะคะเอาล่ะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลาเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเซอร์ของเราค่ะ
Thank you so much to our beautiful host. Now we're back to the second half of day number 2 of week number 2 here in MSL Thailand Season 1. You're still joined here by Midnight, of course, with my GOAT here, Mr. Arashi. Now, it's bacon time as we head on to the third match. Bacon time versus Hydra Esports. I'm so sorry, I'm just so excited because I'm going to be watching another match that has Filipino imports in it. How about you, Arashi?
So biased, man. I mean, dude, I'm just looking forward to a cool game like earlier. I want to see the crazy drafts, the Renaissance drafts perhaps, or maybe something new like the Harris Jungle. I really did not see coming because I know it's possible, but I haven't seen teams really go for it. And out of nowhere, it came up. So I'm looking forward to this one, man. Especially because this game, I mean, the two teams participating in the next game is in the next match. They have some very cool names, dude. Bacon Time and Hydra Esports. Damn, that's cool.
Yeah, I know. That's why, like, I'm so excited. I know I look like a bias, but it's always it's always a treat for me watching Filipino players play in the international stage. I mean, it's not international, but the foreign land, you know. But for Bacon Time, we did see them perform last week, and I'm checking if they actually played yesterday. Yeah, they did. They won against ACT Esports, one of the teams that are also expected to perform really well in this stage of the regular season. Because again, they came from the open qualifiers. They came on week number 1 with guns blazing, but Bacon Time shut them down. And honestly, I'm really looking forward to see more of Bacon Time because I'm still not sure if whether or not they're good, or it's just that the opposition is underperforming. Now we get to see Hydra Esports also do the same because they will try to get a point here, because if you look at the standings, they're still yet to take a series and a game. They haven't won anything yet from the regular season.
But I mean, hey, earlier Full Sense was in the same situation, was it not? So Hydra Esports can very much start a winning trend right here, right now against Bacon Time. You know what they say, man? You cut off one Hydra's head, 2 grows back to replace it.
Hey, that's true. That's very true. Now they might, have
Know your mythology.
10 strategies. They might have now 10 strategies because you cut one strategy off. Maybe Bacon Time gets gets the treatment, the full force of the Hydra. But again, we go back to the concept of maybe the teams have figured out that the way to sort of like beat the meta right now is to maybe bring up strategies of the old times. The Renaissance draft that we've touched upon earlier on. Maybe we bring up the Harith back in the jungle. Maybe we go outside of the Zushins in the mid. So I am really excited about the picks that will be coming up in this match. And to introduce to you the teams that will be playing, here is Bacon Time rocking those Filipino imports, very successful in their own right, and also in the first 2 weeks of MSL side land. The question is, can they actually continue this momentum heading forward?
They got pulled all the stops, man. Don't reveal everything just yet. Definitely keep some surprises, but gotta start showing a little something, to keep people interested. On the other side, Hydra Esports coming in prepared as well, trying to start a winning trend against the odds.
Yeah, man. You mentioned earlier Bacon Time reserve, maybe reserving strategies, maybe show something else, something different. But for Hydra Esports, I think it's different. They have to show something in week number 2 because, again, this is a crucial turning point for them. They have to get a victory. They have to get a point. If they ever have, or if they ever want to be in that playoffs contention, they have to secure a win here. And these missions are going to be led by their head coaches Noel and Aum Zin, respectively, for both sides. I do think at this point, they have to take it seriously for Hydra Esports. Again, they only face each other once. The next time they will get revenge is going to be in the playoffs, if they ever get to playoffs at all.
Definitely wanted to even out the score. Here's the team lineup for Bacon Time, though. Kang, B-Boss, Exhort, Guns, and Spider Miles. Familiar faces here, especially for Midnight.
Yeah, Filipino players, Filipino imports, Bacon Time showing up. In the first 2 weeks, they have 2 wins under their belt, if I'm not mistaken, while on the opposition, 2 losses under their belt. Hydra Esports is looking to make a comeback statement here in this match. Outcon, Clover, Yuri, Watson, and BLC, they will have to find a way to stop the time here for Bacon and maybe overturn the tides in their favor to get a point finally in the first 2 weeks of MSL side land, which is, again, going to be very, very crucial and critical at this moment. Because if you're sitting at 0-2, 0-3 at this moment, you're not going to be happy.
For sure, man. You don't want to let the negative momentum bog you down later on. So I got my eyes on Watson, by the way, because I heard this man has a lot of experience. But let's take hear some words from the people who know them.
เล่นค่อนข้าง aggressive มากครับพอได้จับตัวถนัดเนี่ยผมรู้สึกว่า B-Boss เนี่ยได้โชว์ศักยภาพมากขึ้นไฮด้าตอนนี้เนี่ยน่าจะกลับไปทำการบ้านกันเยอะพอสมควรครับเชื่อว่าไฮด้าจะเป็นไฮด้าที่เวอร์ชั่นดีกว่าเดิมอย่างแน่นอนครับในวีคนี้ครับสิ่งสำคัญเลยครับจังเกิลของไฮด้าตอนนี้เนี่ยเล่นเริ่มมั่นใจมากขึ้นแล้วโชว์ศักยภาพได้โดดเด่นมากๆครับยังไงก็ฝากทุกคนครับเป็นกำลังใจให้กับทั้ง2ทีมด้วยครับกับเบคอนไทม์และไฮด้าครับสนุกแน่นอนครับ
There we go. We heard a few words from Dr. Marks talking about the jungler here of Hydra Esports, Clover K. He's going to be up against B-Boss. I mean, honestly, in this current meta, the junglers have been the staple of how tempos are determined. So this is going to be a very important matchup. Hydra Esports has played, I think, lesser games compared to Bacon Time because there's a lot of game 3s under the belt. Bacon Time. So in terms of stats, I do think it does favor Bacon Time a little bit because it's a bit skewed. But in terms of reliability, I think Clover K does win out the team fight objective here for Hydra Esports.
But again, stats can be deceiving, so you gotta look into the real context, the real matches, and that's what we're gonna do, right? I wanna see it personally to really understand how these teams like to operate. Now, earlier we saw a lot of dive being the answer, a lot of Phobiuses, right? Dive or the Phobius, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors type of deal.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a lot of very successful, like mobility-based, in and out based type of drafts. So maybe that's something that both these teams can bring out here for the audience.
Yeah, you know what? They're going hardcore. Look at the papers, man. Look at the draft sheet. There's a tier list of heroes there. Maybe we see some some spectacle on a lot of roles here as we head into the drafting phase, which I believe did start for the players. So here we are in the first draft of this game. Call out the map, Arashi.
Dangerous grass.
Let's go. Dangerous grass. Let's go. Is he gonna be 0-5? Oh,
dang.
You're 0-5, sir. You're 0-5 for today. Flying Clouds is gonna be the map for game number 1. This does mean that early game comps are kinda punished because late game comps can just recover from early kills and then get back to lane and then maybe look for trades.
It can also mean that winning teams can go back, heal up, and maintain tempo. So there's two sides to this Flying Clouds map. The Akai though, that's a peculiar one. I have not seen an Akai ban except for maybe like week 2 of MPL ID, and that was like 5th position as a real emergency. It's like a real what if type of ban, you know? It wasn't even like necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Akai ban in so long. Like maybe an entire year. I don't know. Last time I saw Akai was in M7 in the hands of Aurora Gaming, but it was like a last choice for the Filipino champions. But right now, it is an Akai ban for Hydra Esports. Bacon time. What are they gonna open up? They removed the Harriet, they removed the Zoo shit. Harley's still open. Oh, they removed the Khalid.
Khalid. Well, Leomord is open. I think that's the elephant in the room. Along with that, the Yve can be a solution. The Freya too is up for grabs if the teams want to play with the more modern style.
Yeah. Well, Sora is also up there since they banned out the Valentina. Like Sora, Freya, Harley, Leomord, a lot of things open for Hydra Esports. They're taking their time, by the way. They take Phoveus. Interesting.
Man, this Phoveus is very popular right now. I don't know if it's because the heroes that are popular in the region are all good matchups for the Phoveus. Not for Bacon time though. Yve Leomord would be my guess, but who knows?
Yeah, I like even Leomord. Maybe even the Baksha. Some teams have considered Baksha as like the sort of soft answer against Phoveus because you do limit the amount of heals that he can get. But some comps, Phoveus doesn't really care about Baksha because all he does is just die and then buy time for his team.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be the Freya and the Harley, so not the usual suspects. Now for Hydra Esports though, what's the idea? What do they want to pair with the Phoveus? It's either AoE or more dive. And looking at what Bacon Time has, I think more crowd control will be nice, right? More ways to catch the Harley, to deter the Harley and Freya from jumping in.
Yeah, something like Kalea, Chu. I think Hylos would be decent. I mean, you don't have that reliable catch burst the Harley, but you do get that revitalize and also like a soft answer against the burst from the Bacon Time. Okay, they go for Leomord. Early Moskov, however.
Yeah, the Moskov is a bit of a surprise to me. Now for Bacon Time, do they want to go for a gold lane pick as well? Because they know that Hydra Esports will be cracking down on the gold lane options right after they make their selection. It's either that or a roamer. It has to be.
Yeah, I think Hylos now is okay for Bacon Time since Hydra Esports didn't take it away. And other options, yeah, glue could work. I like the glue, honestly. It could be flex both to Roman XP.
Like the glue is usually does well against the Phoveus. Number one. Number two, it's been very meta up till the time where the newest patch came in, and then we've seen it like very subtly leave the meta. Now it's a lapu for Bacon Time. It's all in dive, man.
Yeah, Glue actually had a trial card for meta. Like he was meta for like 2 weeks and then gone, disappeared from the face of the earth. I don't know why. Like teams just stopped picking Glue. Like I remember clearly it was 2 weeks ago. Everybody was picking Glue, even first facing Glue, And then last week, this week alone, no glue appearance whatsoever from MPL Philippines.
All right. Now that they're up in a full dive, though, I think Bacon Time has to be a bit more concerned about the split push angle with the Moskov. So usually that means getting rid of the roamers that can open up the maps, right, and give good vision, good control to allow for space for the Moskov to be splitting in a relatively safer manner. That's where the Kalea gets banned out. That's also good sustain that Leomords and Phobius like to play around with. So denying a bit more sustain will allow them to get more reliable pickoffs, more reliable fights, because they already have a ton of built-in sustain. The last thing they want is to give Hydra more sustain to really win out through that effort.
By the way, they've completely ignored Marcel. Like both sides have completely ignored Marcel. So I don't know if this guy's gonna show up, take pictures in the second phase, but I think it's a solid option for either side.
Might be even better for Bacon Time, because to deal with a Leomord, you kind of want to wait out the Phantom Steed. And with the Golden Hour, you can kind of assist in doing so. And now, again, if you give your shields to your teammates, they can move in the Golden Hour, which is pretty insane. So for Hydra, I think they're going to try and remove more crowd control options, because they want to be able to just stampede over, right? That's the Leomord way.
Yep. You know, it's interesting that Hydra Esports, now with this composition, they're not scared about Marcel. They're not banning it out. Honestly, it feels like a solid ban for them. You did mention it earlier. It's even stronger instead of Bacon Time. So they banned Kimi, even though there's a Harley already. It's still a mage pick, you know. Like either way, it's gonna be a magic. But it's interesting that there's they prioritize banning scaling mages over like crowd controls, which is their glaring weakness for Hydra Esports.
I think it's also the crowd control thing, though. The real manipulation and the traction pulse are two things that can be really annoying to deal with, especially if you're a Phobius. Maybe not so much if you have the Leomord. That's a chip, though. So it's dive in a different way. And technically, this could be the angle for Bacon Time to just completely avoid proper team fights. And in one fell swoop, they also threaten the Moskov if the split push is what the Hydra Esports were gunning for.
Yeah, but Marcel's kind of higher value now, no, for Hydra Esports. Like, imagine, you just stick with the Marcel. I get the idea, like, Bacon Time's chip is always gonna be able to find Moskov on the other side, but the Marcel can just stick with the Moskov wherever he goes, and then punish with a counterplay on the Golden Hour, and then Leomord gets enough time to reach a team fight. So I think it is a good pickup here for Hydra Esports. They did get the Zetian, also a soft answer against the chip portal. Rome.
Oh, what?
Whoa, Renaissance. Here we go.
Excuse me, Tigreal? Oh wow. Well, we have seen a bit of this as a Tigreal as a response to the chip before in MPL ID. Again, that was ages ago. So this is a mix that Hydra Esports are bringing out here. They have the Leomord Zetian combo, though, and I've been very vocal about how this combo is borderline OP. Let's see the answer from Bacon Time, though. I think the Marcel now is a bit, it's not possible any longer.
Yeah, like a mage, Faramis maybe, or what?
Oh, I don't know about that.
They need a reset mage. That's the thing.
What if they go Valier here at midnight? Are you gonna be stressed out?
Oh, bro.
Oh,
bro.
Good call.
Come on, bro. Come on. Filipino blood. Come on.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Midnight with the call. A Faramis.
No,
oh man.
Yeah. Dude, it's a Filipino mage. Come on. Like they're probably thinking, guys, we don't need damage. We have Freya. They have Harley. Let me go utility, you know? Let me go reset. Because there's a freaking Tigreal on the other side. And I think it's not a solid pick, but it is a pick, you know? Like it's a pick that really answers the problems that they see on the side of Hydra Esports. But what about you? Like, because for me, honestly, I still like the draft of Hydra Esports.
I feel like Hydra Esports has the more straightforward draft, and Bacon Time, they have to make things happen in order to get a victory. So I favor Hydras in that sense, because again, the Faramis might buy some time, but do you really want to be clumped up against a Tigreal Leomord Phobias, right?
Phobias.
They are at risk of getting pummeled down. So they gotta be smart about this. They gotta pick and choose their engagements.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually choose these engages here for Bacon Time, or will Hydra show up with full force. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. And very important for Hydra Esports to actually take 1 point in this game. As we see in the mid lane, a little bit of, just clearing out the waves. Fast clearing to get level 2. And I do think it does favor the Zetkin a little bit because of the range factor against the Paramis. You cannot really zone out for Bacon Time, especially with these set of heroes.
And the Tigreal in the early game will have a bit more playmaking options. Looking at a talent prediction brought to you by Infinix.
Hey,
Me and
let's go.
Mr. Midnight are on the same page. Let's see if once again they will defy our expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we were wrong with, Full Sense versus Buriram United, but this
Yes, sir.
game, I'm also interested in being wrong, because honestly, I do like this draft from Hydra Esports. Like, I agree with you. The Bacon Time needs to force a lot of checklists. Like, this is a lineup that has to force. They can force, but the thing is, against this comp from Hydra Esports, they kind of have to.
And I'm concerned seeing the 3 purifies from the side of Bacon Time. Because to me, right? Oh, hang on a second. A bit of a skirmish here. Spider Mouse being targeted. Clover K, this early on, already using the Phantom Steed. It's a lot of pressure, man. The Leomord is definitely a real threat. But again, 3 purifies would work well against the Tigreal, but is it going to save you against the Leomord, dude? Now you have no mobility, and you're going to get trampled.
Yep. And also the Moskov, right? Like, late game, you're not safe if you ever get speared on. Like, how do you fight Moskov? There's no outplay potential. The only outplay potential that they have here is the Nether Realm, but that's about it. VLT gets pulled, has to flicker out. Here comes the Final Chaos Descent. Fury of the Phoenix has been used, however, by Yuri and B-Boss. Lands a kill. Here comes the reset against the Leomord. Now the Phobius jumps in, but there's not enough damage from the side of Hydra Esports. The reset is working in favor of Bacon Time as they secure 2 kills, 3 kills in fact, without any punish from Hydra Esports.
And they force Hydra to burn all 4 battle spells, everything on cooldown here. Man, they had, good things going for them in the draft, but they did not position right for that. They lost the BLC very early on, and then they all funneled in. Clover K wasn't even in the fight. He was on the turtle. As you can see right here, alone. If it's only the Leomord, then the Nether Realm will save you. But it really wasn't supposed to go like that.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit of like waiting too much, waiting too long, and also BLC getting caught out of position. But next team fight is gonna be different. Now BLC has that implosion on the Tigreal, but also the danger is there's a portal coming in from Spider-Man. He does have that ultimate, but not using it yet because there's a Tigreal sitting in front of the chip.
I mean, he just stands there menacingly, and it's enough to draw the reaction. That's the pressure that the chip can bring towards your team. And this Freya lane is actually going really well for Bacon Time. And
yeah,
if this goes on, it might translate over into the jungles, into some steals and invades.
Yeah, I agree. Even if like BLC feels that he's protecting the Moskov, it's actually the opposite for Bacon Time. They're locking the Tigreal down bot. And the problem about that is that just means Hydra Esports is not doing anything with this Tigreal. And now Bacon Time, they're not pressured to like force something. Because if you're already putting the Tig on the bottom lane, the other side of the map is entirely free. As we see an engage on the bottom side, this Moskov is not getting the time of his life. Bacon Time, using the information, using the pressure, they're gonna be able to get a tower even before 5 minutes.
And the Fury of the Phoenix is already used up, so it won't be available as a combo in the next team fight. I don't know if Hydra have the resources to actually contest this one, unless BLC makes a play here, pushes the chip Spider Mouse back. That's the Purify used up already. As we take a look at the talent predictions brought to you by Infinix, everyone's on the same page here on who's gonna win.
Be crazy, always be crazy. Kang Kang on the top side, getting poked down by Watson here. We'll look at the audience.
Wow.
92% on a Bacon Time. They love the Bacon on an MSL.
Look at the steal here, though, immediately from B-Boss. Well, Hydra are grouping up. Actually, Bacon Time are going for a play on the other side of the map. Watson, see you later.
Good.
The fadeaway from B-Boss. Is there an exchange, though? That's the Nether Realm resetting everything. The portal comes through as well. It's a proper 4v5 right now. And it seems like the AoE is giving the edge to Hydra Esports. But right now, it's going to be a turnaround by Bacon Time. That's the Lapu Lapu smashing through. And that's Hydra push back away. And the turtle take. Bacon Time.
Yeah. Portal, all B-Boss, he's not done. Deadly Magic onto Clover K. Putting the Leomord's HP down. Even the purple, there's no purple buff here. It's just a small lizard. Bacon Time, they're taking everything. That team fight was phenomenally executed. Pick off top lane, and then you bring Mr. Kang Kang to the team fight with an amazing land shaker. Bacon Time is just in control of how these team fights would go.
These fights are just not going in favor of Hydra at all, dude. Just because Bacon has more ways to be flexible. B-Boss, though, gets spotted. Implosion on one man. Fear of the Phoenix gets used as well. SOD lands on the back line. But there's not enough clumping from Bacon Time. There is no solid engage for Hydra Esports.
Yeah, it's not a threat, honestly. Like, I don't think Bacon Time cares about SOD, because again, every time they see Hydra Esports, they just stick to the Faramis. And now, because they know there's no SOD from the Moskov, they go back to top lane again. They choke the hell out of Watson's lane. This Moskov, man, I pity the man. I pity the Moskov.
Gold earned 3,900, was it? I want to say the gold difference later on between Watson and Guns, because there's been a lot of effort being put by Bacon Time here to really zone Watson away from any kind of income. It has happened twice already. And even now, when he's left alone, the danger of there being members of Bacon Time in the jungle is keeping him away from the minion wave. Dude, almost a 2k gold lead at 7 minutes.
That's painful. Like, if you're Bacon Time right now, you'd be smiling when you see the gods of the Moskov. They don't even want to go in here. It's just a portal that scares Hydra Esports from doing the purple buff. And look at the Freya once again, pressuring, choking the Moskov. B-Boss secures the purple buff. Oh, they catch Guns! He walked in, he went to the portal. Here comes the implosion and the Fear of the Phoenix, but the reset! With the Promise Netherrealm, can they fight back? That is the question, however. Hydra Esports, do they have the damage? I don't think so. The Phobius walked too deep. He used the ultimate further and he jumped to the wrong side of the wall.
Man, that fight went closer for Hydra Esports, but was it too late? The gold difference was already quite significant at that point. Look at the SOD landing too. I mean, there wasn't much that they could have done there. Bacon Time going for the Lord as BLC sacrifices a lot of HP to try and get information, but Spider Miles gatekeeps. Clean Lord take for Bacon Time.
Yeah, Spider Miles and Exort, man. Every time the Tigreal walks in, they threaten the portal. Exort pulls the Tig, forces out the dash. And it's a bit awkward for Hydra Esports. Now they have to play for the Moskov. They have to play for the late game. But where's the money? That's the question. Where's the resource coming from? Where's the farm? Bacon Time. Every time the Moskov shows up, they go for the choke. They go for the play. Here comes, okay, the SOD end of flicker. He's able to get out, but it's a big commitment for the Moskov. Guns, though, however, on the bottom side, he doesn't have gear to fight. But the sustain from the Wild Garrison said the life steal is there. Portal from Spider Miles. They're going to be able to run into Clover K and ambush Hydra Esports. Netherrealm as well to just make sure that they're safe from this fight. And Bacon Time playing the macro game.
Man, the shortcut for good measure, man. The fight was already going like semi-okay for Bacon Time. That shortcut really sealed the deal. The Lord will be cleared out, but still, these these structures of Hydra Esports are going to be taken out, dude. The pressure was already overwhelming even without these turrets down. Now, even more so. There's just not enough money in the back line. Oh, Deadly Magic almost one-shots Yuri. What?
Yeah, dude. You know what's crazy? That was just the Deadly Magic and the Lightning Truncheon proc. No, not even a card. It was just a Lightning Truncheon and the ultimate.
That build is disgusting, dude. Genius one Truncheon Glaive, I think, was the Trinity.
Dude.
It's ridiculous, man. If you're a backline member, that it takes a second or two.
what's-
No, it wasn't even with the truncheon. Midnight.
Oh
He
my
just built
lord.
it.
Was it
It
just
was a glaive rush.
Oh my god. Just
That's
one ultimate
ridiculous.
from B-Boss. He took away like 2/3 of the Zetian's life. That is not fun.
Man, I don't think the backline of Hydra Esports has any say in the matter right now. They have to wait until they can at least match the gold income, right? If they don't have the same kind of items, this is a lineup that should be snowballing. They should be abusing the fact that they can do damage and sustain at the same time. But
Yeah.
the Faramis pick, Midnight, I doubted it, but it's throwing their calculations off, and it's allowing
man.
Guns and B-Boss and Kang to come in later afterwards and just clean house.
I think it's just Hydra Esports being scared too much about the NetherRealm that they weren't able to play the early game. It's a mindset thing, It's the mind games behind the Faramis pick. And now Bacon Time, they're reaping the rewards off of this reset button that they have. And look, for the past 50 seconds, they just froze the map. They didn't want the Moscow to be able to farm up. I mean, the Moscow was able to get like two waves bot side, but that was it. That's just 400 gold going into his bank. And after that, Bacon Time literally just froze everything, froze his ATM, and Hydra Esports cannot find any farm. They see Clover K. Oh my lord, Fury of the Phoenix laid out here, but there's a reset button here. Implosion from the Tigreal, but there goes the NetherRealm. SOD lands from the Moscow. Can they actually make it work? Clover K and Outcon is already dead. Watson is not dealing damage to this Freya. Look at the sustain from Guns. Every hit, every basic attack does so much damage and heals him back.
Man, the map wide freeze coming in from Bacon Time to pressure, and even afterwards, like this immediate teleport into a shortcut. This is just clean execution, dude. It's 12 minutes, almost a 10k gold lead, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's from the kills too, of course, but the macro play here to really shut Hydra Esports away from any income. It's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, man. Well, really wonderful. Like both teams have Renaissance heroes here, like the Tigreal from Hydra Esports, and then you could say that the chip is still relevant to the meta, but because of the fact that there's a Moskov in the opposition, I think they just picked this solely for the Moskov, because this was the old counter for the the old Moskov. You do get that macro advantage, but the chip is way more global compared to a Moskov.
The fact that you can just teleport without really using your skills, right, is what makes the chip so crazy. Look at Spider Mouse just standing in the front, taking damage. He knows he can sustain everything back up. Holy Crystals are completed, by the way, for the two magic damage dealers of Bacon Time. This might be a big team fight towards an end.
Yep. Let's see if they can find the angle here. Leomord with the Phantom Steed. Guns. They already used the Valkyrie's Descent. Look at the sustain from this Freya. This is absurd. Okay, Fury the Phoenix used by the Zetyan, but nobody can touch. Nobody can come close to Guns. The ultimate has ended, however. Watson defending. Oh, look at the damage from B-Boss with a deadly magic portal inside the base. Nobody wants to go in. They just want to take the tower here in front of Hydra Esports base, and they back off. Clean objective for Bacon Time.
Calm, cool, collected, man. No need to force anything. This is their game to win, and they're doing a great job shutting out all any income from Hydra Esports anyway. So 2 base towers is way more than enough. It's a flicker from Watson again. B-Boss is an absolute menace, man. Stares him down there with the recalls. Man.
So tough. Look at the damage here. Oh, Valkyrie's Descent again for Guns. They just want to take this tower down. Clover K with the Phantom Steed. Oh, Implosion. The reset button for Exort. SOD as well from the Moskov. But Outgun is already done. B-Boss is able to dash out. The Phoenix has been dodged by the Harley. And Watson goes down. Bacon Time again, resetting the team fight again and again and again. Guns dealing the damage. And they want to go for more. They want to go for the end. Concealed play here from Spider-Man. They don't have the minion wave, however. Hydra Esports, they're going to be able to defend Phantom Steed in the middle lane just to be able to clean out the waves from the side of Bacon Time. But Land Shaker lands onto Clover K. They finally take out the Leomord. And here comes the end angle. Spider-Man with a tower lock as well. Bacon Time securing game number 1.
That is so clean. It's almost off-putting, man. What the heck was that? Hydra Esports with no maneuvers whatsoever available to them. The fight in the top side of the base, Midnight. Did you see that? They used the Fury of the Phoenix, they used the Implosion, and all 3 Purifies are still available. Bacon Time just took it and said, "You ain't gonna do nothing."
Yeah, because they know, the Harley was on the hunt for Watson. The moment he dashes in, there's the deadly magic. So every time they don't see the Muscup, okay, we don't pop Purify. we don't care.
Man, Exhort on the Faramis. You gotta see it to believe it, man. Keeps resetting.
Yeah,
always puts himself really far outside the AoE, right? So his the rest of the HP bars of his teammates are never really popped prematurely, allowing them to actually stay in the fight and use that NetherRealm as intended. Man, that takes so much coordination. I think the comms are definitely clean there from Bacon Time.
Yeah, it's tough, man. There was a lot of trust between the players of Bacon Time, a lot of coordination, a lot of synergy, and they just knew and understood how the team fights were supposed to go. And huge shout outs to Spider-Man, by the way. Like, he commanded the map. Every single time Watson showed up to a side lane, the chip was there. He was always threatening the portal. And whenever the Harley wants to go for like a split play, he goes with the Lapo, and then the chip goes to like the intended team fight. And then even if the Harley wastes his time looking for a pick-off, he could just be ported in for the proper team fight, which allowed Bacon Time to basically have full control of the map. Usually, it's weird to say that the team has full control of the map, but in this case, Hydra Esports didn't have anything on their side.
This is what I like to see as well, because before that, let's take a look at the MVP, though. It is going to be Exhort on the Faramis. I mean, what can you say, man? He did great. All the early game advantages of Hydra Esports, and afterwards, never really was out of position. So it's a very calculated performance there from him.
Yeah.
And off the back of that performance, like you said, Midnight, full control over the whole map is something you don't really get to see that often, but that was crazy, dude. They had one member at every side of the map, and they made a whole front line just to deny all the farm from Hydra Esports.
Yeah, speaks of the performance as well from the Promise. Didn't die a single time this game. 3-0-12, 88% team fight participation. The remaining 12%, it's the fault of B-Boss, because the Harley's just looking for pickoffs on the other side. But almost the entire game, the team fights were dictated by whether he had the NetherRealm or not. If they don't have the NetherRealm, they don't fight. But every single time BLC tried to go in, there was that answer from Exhort. The utility advantage that they had. Aside from the macro advantage, the utility support advantage of having a Faramis against this full combo lineup. I guess that's your answer against the Leo, the Zetyan, and also the Tigreal. If you have a very big combo, just give a reset button, Just pick it.
Maybe, man. I can't help but wonder how this game would have gone if Hydra Esports didn't lose that first few fights that badly, right? Whether it would have been a more competitive type of game. Shout out to Kang as well, though, because he was, I think, a bit of the unsung hero. His plays aren't really as flashy if you compare it to the NetherRealms, the Deadly Magics, but a lot of these fights are carried based off his AoE damage and the stuns as well, right? The stuns on the right members at the right time is partially why it was difficult for Hydra Esports to move forward to really get the fight that they want to get. So, by all means, it was a very good team performance. As you can see right there, at this point, 10k something gold lead. Watson tried to make a play and he got deleted in less than a second, right? What do you do when that's the scenario you're faced up against?
Oh man, look at the gold lead. It crossed the 15k. I think this is the highest.
That's crazy.
I've seen 14.6, 14.7, 15.2, but I haven't seen 15.4. This is 15.4, right? Am I crazy? I think this is the highest gold lead I've ever
math
seen.
right now.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think this is
right? Yeah. Wow.
I can't remember anything past 16k. There's probably is, I mean, the amount of absurdity that Bacon Time had in their lineup, the amount of control. It's absurd to say how leading this team is, but when you look at the Faramis item, it's rare for you to see like a Holy Crystal Faramis. Usually they just go for like the cheap items, but this guy went for like Holy Crystal just to supplement damage because they didn't need any layers of like control anymore or any other layers of like survivability. They just needed to deal damage so that whenever the Phobius and the Moskov comes, they're sure that okay, we can just kill them, and that's what happened basically this game.
One thing of Ghost Bursters from Exort will chunk down Yuri, the Zetian, down to almost half HP, by the way, just earlier towards the end of the game there. So yeah, the damage was no joke. And I guess the magical damage scaling also increases the HP that you have in the Netherrealm, right? So it just works so well when the Faramis gets the income. And the fact that Hydra Esports tried to play it safe, right? They were having such an early game oriented comp that did not work out. That's partially why Bacon Time were able to do that map wide. You know, if you know basketball terms, Midnight, I think you'll be familiar with the full court press.
No.
No? What?
No, I don't do
so
basketball.
The full court press is when like when the whole team just like matches the other team and just like holds you down.
Oh,
that's almost what happened there, like with the chip, right?
Yeah,
they just had like a whole line and just completely push back Hydra Esports away from any income. That was only possible because it was supposed to be an early game composition. You know, if this was like a late game versus late game composition, maybe it would have been different, or maybe perhaps Bacon Time would have gone for more aggressive shortcut plays with the chip. But because they know, like, hey, we can suffocate them here, I can't believe that actually happened, man. I would have never imagined seeing that in a pro level game. In ranked games, maybe, but in a pro level game, damn.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like, again, as we've established earlier, like Bacon Time had to choke, had to make plays on the map. But since they got an early lead, they established a decent amount of lead over Hydra Esports. They were allowed to play it slow because the Freya was just taking towers. The Harley was just a threat in the mid lane, looking for a pickoff. So there was no urgency for Bacon Time to force a play because they were just waiting for the team fights. They were just waiting for the TIG to come up, use Implosion Flicker, and then we push the reset button. Anything that anything that is done outside of those is just a luxury, honestly, for Bacon Time. It was a crazy game, honestly. Like, it came down to like overall comp execution for both sides. Unfortunately for Hydra Esports, they weren't able to utilize how strong their lineup was supposed to be in the early to mid game. I'm on your side, Arashi. Like, there's a universe where Hydra Esports just stomps this game.
Well, it won't be in this one though, unfortunately. Now we're gonna move on to game number 2, and I wonder if the fighter style is what Hydra Esports still want to go for. And Midnight, you are hyping up the imports, right? And I think you can see the impact immediately. This Bacon Time operates like a team that has been around for a while, man. You don't get that kind of coordination just by playing the game a lot. It's by you have to have a lot of like know-how and a lot of experience. At least for your main shot caller. So I think that now there's a huge amount of pressure onto Hydra Esports because they know that Bacon Time can pull off complex maneuvers such as the one we saw earlier.
Yeah, I guess that's the advantage of like having Filipino imports because they're mechanically sound, but also sort of like the trust is built in to the player. By the way, call the map. Oh, sorry, Arashi.
My bad.
That's okay. What were you gonna choose, by the way?
I know. I looked up and it was already picked, so I won't pull a Goni and call it after. That's Goni's thing, by the way.
Oh, that's Goni. Okay. Hey,
I'll call before, right? And then when the map comes up, he was like, "Oh, dangerous grass." It's like, bro, that's not how this works.
That's not fun. That's not fun, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Valentina ban again here. Harith for Bacon Time. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about this Valentina ban though. Like, it's at this point, if you're banning Valentina for Sora first pick, yeah, sure. But we didn't see any Sora. I mean, sure, maybe it's up against Exort, like maybe removing some comforts, but Exort has shown that, guys, whatever it is, let me pick it. Let me give it to me, even if it's a last pick for Ramos, you know.
Yeah, he's shown the versatility on the hero pool, the execution as well. Now though, I don't know. The fact that the Harriet gets banned so early here, I feel like for Bacon Time, is this them signaling almost that they want to do the same thing and shut down Watson? Because I had my eyes on Watson, right? Because he's supposed to be the guy with some experience, with prior other game experience as well. But they completely shut him down right there because he was playing a weak side gold lane. Now, a way to go around that is to go for a strong gold lane with good survivability, and Harriet comes to mind.
Yeah, but it's been removed here by Bacon Time, so they're gonna have to find like different options here for Hydra Esports. And honestly, it's a big problem right now that they showed the Zetyan earlier with a full combo. Now that they realize, okay, Bacon Time has an answer, they can't play anything on mid. Maybe we shift strategies, right? Maybe we go for a different like composition. Maybe they pick up the Hardy themselves. I don't know why teams like today they started like they woke up and they were like, okay, let's not pick Harley. Well, what happened?
We don't like the magician in the jungle. We want the Joys. We want the Lancelots. We want mobility. I mean, that could very well be the case, right? Heroes like the Harley aren't really as mobile, right? For the most part, it actually comes down to the timing on when you go for the Deadly Magic combo.
Yeah.
So heroes like the Suyo, I guess, get a lot more attention, a lot more carry potential as well, by all means. Let's see, for Bacon Time, knowing how they were able to deal with the fighters earlier, I don't think this will be a fighter.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna open up the sequence here because they see the Phobius, they see the Suyo. There's a lot of heroes left like Harley, Leomord, Zetyan, even the Freya is open. So honestly, for Bacon Time, just open it up because you're getting 2 anyway. Okay.
All right, I was thinking the Freya would be the option that Hydra Esports would go for because they wanted to get like a stronger gold lane, right? But with that ban now,
True.
Ooh, I guess it has to be like the Leomord or Yves, no?
Yeah, or Sora, because again, Valentina ban. If they don't take it, the problem with Sora first pick is that you're essentially expecting a lane answer already. Like if you take first pick Sora, you know enemy's gonna go Arlott, Lapu, you know the typical heroes that are very annoying to lane against, and also like rotate faster than you. Even the Uranus is a bit annoying, so they take first pick Sora. What's the response here for Bacon Time? Again, Lapu and Arlott are top priorities for XP against Sora.
The CC isn't a bad matchup as well if you really want to beat down the Sora. Again, as long as they stall till level 4, there's still ways for the Sora to be useful by all means. For Bacon Time, is this mobility that they want, kite back potential against this the threat of the shifting skies.
What do you think about Liam or Zetyan on the side of Bacon Time?
I think it's great. I maintain that combo is kind of broken. Didn't work out for Hydra Esports, but I don't see why Bacon Time can't make it work.
Okay, they go Harley again, and they go Khalid. I like this.
Khalid.
I like this Khalid.
All right. Against the crowd control of the Sora, I myself, when I play the Khalid, sometimes find it quite annoying because you can't get a full channel on the quicksand guard if you get interrupted, and the Sora can't do so. But there are ways around that. And mid prio, if it's used properly, can be more valuable than the team fight performance.
Yeah.
So let's see, for Hydra Esports with the Sora, do they want to once again double down on a team fight composition? Are they maybe overthinking the possibility of a... Oh no, I was thinking a chip, but like the Khalid is already shown, so no chip threat here.
Okay, they go Fred and Hilda. Interesting. I mean, the Hilda against Khalid, it's a match in Rome, but aren't you leaving yourself open or susceptible to like the Arlots, the Terizla?
A little bit, I guess. It's dangerous grass as well, so maybe Hydra Esports feel a bit more value coming through with the bushes for the Hilda. For Bacon Time, though. Oh, dude, like I know you hate the Valir, but against the Hilda Fredrin, I don't see that being a bad solution at all. It might be too early to pick it now. Pick it at this point, though.
I mean, I hate
Maybe a
Valir
gold
when I'm
lane.
against it.
It could be a gold lane pick here, I think.
Claude, Moscow, carry. Oh, you're right, Claude.
Claude, okay. Mobility, shred, right? AoE for the team fight angle.
Yeah.
So far, I think Hydra still can get the better team fight, but Bacon Time are getting some pretty good solutions.
If I think Hydra Esports, if they can find it, maybe pick the Bruno on gold. I like Bruno here. You're essentially a taken time bomb. If Bacon Time loses early game momentum, then the Bruno will just punish you by just taking down your towers. He has very good heroes to peel with, like Sora, Fredrin, sorry, not Hylos, Hilda. Like these guys can just form a big box around the Bruno.
And that's the limitations of the Harley as well. You can't really go and dash in, assassinate, and get out without prior setup. So I'm okay with that idea as well, Midnight. When Hydra Esports, they're looking at the divers, you know, that can go past the wall of bodies here that want to protect the backline.
Yeah, the big meat shields from Hydra Esports.
Basically,
I'm
yeah.
worried about Arlet though. I feel like Bacon Time is, you know, there's a good chance they pick up Arlet here because Phoebus is already out. You've shown your cards. Hilda and Sora is already there. I mean, both can be flex. Sora can play gold,
Ooh.
but even then, like these two don't mean anything in front of an Arlet.
So I really noticed like the Marcel was open, but Roman's already picked.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Picked up. So unless there's a flex, you know, a weird kind of flex, then there shouldn't be a Marcel. But the what if person in me can't help but wonder, you know, is there a weird flex angle coming through for for Hydra Esports though? What else? Divers. I guess the Arlet is the main suspect here.
Yeah, actually a lot of things like Arlet, Uranus, the Rizla, even the Alice is fine. Especially those two, right? Like Uranus and Alice, they've dominated second phase for like 2 weeks now in competitive MLBB. Even the Glue, honestly, like Glue XP sounds okay.
Huh? Okay. Maybe they're concerned about the slows, man, and the immobilized, right? For fighters, it's a pain. We mentioned the Valir earlier, but they ban out the Eve. That's more meta, but
yeah,
they can they can set up for a last pick Valir here if Hydra double down on a fighter front to back dive.
Yeah,
especially without the Lapu Lapu that usually can go through with the crowd control immunity. It's not a bad pick, man.
Yeah, I like that so much. Like Valir last pick. So I agree with you, man. Like I super agree with you. Like Valir, even Lilia makes sense here for Bacon Time. And I feel like this is an Arlet or Terizla or Uranus or Alice, either of the four. Like those four heroes make sense. And they go for the Terizla. And I don't know. They don't have enough damage for this guy, by the way. Like Fredrin, Sora, they do not kill Uranus. They do not kill Terizla.
Yeah, the body of Smith is definitely a problem. Because you couldn't really one-shot him, right?
It's hard.
If you want to front to back, no Moskov. Granger here? Granger for gold lane?
Maybe, yeah. Hope that you win early game, yeah.
Or like what? In Indo, Yi Sun Shin is using the gold still, but I don't know if I like that option for Hydra Esports right now.
Yeah, there's a Khalid in the game. I don't think he's gonna have a fun time playing Yi Sun Shin. I think Granger is the safest, honestly.
Granger, Farsa? I'll carry Farsa.
Farsa, yeah, and they go for the Shred, which is a late game marksman, but that means no early game window for Hydra Esports. Now, Bacon Time, what is the pick here for Xrd? He's always been the last pick in the series. What is the mage? Kadita's open, by the way. Just saying.
Oh, do you want that many assassins, quote unquote, on your team though?
Yeah.
I feel like they need some crowd control just because of the, you know, the big boys in the front. But
Yeah, Zetyan,
if they can burst the carry or the Farsa, I guess that wins them the fight regardless.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Either they go full burst or they go utility like Zetyan, Valir, even Gord, honestly. Okay, they go for Valir.
Oh,
Yeah, you
we
called
caught
out.
it so
Nice.
early on midnight. It comes through here to Valir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. Arashi with the Valir.
I'll have you know, dude, I'll have you know, I play the Fredrin quite often, right? When I'm forced, when I'm flexed into the jungle. A Fredrin against a Valir is disgustingly painful. Like, you do
Yes,
not
sir.
want to be in that position, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You wanna quit. I've been in that position, by the way. Like I told you I hate Valir because I play against it a lot in PH. Like I play Baksha, I play Fredrin. He's the sole reason why I quit utility jungle. Screw this Valir.
Wow. All right. Strong words, Midnight. Let's see how this goes. Pressure is on Outcon on the Sora, because if he gets level 4, assassinates the Valir before the fights begin, there is still a winning angle, as always, right? But man, it just seems like Bacon Time has more layers built into their composition. Hydra Esports, this is just a, it's just a YOLO squad, technically.
True. Like the way I imagine this lineup is gonna play this game, it's very one-dimensional. I go in, we hope to kill Valir, that's about it. Carry 3 hits. But on the other side, we have so many stuff. Like the assassination from the Harley, the Khalid engage, the Terizla tanking frontline. There's so many layers for this composition on the side of Bacon Time. Let's see if Hydra Esports is gonna be able to pull up an upset here in game number 2. Already, being a nuisance on the mid lane here is the Hilda, which is at least gonna deter, the value of this Valir pick.
Just a little bit, but you saw the damage to it back as well. Those fireballs reset on hit, bro, and it's unlimited technically. Already a dive towards Yuri on the Farsa. The early game power of the Khalid as well cannot be ignored, man. He can solo the squishier heroes.
Yeah, and then they pushed the Farsa away from the river. It doesn't lose a minion, however. With the wings by wings, he's able to get back on the lane. I like how chill Bacon Time here is. There's a Hilda, just play under the tower. He cannot punch us if we're on the tower. And they're freezing the wave. Oh my lord.
Wow. They have all this clear and they're going for a freeze. Advanced stuff from Bacon Time as always. I guess they don't really be caught far down the lane for the chase, for the damage to come through. And this opens up the Valir's poke. Not too much damage just yet.
Yeah, this is rendering the the Hilda useless, and also makes it so that even if the Fredrin comes, it's kind of hard to dive these two heroes under the tower. Spider Mouse is being a nuisance in this river. Bottom lane though.
B-Boss going for a bit of a harassment onto the gold lane.
Yeah.
But they're not in position for the turtle though. They might let this one go.
Yeah, they don't actually care maybe because the Harley's able to like steal green camps. He's got the gold crab, so maybe going here is just a waste of time. So they just provide vision. I like this actually from Bacon Time. They know this is not their proper timing yet. Just wait, slow the game down, and then when we get to our first item priorities, that's where they want to play.
Yeah, I think that's actually very smart in hindsight. The Sora is absolutely lethal level 4 in the first turtle fight. Even if you're at a gold deficit, by the way, the kit itself will allow the Sora to outdamage you. So they avoid that situation completely. It's a very safe approach. Oh, guns? What? Whoa!
Wow. Okay.
Happy feet.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, a little bit unnecessary, but sure. It's a cool play. The boss on top side, Outcon, getting dove on. They punished the fact that he had no shifting skies, because he tried fighting into the Terizla, which is going to allow Bacon Time to fight off the other side of the map. Wow, cross-map trades by Bacon Time.
They're just playing it slow and delaying even more. Like, the Khalid hasn't even been going in, trying to get kills, trying to get harassment. He's just matching the movements of the Hilda and nullifying any real information advantage that Hydra Esports will have. For the most part, I think they're gearing up to get a proper fight, maybe at the third turtle or even at the Lord.
Yeah, the thing is, Bacon Time scales. Fighter Miles. Another strike used by Yuri here, but the deadly magic with the basic attack will take out the Hilda. Good punish from Bacon Time. Another stun from Exort, and look, Clover K watched his teammates burn to crisp by the hands of the Valier.
The flames of the bacon flames here from Exort. Man, it was a better airstrike play from Hydra Esports, but they just failed to recognize that the B-Boss can just get towards them in the back line.
Yeah.
And now they just would even comply and go for a turtle fight?
This is going to be a hard turtle fight for Hydra Esports, especially if Bacon Time just fights back. Exort throwing the flames already, using the ult immediately to zone out to heal the flicker out. Just a dodge the feathered airstrike coming out from Yuri. And now they get to a reset. B-Boss is free to just dash in and use the retry. The penalty zone from Kong Kong stops Clover K from even pressing the retry, but now they go for the punish. Spider Miles gets actually Exort gets taken out by the carry. But here comes the reinforcement from Bacon Time as well. Guns is here. He's used the Blazing Duet, flicker in just to steal the last hit, but it still goes on the side of B-Boss. Bit of waste of the flicker, by the way, from the Cloud, but still, Bacon Time getting the victory out of that fight. Turtle plus 2 kills.
Dude, Bacon Time are on Demon Time right now. That was so decisive. The penalty zone to stop the retry into the steal, into the chase, and then B-Boss just styles on them. That has to be demoralizing, dude. This guy is way too clean with it. We haven't seen him caught in a tough spot throughout the whole match.
Yep. Earlier, the Lapu was very critical on the layering of stuns with the Bravest Fighter initiations as well. Now we get to see the penalty zone from Kong Kong. Also just being overall safe on the EXP. Another one in the mid. Deadly Magic combo plus the flames of the Valier. Bacon Time takes down the Fredrin.
And the only winning
wait.
technically, there you go. The only winning lane now gets jumped on, but Outcon should still be able to escape from this. The Sora is like one of the main win conditions for Hydra Esports, and he's just left. Like, they have not been allowing any scenarios where Outcon can make something happen. Look at B-Boss, dude, just taking turret in front of his face, takes him out!
Oh my god, what? What? Dude. The Sora outplayed himself. Yeah, the disrespect. Not even using the space escape. Just use Deadly Magic, throw the cards, that's it. Done deal.
Like, Outcon didn't even use the Shifting Skies to maybe try and get away. You know, it wasn't a burst type of deal. B-Boss whittled him down slowly but surely. And on the bottom lane, Exort's back at it again, flaming the entire bottom lane. And Watson and BLC, they can't do anything about it. It's going to be a zone. That's more gold taken away from Hydra Esports.
They're actually making Hydra Esports the bacon. You know, they're burning the Hydra. If you cut it and then they split up, okay, just burn it. Just burn the Hydra down to the crisp. And now they get mid lane prio, they get river prio, they get every prio. Hydra Esports has to walk towards that bottom lane, but Bacon Time already in the move. They know that Hydra Esports is going to the Claude. Another flicker play from Guns. As cute as it is, it does not do anything, but at least it pushes back Hydra Esports. It stops the gang. Look at B-Bossy. Sees Yuri. Doesn't go for the attempt though, because the Ferdinand was there to cover. But look at this insane pressure from Bacon Time.
I mean, they can just keep doing this because any kind of retaliation can be stopped. It's only the Sora that can get past everyone, and he's all the way on top. B-Boss there tried to go for the predict on the bush, by the way, but guess it's wrong. Deadly Magic gets used up. Outcon? 1v1 here. There you go.
Shifting Skies.
Man, outclassed immediately.
Oh, they're gonna wait it out.
Get juked.
Actually, no. No, they're not waiting it out. Oh, forced out. Okay, never mind. They forced out the flicker. So that was worth it. That was worth it.
Alright, so out of nowhere, 3 big misses on skills and all that from Bacon Time. And yet still, they're usually, when the ultimates are down, you know, you would want to go for something. But Hydra Esports are so demoralized at this point, they don't dare go for a fight against this team without a penalty zone, without a Raging Sandstorm.
I mean, even if they try, like, who are they actually, gonna go on? Like, the only viable target is the Khalid, honestly. Because if they want to walk down to the Claude lane, Claude's BMIing out, And then Khalid's just gonna follow them, providing vision. I think the only ideal target for Hydra Esports at that point was the Khalid, but even the Khalid was playing off map. So Hydra Esports, what are you gonna do with this Fredrin? How do they engage in fights? I think the only viable option for Hydra Esports is wait for these neutral objectives. Unfortunately, there's too much gold already on the side of Bacon Time.
And look at this, dude. Without the chip, no problem. They're doing the same thing. They're spreading out 5 men across the map, just denying farm. And Hydra Esports are so far behind. They are too concerned about the pickoff threat. They can't do anything about it. It should be an easy Lord take, man. Hydra Esports don't even have the vision.
Yep. It's gonna press the Lord down. And now they get the Lord for free. Already moving towards that bot side. Bit of a time skip there, but now we see Cobra K defending the tower here. Look at the damage from guns. Farsa taken out on the mid lane. And the Claude still pressuring this tower. And now the Lord is marching in the middle lane. Free purple buff for B-Boss and Hydra Esports again. There's nothing to do but stare at the Bacon. Oh,
B-Boss!
Oh my goodness, Watson gets taken out. Look at the damage from guns as well with the Blazing Duet. Shifting Skies hits no one. And the Lord hits the tower of Hydra Esports as Outcon gets taken out as well. One by one, Hydra falls down. Veteran airstrike from Yuri, but the penalty zone has been laid out from Kang, and they go back to fight Outcon. BLC, the Hilda, is now also removed from the base of Hydra Esports. One more tower on the bot side. There's a passive, however, and the minion wave in the middle lane. They're gonna use it to end this game. It is gonna be a victory, or is it? Yes, it is. Bacon Time secures a 2-0 sweep.
Man, no time wasted when it's Bacon Time. That's crazy. With the chip, we thought it was understandable. Without the chip, they went for the full map press. And afterwards, they just demolished. I mean, guns on the gold lane flickered forward, flickered sideways unnecessarily, and there was nothing Hydra can do to punish it. That is a very, very dominant 2-0. I mean, it wasn't the fastest 2-0, but they made Hydra look powerless.
Yep. You know, it came to a point that this guy had to freestyle for things to be interesting, because it felt like Bacon Time was fully in control of what was happening in the map, what was happening to the enemies, how the enemies are gonna react to what they do. And yeah, B-Boss was just a raid boss this game, dealing so much damage on the Harley. And then the follow-up is always there. The synergy, the layers of engage is always there. I mean, we did talk about this during draft, like the amount of ways for them to start team fights. It's crazy. Like, they come from multiple angles. Even if somebody misses their spells, doesn't matter. They have the damage with the Claude and the Harley to finish the job. And now, because of that victory, they get a point once again for Bacon Time. After 2-0ing Hydra Esports. Man, I pity Hydra Esports. Again, at this point, they still have not secured a point. They still haven't won a single game in the regular season.
I mean, we saw it coming. We said that Bacon Time had a really good shot, but not like that, man. Wow, dude. I don't know, like, they didn't even use like big engages, right? They didn't win team fights based off a big penalty zone or raging sandstorm. They just quite literally suffocated Hydra Esports with the flames, right? The Bacon Flames. Man.
Yeah, dude. It was a like you said, like a masterclass performance, full macro also. Like the discipline, the patience, it's there. When they needed to slow down the game, it was played beautifully by Bacon Time. Now let's talk over. So move over to the main stage to talk to Bacon Time.
แล้วนั่นเองทักทายกันนิดนึงค่ะเผื่อคนที่อาจจะแบบเพิ่งหลงเข้ามาดูนะคะชื่ออะไรแล้วก็เล่นตำแหน่งไหนบ้างคะ
สวัสดีครับผมบีบอสจังเกิลทีมเบคอนไทม์ครับ
นี่
สวัสดีครับผมการอินซีเล่นตำแหน่งโกเลียนครับ
โอเคค่ะนะคะเดี๋ยวถามความรู้สึกก่อนเลยนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยหลังจากที่เราเก็บมาอีก1แต้มนะคะจากที่เราเล่นตั้งแต่สัปดาห์แรกเลยนะคะจนถึงเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยตอนนี้มีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้ทำตามเป้าหมายที่ตั้งไว้ก็คือการเป็นแชมป์ในซีซั่น1ครับ
เอ้ยอ๋อเอาเลยใช่ไหมคะ
เอาเลยครับ
อ่าเราจะประกาศสักดาเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
เอ้ยว่าอะไรนะคะเมื่อกี้นี่
ผมจะเป็นแชมป์ในซีซั่นหนึ่ง
โอเค อ๋อกองเชียร์บอกอาจจะยังนะ
ไปเหรอครับ
โอเคเดี๋ยวให้การนิดนึงค่ะ รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะวันนี้ เมื่อวานอาจจะบอกแล้วเอาวันนี้ละกัน
วันนี้สนุกมากครับ เจอทีมตึงมาก
ค่ะนะคะ แล้วก็อันนี้อาจจะเสริมนะคะที่บีบอสพูดไปเมื่อกี้นะคะว่าการที่เราเนี่ยจะเป็นแชมป์ในลีกในรอบนี้เนี่ยความพร้อมของเราตอนนี้กับการแข่งขันอีก 3 สัปดาห์คิดว่าพร้อมขนาดไหนคะ
ประมาณ 1,000%ครับ
เต็มเท่าไหร่คะนี้
เต็ม 100 ครับ
เกินไปเลยเป็นไงล่ะ
คือผมพร้อมเอาแชมป์ในซีซั่นหนึ่งแล้ว
นี่การมีอะไรจะเบรกพี่บอสไหมคะ
ก็เห็นด้วยกับบีบอสครับ
เดี๋ยวนะเมื่อวานเนี้ยเราไม่ใช่มาเวนี้เลยนะ เรามาแบบว่าเหมือนแบบให้คังพูดวันนี้คือแบบเอาเลยพี่บอสเอาเลย เหมือนเป็นเสริมให้พี่บอสนะคะแล้วก็ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ค่ะคือจากที่สัปดาห์ที่แล้วบีบอสเหมือนจะโดนเหมือนส่งสารท้าใช่ไหมเห็นอยู่เพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้เราจะให้บีบอสส่งสารท้ามั่งนะคะว่าเราอยากเจอใครหรือว่าทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
อยากเจอป่าของเวลี่ไทยครับ
นี่
ชื่อว่าแคตตี้นารูครับ
โอ้โหอะไรนะคะชื่ออะไรนะคะ
แคตตี้นารูครับ
นี่
ผมเปลี่ยนชื่อเป็นแคตตี้มังคุดแล้ว
โอ้ยเดี๋ยวนะมาพอดีเลยค่ะ
เอามาแล้วเหรอพี่
อย่างนี้ก็ได้นะคะแล้วกันอยากจะเจอใครหรือเปล่าคะ
วลีไทยครับ
นี่โอ้โหนะคะอยากเจอวลีไทยทั้งคู่เลยเนาะแล้วเราคิดว่าเราเจอแล้วเราจะคิดว่าชนะไหม
ก็โอกาสชนะ 1,000%
เนื้อขอยืมคำพูดพี่บอสมาแล้วกันนะคะงั้นเดี๋ยวคำถามต่อไปเลย ถ้าเกิดสมมุติว่าใน1เกมที่เราแข่งนะคะคล้ายๆเมื่อวานเลยนะคะก็คือเราสามารถเล่นแล้วแบบดันจบได้ในทีเดียวเลยกับเกมที่แบบคัมแบ็กนะคะเราชอบแบบไหนเดี๋ยวให้บีบอสตอบก่อนบ้างเพราะว่าเมื่อวานนี้การอาจจะตอบแล้ว
ผมชอบแบบเกมนำแล้วนำจบไปเลยครับ
นะคะเพราะอะไรคะ
เพราะว่ามันไวดี
นี่นะคะโอเคค่ะนะคะอยากจะให้ฝากอะไรถึงทั้ง2ทีมที่เราจะเจอในสัปดาห์หน้าค่ะก็จะมีเจอกับโซลิกโซลิกเมื่อวานนี้ไงได้ดูเปล่าดูอยู่เนาะ
ได้ดูครับ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็อีกทีมหนึ่ง KOG ค่ะอยากจะฝากอะไรถึง2ทีมนี้ไหมคะ
ก็ทั้ง2ทีมเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากนะครับแต่ว่าแพ้เบคอนแน่นอน
การเบรกพี่บอสนิดนึงครับกันว่าไงดีครับ
ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
โอเคนะคะการบอกเอาแล้วแต่พี่เลยพี่โอเคนะคะขอบคุณมากนะคะทั้ง2ท่านนะคะเดี๋ยวเราให้ไปพักผ่อนก่อนละกันนะคะและเดี๋ยวเราขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์อีก3ท่านเช่นเดิมค่ะ
Again, still don't understand Thai, but I'm pretty sure they were still talking smack about the other teams because I heard that the audience react to what he said. But yeah, it was a interesting series from Bacon Time. It was a bit of fun too, especially if you appreciate high level macro. But I would say it does make me sad to see Hydra Esports to lose that way. It didn't feel like they could have done anything in that game.
The MVP though, B-Boss, wasn't really a surprise. This guy was styling, man. He was so slippery throughout the whole game. I mean, Hydra were trying to get him, but he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah. The problem is, the thing about Harley is that when you get a game like this, you're able to do anything that you want. Stand in front of a Sora, kill him without even using space escape, and you deal so much damage. And even the Fredrin felt that in the mid game. He was like, all right, let me defend mid. Okay, nope. Let me go back to base. Okay, I'm dead.
Yeah, I think I feel worse for the Fredrin, man, because there was, as we predicted, right? There was not a lot of things that the Fredrin could have done there. Maybe get some crowd control, but that aside, look at the kiting done by Bacon Time, dude. Guns in particular, I don't know how I feel about how he was playing, because it's a lot of style by all means. There was so much in this game with so much discipline from Bacon Time. Guns was the one guy just doing his own thing.
Yeah, it's styling, I would say. Like again, he's the only guy that was making this game interesting for Bacon Time because everybody was playing full macro, and he was doing unnecessary things just to style on. And it's not a diss to Hydra Esports. It's just how this lineup was naturally built. Like if they win early game, that's about it. You cannot do anything as the Fred, cannot do anything as the Sora, especially with this comp that basically can come from multiple angles and also like has decent damage scaling towards that late game, because even if the carry scales, like there's a lot of ways for them to shut down the carry. So yeah, after the first few wins for Bacon Time, it was just done and dusted. Game was over.
And don't forget, it's easy to just like say, oh, it's a winning composition, etc. But the subtle things that was done by Bacon Time certainly paid dividends in the mid game. Like remember the freeze in the mid lane when they were trying to make sure that Exort is as safe as possible. It's stuff like that makes sure that Clover can't gank him, that Yuri can't set up for a feather airstrike, that Outcon can't roam to catch him. They were just slowing down the pace to a painful tempo, man. I really think that if I was in that game, I myself would be like, yo, can we get something like to happen? Anything. Like let's flicker.
Yeah.
Let's all flicker forward or something, because like they were denying all the fights and they have the tools to do so. But it's ridiculous how they were able to execute in that way.
Yeah, I think the value for Hydra Esports that can learn from this game is that when you have to slow the game down, then you do it properly. You basically slow the game down, kind of like what Bacon did, starting from that freeze, also giving out the first turtle, because if they lost that first turtle, the Fredrin would have gotten tempo, and then maybe the Fredrin would have given the space for the carry. The Sora might be able to rotate towards mid, making sure that the Valir's life is a living hell. But because of the the early nuances that Bacon Time did in this game, it allowed him to come into mid game with, okay, we have everything that we need. We reach now, and we have damage. Let's do some team fighting. And then Hydra Esports just couldn't answer because they were naturally countered in the draft.
2 kills for Hydra Esports, man. Like that was a stifling. Man, it's just like, wow, you can't even imagine being there. And again, I have to reinstate this, and I'll keep reinstating it as time goes on. They went for a full map press, right? Without any kind of global ultimate. Like that's how confident they were. Like they felt like if someone gets jumped on, we'll have enough time to respawn or escape or make it worth the exchange. That's some high level confidence, dude. I am very surprised.
Yeah, very good stuff coming out from Bacon Time. And another point given for this team, unfortunately, Hydra Esports is still yet to take a point. Up next, it is going to be the match between King of Gamers and VLTH Esports, last match of the day, and you will be watching that after a short break. So stay tuned, don't go away, we'll be right back.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる 子供騙しか。お待てろ。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる大奮闘子供騙しかお待てろ
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる王子ども騙しがお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
แล้วก็กลับเข้าสู่นะคะเกมสุดท้ายคู่สุดท้ายของวันนี้แล้วค่ะนะคะกับการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand นะคะซีซั่นที่ 1 กับเรานั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็แน่นอนนะคะสำหรับคู่นี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่างนะคะทีมที่มีหลายๆสำนักเลยนะเขาจิ้มมาเลยว่า2ทีมนี้เนี่ยยังไงต้องติดอยู่ในท็อป4แน่นอนนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะเกมนี้เราจะเหมือนแบบได้ดูในเหมือนแบบคล้ายๆเป็นรอบเพย์ออฟเลยหรือเปล่านะคะว่าฝีมือแต่ละทีมเขานะคะจะงัดอะไรมาสู้กันนั่นเองนะคะเพราะว่าเป็นการเจอกันค่ะระหว่างทีมแรกเลยนะคะกับอินซีดัมนะคะ KOG นะคะ King of Gamer Cup นั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าวันนี้นะคะจะมาเจอกับนะคะเราจะเป็นทีมจ่าฝูงละกันนะคะซึ่งจะนำทีมโดยนะคะจ่าไฟนะคะแล้วก็จ่าแก้วนั่นเองนะคะเขาบอกว่าเมื่อวานนี้เนี่ยมีคนเอาไปทำมีมไงที่แบบว่าจ่าแก้วที่ใส่ชุดแล้วบอกว่าอ๋อโทษทีนะครับวันนี้จ่ามาแล้วเพราะว่าเป็นจ่าฝูงนะคะส่วนจ่าไฟของเรานะคะเขาบอกว่านี่ขนาดจับแค่2เดือนนะเนี่ยยังได้ขนาดแบบเป็นระดับหัวตารางแบบนี้นี่ถ้าเกิดว่าจับนานกว่านี้นี่โอ้โหไม่ไปแบบทะลุจักรวาลเลยเหรอนะคะประมาณนั้นนะคะก็เดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยทางจ่าแก้วนะคะแล้วก็จ่าไฟนะคะรวมถึงนะคะเพื่อนๆในทีมนะคะเขาจะงัดกลยุทธ์อะไรนะคะมาเจอกับทางนะคะ KOG เดี๋ยวเราจะได้ชมกันแล้วนะคะสำหรับคู่นี้นั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าที่น่าจับตาดูเลยนะคะก็จะมีผู้เล่นนะคะของทาง KOG นะคะก็จะมีผู้เล่นนะคะที่ชื่อนายนะคะเมื่อวานนี้เขามาแล้วไงที่เขาบอกพี่มาแล้วน้องนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเขาจะพี่มาแล้วน้องอีกหรือเปล่านะคะแล้วก็นอกจากเราจะมีนายแล้วเนี่ยเราจะมีผู้เล่นนะคะที่ import นะคะมาจากต่างประเทศด้วยนะคะแล้วก็จะมีเป็นผู้เล่นนะคะที่เป็นคนไทยนะคะดีกรีเนี่ยเป็นนักแข่งที่ผ่านลีกระดับประเทศมาแล้วด้วยนะคะบอกเลยว่า สูสีน่าดูมากนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นใครที่อยากจะดูคู่ที่ดุเดือดที่สุดนะคะมันที่สุดนะคะเดี๋ยวมาดูกันเลยว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยเราจะได้ชม2หรือ3เกมนั่นเองนะคะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้เนี่ยแฟ้มสีชมพูของโค้ดนะคะที่ให้ปอซ่าจับเมื่อวานนะคะแล้วได้แต้มไปในวันนี้ด้วยนะคะเขาจะมางัดแผนอะไรให้เราดูอีกนะคะงานนี้เนี่ยไม่มีใครยอมใครแน่นอนค่ะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตขอเสียงกลองเชียร์จากในห้องส่งหน่อยได้ไหมคะพร้อมดูหรือยังนะคะแสดงว่าพร้อมดูแล้วนะคะถ้าเกิดกองเชียร์พร้อมแล้วดิฉันพร้อมแล้วขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเซอร์ของเราค่ะ
Welcome back to the English broadcast here for MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 2, Day 2. We're still your casters for this match, Midnight, and my boy, my goat, Arashi. And we will witness the last match of the day. It's between Kings of Gamers and Vali Thai Esports. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be number 1 up against number 3. How are we feeling about this, Arashi?
I mean, I've been hearing Valley Thai being hyped a lot, especially by you today. So my expectations were high already. I think so far every match has blown my expectations out of the water. So I am looking forward to the final one as well. Yeah, what more can I say? I think it's gonna be a bit of a exciting one.
Yeah, and honestly, the matches for today have been all sweeps. So maybe we see a final sweep for today. Maybe we see an upset, but I don't think you can classify, this match as having an upset. Like both teams can actually take a win off of each other, can maybe even take the whole series, even 2-0. But I would say a lot of pressure is on Kings of Gamers right now. Even though Vali Thai sits at the top, they're the number 1 team. There's a lot of a lot of question marks still surrounding Vali Thai Esports, like the validity of their standing. But for Kings of Gamers, a lot of pressure. Honestly, they did win 2 of their last matches, but they did drop 1 game. You can see in the standings, yep, 2 victories here for Kings of Gamers. No defeat yet, but that's true for Vali Thai Esports as well. But a very clean and flawless record when it comes to game wins. So honestly, again, a lot of expectations for these 2 teams, but primarily for Kings of Gamers, because there's a lot of well-known players in this team. I believe most of them actually came from a different game, a lot of MOBA experience. So yeah, pressure is in KOG.
See if they can actually crack the 0 of Valley Thai Esports there. I'm surprised. I've seen great things from the teams in the league today. And Valley Thai with 0 game losses sounds kind of crazy. But I guess, you never know what to really expect, right? Second match today was already such a huge upset, like we were mentioning just earlier. Look at this poster to the next target for Valley.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Explain, Midnight.
Okay, yeah. So I don't understand Thai. I don't understand the text below, but I believe this is Coach Mikasa from Vali Thai Esports, a coach from a well-known MOBA title, a very different game altogether, but again, they're packed with experience. And we saw last week the amount of macro that this team had, the amount of discipline, the patience as well. And yeah, I think the next target is one of the top dogs as well, and I believe that is KOG. For Vali Thai Esports, this is another day at the office, but there's a reason why I pointed out earlier that there's a lot of questions surrounding Vali Thai's victory is because the last 3 matches that they played were up against E-Arena, Hydra Esports, and Full Sense. None of those teams are in the top 4. So, the victory that they've had, the 3-0s, maybe it's easy 3-0s,
Maybe, but then again, I think, we saw impressive stuff come from Full Sense earlier as well. So, hey.
That's true.
You don't be too quick to judge, right? The stats, as always, can be deceiving. You gotta see it to believe it, man.
Yeah, I mean, like what you pointed out, Full Sense did just beat Buriram United 2-0, and Buriram was expected to be one of the top teams, at least top 3. So we never know. It's week 2 of the regular season. A lot of things can happen, and maybe we see Vali Thai Esports still stay at the top, or King of Gamers actually reclaim number 1, because they were number 1 last week before VLTH Esports had the third
Oh.
victory yesterday. So yeah, a lot of question marks surrounding this matchup. I'm pretty sure most competitive MLBB Thai fans out there is excited to watch this game. I'm pretty excited as well because there's not a lot of like weird picks between these two teams, and today was a
No.
day of like weird picks. So maybe we see something different. Maybe we don't. Maybe we see the casual MLBB. I don't know. Like for me personally, I would love to see some flavor in this next matchup. Maybe we get to see more Valiers, maybe some Brunos here and there. What about you, Arashi? What are the heroes that you're looking forward to? Oh, actually, no. You know what? Let me introduce the teams first before we get into the picks. Here are your players here for King of Gamers. Again, a very top team, especially now that you've seen their faces. For the Filipino fans out there, you know why. You know, I am biased, yes. I'm a Filipino, and there's a Filipino player in this roster. That is KOG. And they will be facing the top dog currently in the regular season. The standing says they are the team to beat. This is VLTH Esports, a commanding presence from week number 1, packed with experience, packed with discipline, and also the flames from the open qualifiers. A lot of pressure and of course excitement heading towards the upcoming few weeks in this journey of VLTH Esports.
And see how this one goes, man. Both teams certainly look confident. They seem to be taking it seriously, right? They got this serious aura around them, especially for VLTH. I think they want to maintain this air of superiority. You know, the mental warfare begins very early on in the league, and it usually pays dividends later on during the end of the league. So that's something that they have to kind of invest in early on. This is head coach Justine against head coach Mikasa TH Thai.
Yep. Mikasa Thailand. Yeah, that's the head coach.
Mikasa Thailand.
VLTH Esports, the chef behind VLTH Esports, from open qualifiers to top 1 in regular standings. Now let me go back to my question, Arashi. What are the weird heroes that you're looking forward to in this match?
The weird heroes? Man, I'm not so sure. I like to see like new approaches, right? Unfortunately, in a MOBA, you can have like a front to back, a dive, and like a poke comp. Maybe that's about it. I would like to see the gold lane have more variety though, because honestly, I think there was a bit of a small buff for the Brody. We saw the clean NPL ID. We talked about the Beatrix earlier. Onyx ID, by the way, just used it and they lost to Geek Fam. So there's that. Midnight has very strong opinions about that happening. But yes, I would like to see some ways, maybe with the team composition, to be able to make those lesser known marksmen actually work in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I don't know about the current meta game, but when I see, especially when I saw the roster from KOG earlier, I see Kazin, right? And when I see Kazin, I think about Itachi, I think about Julian. So let's talk to Kazin to know more about how he feels about
we just need
MSL.
to review our mistakes and clean the messy part in our game. We can also read this map control.
สวัสดีครับ ผมชื่อนิโคลัสนะครับ จากทีมวอลลีไทยนะครับอยากจะฝากบอกถึงพี่ซัน33 RD นะครับว่าระวังโดนผมโซโล่คิวนะครับฝากถึงทีม KOG นะครับรอเจอผมได้เลยครับ
I just want to say to VLTH, good luck and give our best to the next match.
Hey, I understood that. Finally, something we understand. Me and Rashi finally get something out of that video, but now we look into the head-to-head. And to understand this, it's a matchup between the gold lanes, Payan versus KO. I want to highlight KO here has been very outstanding here for VLTH Esports, but the team fight is in favor of KOG.
Well, again, the team fight stats can be skewed. The GPM, now that's concrete, right? When you can make money as a gold laner, you know, you're doing your job, right?
Yeah.
I'm still a bit stunned from the English jump scare just earlier, though. Wasn't expecting to hear that. But yeah, let's see if anything new comes up. Because again, last week maybe pretty meta picks. This week, I think the timing coincides with the patch notes. That's probably why there's a lot more experimentation going on. So I think we can still expect some surprises here. Maybe not overall, not all 5 picks, but maybe 1 or 2 of the last picks, there could be a curveball hidden in there somewhere, Midnight.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see some old heroes back, you know, like the Baquitos, the Julian, especially now with Julian having an Itachi skin, right? So maybe we get to see that, maybe we don't. I just hope, you know, Kaizen pulls out a different hero. And I think we're all in agreement here, as both me and Arashi have gone with VLTH Esports. Even though my heart belongs to KOG because of the Filipino import, I still think, you know, VLTH Esports, they're clean. They're too clean with their game, man.
So your mind's telling you no, but your body,
my
your body's telling you yes.
My body's telling me VLTH Esports.
Man, what a age-old meme that is. Let's see though, right? I think there's a fair chance for both. This is what happens, man. Like when the meta, quote unquote, gets shaken up by a patch, you never really know what to expect, because sometimes the changes might just favor one of the teams, right? That happened, I think, 2 seasons ago in MPL ID, where the meta shifted very abruptly and immediately the top performing teams all just started dropping games, you know? That could very well happen right here, right now.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, the recent patch did bring up a lot of buffs with old meta heroes, like the long forgotten heroes, like the, you know, the Brunos, the Brodies, and then some adjustments in a lot of aspects in the game. But we're still, I would say we're still kind of near the meta, like how it used to be like 2 weeks ago. It's just that some drafts will benefit heavily from like old forgotten heroes, and we've seen that earlier when, you know, Bacon Time picked up the Valier, even though we've seen that from other regions as well. It's just the timing. Yeah, you're right. It coincides with like the heroes that get buffed essentially gets countered by old heroes that we have forgotten. So maybe we see a different thing here in this draft. Arashi, what's your favorite?
Expanding Rivers.
Nice. Expanding Rivers. Is it gonna be Expanding Rivers? Is it? Oh,
dang it!
Flying. So you're what?
No way! How is that possible?
You're 0-7 now, Arashi. Who do you think is the winner? No, I'm just kidding. So let's see. What are the? Yeah. What's gonna happen in game number 1? Draft is underway. First ban carry. What?
Not the first carry ban that catches us off guard. Usually you see it banned maybe second phase, not in the beginning. I wonder what that's about, honestly. Earlier it was a setup for a Freya, right? It was a carry third ban into a Freya, I believe, from Coach Trequarista from Buriram United. Let's see then. Okay, that with the Hilda, very pressure heavy ban here. Whereas for KOG, it's just the usual, right? Sushin, you can expect the Leomord perhaps if they go with the same old.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird opener here for VLTH Esports. There goes the Freya ban. We don't usually see this from teams. Like usually there's a clear idea, there's a clear direction, but it's too obvious if it's just a Freya, you know? Like there has to be some weird angle here for VLTH Esports. I'm gonna be surprised if they just take first pick Harley, honestly.
First pick Harley, RQ did that in MPL ID. Didn't work out for them when they did it though, so maybe picking it up too early would be a concern. But you might be onto something, Midnight, because against the Harley, a solution we've seen work is the Hilda. But never mind, VLTH don't want to see the Harley either. That was not the intention.
Yeah, that's why. Like, I think this is a weird angle. They banned out the Marcel for KOG. I don't know if VLTH was hoping to get that themselves, because I don't think it warrants a carry ban, because Marcel is kind of okay against carry. So what is now the first pick? They're even having the time to discuss this. Where does it go? Where does the lead? Where does the role lead us?
I'm thinking maybe a Leomord and then followed up by something like a Phoveus, you know, just a tanky type of composition that they don't want the carry to find value in, right? Like maybe a Uranus as well if they really want to go for that. But Uranus hasn't been meta for a long time. Baksha! There you go.
This makes sense. I forgot there's a Baksha in game. 'Cause
We haven't seen
usually-
any today.
Yeah, and it's almost always banned, honestly, especially from the red side. Okay, Baksha first pick. KOG can take up a lot of options here, honestly.
Against the Baksha, there's not really a lot of hard counters by all means. So back then, oh, never mind. Phobius Satyan. I like that. And it's not really a reaction to the Baksha, right? They're just going for what they think is beneficial. And by all
Yeah.
means, the Satyan and the Phobius can still be comboed with other things as well. So it doesn't really reveal their whole hand just yet.
Yep. Velita Esports, however, they can get the Valentina to sort of like copy the Zetian ult. And then maybe have, the Valentina flex. Because we've seen, especially outside of MSL, we've seen a lot of Valentinas against Phobiuses. But instead of that, they go for the typical lane answer. It's the Yuzong. It's direct, upfront, and personal. Yuzong into the Phobius.
I like the Yves. I was thinking about that possibility too, just for the extra chase, the extra utility with the Baksha. The Yuzong, though, is a bit of a surprise. Against the Phobius, I think it still favors the Yuzong, being a lane bully and all that, but there is a bit of skill involved there. The Cho, I guess it's just for Prio. Although, again, against a Baksha, I don't know how much you can do with Prio unless you get something that has presence in the jungle.
The Yuzong as well, like it's kind of hard to kick a Yuzong. Maybe you scare, maybe it's a scare tactic, like you scare the Yuzong to using a Black Dragon form. Yeah, but majority of the games we've seen, I've seen countless. I've seen this Cho Yuzong matchup countless times now, and it doesn't really favor the Cho. It's mostly just to scare the Black Dragon form. But most of the time, Yuzong just, screws your game. Like it's kind of hard to play the Cho into this game.
I know, especially against a Baksha, right? It can just collide with you and kind of stop you from moving around too much. But I guess it might be to accommodate for the lack of mobility for the Phobius, right? So the Phobius will be immobile, but you have a Cho that will be moving around, that can contest vision and all that. And in that line of thought, banning the Khalid makes some sense too. Although for Valitai, they ban away the Harith, and we've seen what happens when you're forced on a weak side gold lane, especially with a Baksha Yuzong. That's Dive City, man.
Yeah. KOG, I think this lineup warrants a Bruno ban. Because I don't think they have any way to access, the marksman for Valitai. They cannot pick it themselves because there's a Yuzong, there's an Eve. I like Bruno on the side of Valitai, honestly. Like this lineup could protect the Bruno 24/7, especially that the Cho already has a big problem with the Yuzong and the Eve. They removed the Hylos. Interesting choice from KOG.
Yep, it's all the roamers that can actually safely scout out for information. With the Marcel, Khalid, and Hylos banned out, there's not a lot of other options. The Gatot comes to mind. That aside, the glue as well. So don't know about that. But yeah, I think they're going to be playing a bit more of a pick-off style. So I fully expect some kind of burst damage source coming in for KOG.
Yep. Let's see what the bans are for Velita Esports. You need a jungle or a gold lane ban. They secured both. Harriet Joy banned out against KOG, so has to be Liam, I guess, or maybe Suyo. I think Suyo is viable here.
I think Suyo makes a lot more sense, right? The burst damage. Again, we've seen some very weird junglers today. The Hayabusa earlier was definitely a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
So options are there, I think, in the hero pools of the players. I'm more curious about what to go along with it, right? They go for an assassin, physical damage jungler, and then what in the gold lane against a Yuzong, against a Baksha? Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov is a choice. Interesting. I mean, you do get that late game viability against this lineup that is heavily reliant on like catching heroes, but I don't think they have enough early game, honestly. Especially if Valitai just goes for the Bruno, right?
Yeah, or if they go for something even stronger in the gold lane, they can shut out the game immediately.
Yeah.
Unless KOG really has this like late game angle, then they'll go for like a fighter in the jungle, I guess.
Interesting. Go for the Claude. Gonna try and match up the pacing of KOG's late game.
And still have a good amount of dive too. Now to round out the composition, will the Eve be the only character in the background? Oh, it's a Grok. Oh.
Okay. To protect the King strat, I guess.
It's also tough for the Phobius though, right? With the walls, you can't really get around it. You are vulnerable to getting locked away from your team.
Yeah, dude, you misclick one time, that's it. Game over. Like, there's no escaping. You have to flicker out, and then Claude just chases you. I like this idea from VLTH Esports. Would have just preferred more early game, especially with this Baksha. But I think they're just more concerned in like protecting the early game of the Claude. Now KOG, they've already chosen their last pick. They're locking their fists right now, bumping. What's the choice here?
Oh, it has to be something protective. No, there's way too much risk from VLTH right here. Unless they want more mobility.
Oh,
oh, Guinevere. We forgot the Gwyn was even in the game.
Yeah, true.
It's a meta pick, right? By all means, it can
is.
peel. It can peel. It has a more targeted form of crowd control, and you know, if you can land on the Eve or the Claude, you can do a decent amount of damage. It's a solid option.
The thing about this Gwyn pick is that yes, it gives a lot of things for King of Gamers, but it also threatens this huge combo that they have. They have a lot of knockoff in their lineup. The Phobius and the Cho can be utilized to sort of like set up for KOG. It doesn't have to be like spatial migration every single time. And then you also have that immunity versus the Yuzong and also the Grok. So it's an overall solid pick, I'd say, for KOG. But the question is, do they have enough early game against VLTH Esports?
We'll have to wait and see, man. Only time will tell. I think they're looking for a mobility-based approach. They want to go back and forth, and if that's what's going to happen, that Phobius is going to rack up a lot of deaths, but in the end, it will be worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first game between VLTH Esports versus King of Gamers.
Yep. It's a battle of, I'd say, early game tempo to see who gets to offensively defend. Wow, offensively defend. It's a new phrase. Offensively defend their marksmen, because honestly, both comps are looking to do the same things. Sort of like make space in the early game, force enemy reaction, and make sure that your marksman is just farming. Hazen gets that retribution onto the Little Wonder. Good spatial migration retri combo.
Good steal there. Clean, calculated. Purify on Linksy though, that's interesting. Right now, Zetian and Cho, you definitely won't win in a clearing battle against that, but you can win in the poke battle. As you can see, HP bars for VLTH very, very healthy, allowing them to stay on the map, and they're tailing Nile here, not letting him get any impact without trading some of it back. Overall, though, it's a very slow game so far. It's just farming for the junglers.
I guess this is what you get when two top teams decide to go for like late game comps. Just early chill, you know, clear the waves, look for openings. Hazen finds one, gets a jump on to Chajame, but he was under tower, so he had to back off. If it was just 10 pixels, you know, closer to the right, maybe they fully commit on that Grok kill.
Perhaps, but that's what the Guinevere brings. Good engage and pick off potential all the way from the early stages. But now this is where the ball flows away into VLTH's court. They have the Yuzong, they can zone away the jungler, and they are already rotating towards it with the Baksha.
Oh, look at this. They're starting the turtle even without level 4 Phobius, but Hazen secures the turtle for King of Gamers, and now they go for the punish. VLTH Esports, they take down the Guinevere. No violent requiem for Kazin, so they know they can just go in, but look at the spacing from King of Gamers. Okay, 33rd dies. SOD from the Moskov. Is he gonna come in? Zed dealing damage from far, far away, but VLTH Esports still able to run away with 3 kills.
Good moves there from KOG to go for the turtle rush, basically, before the Yuzong was ready to participate. Nicholas rushed over, but he was too late to really zone out the whole team. But he made them pay for it, man. 2 kills. You know, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Actually, a bit painful for King of Gamers. Would have been better off with like free turtle and then just get out, but Nicholas had a different plan. He went for the juggler, he went for the punish, and I think they're fine with it for KOG because at the very least the Moscow is still safe, still farming, but it's a bit concerning that VLTH Esports can now do this because they have map access, they have river control, and they find the Cho, and that's the second death of Nile.
That's some insane crowd control lockdown, my guy. Wow, like Nile could not move at all. The timing on that is great. Shows you again that they have good team fights and AoEs, but if they're used like that, it can be used as a pick-off style.
Yep. Oh, Nile? KO doesn't see... Actually, he does. He does see the Cho. And that's gonna make the gank a little bit harder for King of Gamers. They open up the river here for VLTH Esports. Again, just too clean. Look at the Baksha and the Eve. They're just blocking the access of KOG onto this river. And this is going to give them turtle as well. Allows Lingxi to clear the wave. Look at where the Grok is also. He's going to block the Phobius from coming to this turtle fight. And now they pull it onto their side. Oh, bottom side. KO uses the Purify to get away from the jump of the Guinevere. But here comes a real manipulation. Don't commit. It's just the RWM for Lingxi. It's a costly engage though. Kaizen still has the ultimate. Now they find a Grok to Jame. Is he gonna fall down? Yes, he will. No tectonic charge for VLTH Esports. Also, look at the Phobius. He's zoning out the Yuzong. They want to force this error from VLTH Esports. He's gonna be run down by the Baksha, but Kaizen already on the tails. Already taking the turtle, and they're not going to overreact. They're just going to take the objective.
This engage right there, showing again that they learned a bit from the previous engagement. Interesting play there from VLTH to go for a bit of a gank on the top side and then rotate. You would think that they would have the rotational prio with the Yuzong, but they seem to be a bit more concerned about the pick-off potential that Kaizen is bringing for the team. So it's forcing them to rotate in a more hesitant manner.
Yeah. KOG has taken 2 turtles now on Kaizen, which is going to allow them, a better time in the mid-game, higher levels. But the thing is, VLTH Esports, they still have this river control, which is allowing the Claw to just safely farm. Now the flicker kick onto this Grok. He is really, really mad. Chajame tech charge with the flicker out! He gets away! Scot-free. Nile doesn't land the additional knockup for the Grok. And KOG, they've burned so many stuff just for the Grok to get away.
Unfortunate, man. They certainly wanted more than that. Showing again that both teams are completely aware of the surprise maneuvers available to their opponents. This is where the mind games get important, man. When your opponent knows the moves that you have, sometimes pretending that you're going to go for it is enough to really burn resources to force out rotations. That's what both of these teams have to do. And by the way, Midnight, all the Thai talents voted for KOG, so finally a bit of a disconnect here between the English talents and the Thai talents.
Yeah, dude, they're all in for the imports. I mean, again, my heart belongs to KOG, but my body and my mind says VLTH Esports game is too clean, but it is getting dirty and dirty by the minute as KOG shows the blemishes on VLTH Esports games. Now we see, again, another attempt from Nile to go to the bottom side, maybe pressure KO a bit. Just gonna allow some free control for the Moscow, and now 33rd gets to position himself in front of the turtle.
Oh, again on the top side though. Hang on, Kaizen. Not getting the pick onto Nicholas, but he is very, very low. Should be a fight angle for VLTH, but the user is getting zoned out.
Yeah. And the KOG wants to take the Yuzong down first. Oh, Kaizen attempts. He used the ultimate, by the way. There's no violent Requiem for Kaizen, but he still gets the turtle! Just walking on the rear end of the turtle pit. He uses the Retri, and now Nicholas tries to find a target backside. He finds the Cho, but the punish is there from Zetian. 2 kills going in favor of KOG. Katinaru, he will be able to take down this Phobius as he has no flicker out. Gonna be buying a bit of time though for the other members of KOG. Still gonna fall, but look at the map. Kaizen and Payan already pushing waves, but okay, KO used, I believe he used the Blazing Duet just to prevent the Moscow from pushing the wave.
He's going for the clear so he doesn't have to reveal himself to be in the lane and vulnerable for a gank. But Payan is doing a great job here. He's been winning the gold crab duels, and he's been able to have more impact just because he has the SOD to play around with.
Yeah.
There was that flicker forwards we saw earlier, but he made it out, so we won't talk about that.
Now Kaizen steals the purple buff away from the Baxia. 2 levels up on the jungler, which maybe gave him an advantage in the early retry battle between Kaizen and Kaninaru, but still KOG, again, good control in the early game. Even though VLTH Esports is leading in kills, they're leading in terms of resources, and now they get the river control. This is gonna be very important for KOG as they pave their way for the Moscow.
For sure, man. Keep your eyes open for Nile and Kaizen to go for some of the surprise plays, because even the Baxia at this point, maybe they can't pick him off outright, but if he gets low enough, that means a definite neutral objective take. And KOG has been doing a great job finding these small leads before the neutral objective to go for it. Payan gets boxed off, but escapes.
Kaizen as well sees the Baxia, is able to stack up. 3 stacks onto Kaninaru. Now he gets out. They forced out the Black Dragon form. Can he get more Nicholas Petrified onto the use of... They misses Fear of the Phoenix used now by the Zetian, but it's not going to save Kaizen. RWM as well. Link Shield locking everybody down on the side of KOG. Big punish coming out from the Dragon after the Violent Requiem. They find the Guinevere and now they fight Lord. And there's no Gwyn in sight.
Man, that was looking so sketchy, man. Again, they jumped to the box to try and get an advantage, but the immediate punish attempt from VLTH really put him on the back foot. There was a good attempt from Nile there to kick Nicholas away so that the Furious Dive combo doesn't land afterwards, but it wasn't enough. Although, again, if they fight in the funnel like that, you saw that KOG almost turned it around despite being on the back foot. VLTH needs to be very careful moving into the jungles in these narrow avenues or the dark waves, the spatial migrations. All these spells can really get maximum value for KOG.
Yeah. I think they just felt comfortable playing into that spot because they had the Claude coming in, Blazing Duet. But yeah, they should be really careful, especially now that the Moscow is getting bigger and bigger by the moment. KOG being able to defend. Tectonic Charge knocked up Pavan. Oh! The kick from the Cho over the wall, and Payan with the kill. Actually, he didn't get a kill. He got the Spear of Misery, but a good combo coming up from KOG. And now VLTH Esports will have to reset after getting a few towers.
They get the mid turret though, which is very valuable there. But yeah, right now it's KOG trying to find something. They have a window.
Oh, Nile once again with the knockup. Black Dragon form, however, used by Nicholas. It goes straight to the backside, sees Payan, but he has a Petrify. Doesn't want to commit. The 33rd though, pretty low. Oh, Claude Blazing Duet! Onto the front lines. KO though gets shut down by the Zetian. The reach was there, but look at the sustain from VLTH Esports. Even without the Claude, they have damage. All Tech Charge with the flicker in. But the Purify, Payan saves himself. Nile also has to flicker out. Kaninaru no longer interested in pursuing more kills as they've gotten what they want. 1 for 3 in exchange for the Claude.
VLTH initially pushed back, but strikes back in a massive fashion. The confidence for Chajame to just go in there with the Tectonic Charge flicker almost secures the kill, but not quite. But shows you again that it kind of flashes that killer instinct onto KOG, forcing them to respect the possibility of VLTH to go for something similar later on. Again, the mind games are so much more important when you have 2 teams that are on similar levels like this game.
Yeah, you basically get conditioned as to what your opponents could do. Now for KOG, every time they see Grok and they know if he has a flicker, they will be a bit scared to walk in and fight off VLTH Esports, which is beneficial for VLTH because now the scare tactics is in their favor. Like the Chajame can just walk up, maybe use second skill, and KOG will have to back off.
Divine Glaive was just picked up by a Link C as well, so that's a ton of damage. For Zed though, it's the Lightning Truncheon. So on one hand, Link C will do more damage to the tanks, but Zed can throw the fight's balance awry with the Lightning Truncheon proc onto KO or Link C himself. That's an interesting one. As the Lord comes up, again, Valitai wants a proper 5v5 here if possible. They want to get a good tectonic charge. They want to be able to get Kaizen away from the objective using Nicholas. But will KOG allow it?
It's a question. Cat Minaru trying to find an angle here against the Guinevere. Oh, Niall in a very awkward spot.
Oh.
Now they see the Cho is blocked by the Earthen Rampart. Finally, he gets a dash away from the clutches of the clock. Big pickups here from both KO and Payan. There's a Malefic Gun on the Cloud and also Wind of Nature onto the Moscow. They see 33rd. The focus. Look at the damage. Look at the shred coming out from the Cloud. This is the Malefic Gun. Earlier, the pickup on the Cloud now is paying dividends. Niall, feeling the wrath of the Blazing Duet, is able to get away, however. But Payan on the bottom side, however, doing Moscow things. The macro advantage. He knows he can just take towers, but because of this KOG, they might have to concede Lord, but Payan actually helping the Lord take, but it's KO who secures it for Balita. Esports kick from Niall onto Katinaro. It wasn't enough because the damage from the Cloud allowed them to secure the Lord. They didn't need the Baksha. And now KOG, even after the kill onto Katinaro, they feel like we lost the Lord.
Water turret for Valitai was almost taken out, by the way. You almost wonder if it wasn't better for Payan to just keep on pushing. Now the Lord, though, gets cleared out. It's only waves to be used by Valitai. But they show again that with the right setup there, especially if 33RD pushes up on the Phobias, right, with no escapes, they can very easily punish. KO on the Claude does a ton of damage right now.
Yep. Both sides providing their own set of problems to each other. Payan with the split push. KO with this insane shred from the Blazing Duet and the basic attacks alone. Now KOG, they're being hunted here by Kalinaro. The Baksha rolling around. It's a bit annoying for KOG to actually just sit in bushes because they know the Baksha might come for them.
And that's the movement speed advantage. It's the Black Dragon form and the Shield Unity from Valitai that can kind of force KOG to play even further back than they initially would. And more than that, Payan and Zed, I don't know if they have a Winter Crown or Wind of Nature just yet. KO certainly has one. The Blazing Duet can be a great tool to just deny the whole backline of KOG from participating in a fight.
Yeah. Payan has one. He prioritized it before the Malefic Gun. So both marksmen are now technically built up. So it comes down to a battle of execution. Who goes in first? If Valitai can actually slow this Moskov down before he gets to control the side lane, or KOG, can they actually slow the game, the fights for Payan to be able to do Moskov things? It's a battle of macro and comps for these two teams.
You know, look at this, Valitai leaving the bottom wave to slow push to a degree, and Payan and 33RD, they're forced to respect the potential for someone to be in the jungle. And someone is there, but it's only Chajame. And he's able to zone them away, actually. 30 seconds to go, so if Valitai wants to make a play on the bottom side here, that's perfectly valid.
Yeah, I want to control the slow lane. It's Moskov is just going to stick there. But both sides, they're covering their marksmen pretty well. So it is going to come down to this Lord timing. 20 seconds. Everybody needs to be in position. The Cloud stays on the bot side. They forced out Kaizen. They see 33rd. Good Earthen Rampart coming out from the ground. Look at the poke. Oh my goodness. Kaizen, he finds the Grok. And the tech charge is there to answer back with the Fury of the Phoenix as well from Zed. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Onto the backside. KO finds Kaizen. And the Wind of Nature between the two marksmen actually helps both sides. But still, Valitai Esports, they've gotten what they wanted. They took down the Guinevere.
We started with the chunk onto 33rd. And KOG are not willing to back down, but maybe they should have. Now the Phobia's caught again in the front. Shield Unity won't connect. Niall tries to find something, but now he's isolated. It's going to be a Lord angle for Valitai. SOD gets launched. It doesn't connect. It's going to be a Lord take by Brian! Oh no! It gets taken away by KOG.
Oh my god, this time the knock-up paid off for Niall. The knock-up was perfect timing. Katinaro couldn't even use the red tree. And SOD from Payan. He used it to teleport to the Lord fight and landed the final shot, the final spear to take the Lord for KOG.
That is devastating for VLTH, and immediately KOG try and get some capitalization over it. They have the pressure, they want the turrets. The bottom base turret, by the way, fell during that Lord take as well. So that's everything going south for VLTH. And KOG are taking it slow. They know that they can't afford to mess up this opportunity.
Oh, conceal. Do they have the angle though? And he sees Lingxi, the kick is there, but the Purify has been forced out. No punish whatsoever from VLTH Esports, but at least they get to defend their base. They get to clean the Lord. But KOG still with this Lord taken down. They will still have the next big set of minion waves. But they've done their job. They've taken the bot side tower. They've pressured VLTH Esports back. And now they get to control the river again. They know there's no Purify on the eve.
Man, I'm still over Payan with the hero play. That definitely extended the game even longer. And right now it values, it's better for KOG. I think Truncheon for Lingxi for more of that burst damage. But the perma push lane on the bottom is what's gonna give KOG so much more advantage. They can outmaneuver VLTH because again of the Shield Unity and the Black Dragon, but now they can play some mind games. They can set up a trap in the middle of the map using Kaizen with the spatial migration as well. They have options to play around with here.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to execute now for KOG. Slow lane advantage has built up. But I don't know, VLTH Esports, I don't think they have to do Lord, honestly. There's no hero on the side of KOG that can actually do Lord. The Guinevere, yeah, sure, she can sustain, but I don't think she does Lord fast enough. Maybe for VLTH Esports, it's a lot better to just, suck it up, give them Lord Prio, and then maybe just focus on like pushing this bottom lane tower, because this is where Moscow's gonna be.
Or maybe you can go for a team fight win afterwards. Again, sometimes, especially at 20 minutes, the death timers can be more devastating than the actual Lord take itself. Right now, the VLTH, I like what they're doing right here. They know the other wave is already pushing on the top side. They want to control the bottom as much as possible. And if there's any slip up in the mid lane, they are still in position to capitalize. With 7 seconds to go right here, oh, the wave is set up so good, dude. It's delayed there, right in the center.
Yeah, very good for VLTH Esports. Now they can get Lord Prio again, and they're gonna see Moscow in just a bit. Maybe they can force a fight here, but Nile is doing a pretty good job of just scouting this Lord position for KOG. It's actually Kaizen that gets the Lord Prio, but they have to put it back to reset. Now Moscow gets to clear one wave bot side. After he clears this, it's a full reset. Actually, it's a big advantage for KOG. That's why Kaninaru is already rolling around, fighting Kaizen on the backside. Immortality by item swap by Kaizen, but now he gets taken out. No Guinevere, but Payan on the backside. Oh, it's in bad position. Now they see him. VLTH Esports can turn, but the damage from Payan, the sustain as well from Nicholas. Oh, the help from Nile. The knockup. He's able to survive. The Moscow is still alive, and they take out the Claude. It's an end angle for KOG. They're not gonna let the Grok return to base. It's just the Baksha against 3 members of KOG. They're walking down mid. They see the wind condition. They see the towers. And Nile, he has a kick. He's gonna have a kick. Kaninaru left alone to his own devices. And now Moscow gets to push the tower. And KOG will get victory in game number 1. Payan end the game. And he does. The Moscow winning the game for KOG.
Payan MVP, dude. What was that? Comes in the back with the SOD, takes out the mid laner. The Yves gets absolutely deleted, and he kites back away from all the utility. They were diving towards the backline, but they forgot that Payan was gonna come from the opposite direction. It was a pinch maneuver to deny VLTH Esports their front-to-back dive composition. They played that perfectly, man. A bit of luck was involved there for the initial Lord steal, but aside from that, KOG showing everyone that they are here to stay.
It was one spear of misery, bro, and it allowed them to have this crucial moment. Dude, I thought this was a very dangerous position because look at how quick Valita Esports pulled back. But look at Nile and Zed. Look at the way they protected this Moskov, and also Zed getting attention away from Payen. To be fair, it is a bit of the fault of the other members that they shifted their attention towards the other members of KOG. But man, Payen played a fantastic Moskov game. If he's not MVP, I don't know who is, brother.
It has to be him, dude. The initial steal alone already puts him up for that argument. The way that that game ended, even more so. By all means, credit to his team for supporting him. You know, after they were caught off guard, you can see VLTH kind of split apart. You know, and they had like a mixed call there. Like I think the Grok and the Claude were trying to go for the Zetian, but everyone else was trying to stop the Moskov. And man, it's a split-second decision, but the cost is fatal.
Yeah, they couldn't stop Payen from doing whatever he wanted in that team fight, especially on the back line. They had to pull back, and they didn't have enough resources. The amount of dashes that he had was crazy, and of course, he's the MVP. There was no way that he wasn't the MVP this game. Lord Steel outmaneuvers 0 deaths, by the way. 0 deaths in a game like this that was heavily dominated by VLTH Esports. Map control wise, he stuck to the script, he stuck to the macro, pushed towers, and you know, scaled up to the late game. Actually delayed this game towards the late game.
The Moskov, man, it's so crazy when you see players who are really good at the Moskov, not just mechanics, but also decision making. When he goes with the SOD and all that, he never SODs and gets blown up. You know, that's because of the timing. That's because of the comms. He for sure is told by his teammates, hey, you can come in now. The stun is down. The tech charge is down. You know, things like that. And it just comes in at the right opportune moment. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Even here, he doesn't get baited to go in for no reason.
I liked the patience, honestly, from Payen, even under the pressure, under the rest. Like there were a lot of moments in this game where you will feel like, okay, maybe I need to go fight, maybe I need to go help my team, but no, he held his ground. He's like, guys, let me farm. I'm gonna farm my SOD. This is just a threat. Maybe I joined a couple of fights that are very, very important for us, but he's very quick to decide whether to go fight, whether to go split. And that was the turning point when he got the towers on the bottom side. He made that decision by himself to maybe just take out the towers and delay this game to the point where we can actually contest. And again, VLTH Esports, they've shown to be very, very committed into forcing fights against KOG. But this crucial steal, man, I don't know, bro. One Spear of Misery saved this game.
And afterwards, I mean, Hazen bought some time with the Immortal right there. And Payen, man, again, the Yude song is great, don't get me wrong, but against heroes with some kind of knockback, some kind of dash, there's so much outplay potential. And I think Nicholas certainly got frustrated towards the end right there. Yeah. He can get Zed, maybe, but Zed was not the main problem that he had to zone out.
Yeah. Honestly, even the Claude, he was distracted. He saw the Zetian and he thought Zetian was a free kill. Unfortunately for him, this guy was holding a holy crystal. And then one combo from the Zetian, he went from 60% to 0% HP on the Claude. I think even the Lightning Truncheon proc there. And after that, Claude just died. He melted against this Zetian. KOG, what a fantastic showing, man. Fantastic discipline, fantastic macro, and also just the overall patience from a lot of these players, specifically Payen and the Moskov.
Someone stunned KO as well when he went in for the Zetian in the late game. I couldn't see who it was, but he got stunned. Like he thought he had an angle, but that stun really threw him off for sure. If you look at the numbers here, definitely highest on Zed. Oh, and actually highest on Linksy on the Eve. Unfortunately, not high enough. I think Nicholas definitely wanted to do a bit more damage on the Yude song, right? Almost less than the Baksha is less than ideal, especially because he got 2 kills in the early game. Unfortunately, KOG played the macro game so well. Nicholas was never really in the right position or the right time frame to get a max value Black Dragon form. So I think that's where his issues really lie.
Yeah, the team fights were almost always spread out. Like he finds one target, that's about it, and then he tries to find another. But the problem was by the time the Black Dragon expires, then you have to face the Moscow issue, which was detrimental to their own gameplay. So honestly, like Valitai, it was a valiant effort to that. They did catch Kazin a lot of times in the before even the Lord spawn, but they had nothing against this Moskov, man. Like they didn't address this Moskov issue that they had, even for the first few Lord fights, right? Like every single time Valita Esports tried forcing the Lord, they were almost always dealt with by the SOD, and they could have had the chance to just pressure bot side or the opposite side. They didn't. I think they were too critical about the Lord dances, I'd say, and that they lost their vision where they could have honestly just punished the Moscow on the opposite lane.
And again, the setup could have been cleaner as well. There wasn't a lot of moments where you can see a clean, zoning approach coming in from Valitai, and it's not because Valitai messed up. I really think it's because KOG they played the macro game. They made it confusing. They flashed a bit of the Guinevere threat, and then it keeps Valitai guessing, and this is the result, man. Those mind games really do pay off.
That's why it's very important to stay calm in the game, maintain your composure, kind of like what Payan did. I'm a Moskov. Let me split push. Let me be at my own zone. Let me take down towers, and then when it's time, I go spear, I go kill heroes, I go steal Lord, and I go win game for KOG. Very good showing, honestly, for the top three. Again, it does bring up the question, the conversation that we had earlier. How clean is the game really is for Valitai Esports? I still think they play a clean game, but the 3-0 standing doesn't really show everything for Valitai Esports, as we've seen a couple of blemishes in their own gameplay. KOG has shown that to us, that there are aspects in the game where they lack the proper answer, the proper response to for Valitai Esports.
I think towards the late game as well, if you see, they were still playing. They played the same way throughout the beginning till the end, right? And that's considering that the Claude wasn't really like the main factor, right? The Claude is like an additional ulti that you can use to win fights. You contrast that to how KOG were playing. I think all the way from the beginning, they understood that we have a Setian, we got damage dealers, we got damage here and there, but it's gonna be the Moskov, right? We gotta protect the Moskov. I think you even said it in the drafting phase, Midnight. I think it was gonna be a bit of a protect the president angle. Yeah. I think Valitai, if they transition a bit more to playing for the Claude in the late game, maybe things could have gone a bit better. But that's a big maybe, right? Hindsight is always 20/20.
Yeah, hey, it's a lot of it's a lot of questions that could have happened in the game, but we're not Doctor Strange. We cannot see like 14,605 possibilities. We can only see one game, and unfortunately for Valitai Esports, Payan saw the one moment where he steals the Lords. Maybe they get to see the difference for game number 2. Maybe we see the adjustments in the draft. Maybe we see a different composition, because honestly, seeing both teams run the protect the president strategy, it's fun, it's high level, but it's also kind of like slow for my own taste. But the thing is, I agree with you, like the point you made earlier, like Valitai could have played their comp more towards their comp, because KO had to like play for himself, right? Okay, map draw, Arashi.
Dangerous grass.
Let's see. Oh!
No way!
Guys,
No
Arashi
way.
is 0-8 today. You're 0-8.
It's okay. It's just one of those days, man.
Yeah. Hey, it's a rest day, It's Sunday. Maybe your luck is resting.
Maybe. My guardian angel is off,
Yes, sir.
on vacation. Let's see, man. Now it's going to be a swap over. KOG first pick, and they banned the Phobius. I think they do recognize the potential. It was a bit of a liability towards the end because of the lack of mobility. But again, they did a great job adjusting for it, right? They saw the Phobius get chunked out, get taken out in the previous Lord fight. And afterwards, the backup was always there to ensure that 33 RD was not isolated for the most part.
Yeah. So I think for Valita Esports, the proper response would be maybe remove. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say like remove some of the heroes that KOG has used earlier, maybe like the Gwyn from Kaizen, but they go back to like normal MLB drafting. They remove Marcel, KOG, will likely take away some of the heroes here for Valita Esports. Maybe they use Zong, but that's for like second phase.
Well, Sora gets banned out here. Yeah, the Yuuzong could be an option, but so far there's no real necessity to do so just yet. The Freya is still open, and I wonder if Aditai will mirror the bans that was used by KOG just earlier. KOG went for the Marcel, Freya, and the Zushin. I think that's pretty solid, unless they have some particular respect they want to throw over to KOG.
Yeah. What about mages? Because last game we've seen a lot of like mage bans, like the
Mages?
Valentina, the Zushin. I think Valita would still go for the Zushin ban. It's just globally accepted. Okay, never mind. They banned Basha, but it's globally accepted that red side is usually the team that bans Zushin, because it's really annoying for the blue side to get Zushin first pick. Now they banned Freya on KOG. Interesting, considering that their first pick.
Well, banning the Tsushin is one thing, but in MPL ID, the jungle has been so oppressive that a lot of bans are targeted towards the roamers and junglers instead. We're seeing the Tsushin actually let go very, very often. And so far in this league, we haven't seen that being as much of the case.
Yeah. Like teams shift around between like Harley first pick, and then we couple of like Valentina first pick, and then Freya, and then Zushin. A lot of very diverse tactics from different teams. That's why I like things like this, because you see the identities of teams similar to like this. You know, like Valita Esports, they don't care about Zushin. They let it go. Usually, when you let go of Zushin, you also let go of Harley. But this time around, Valita Esports, they were like, okay, we just don't care about Zushin. We don't care about Harley as well. Let's just ban it, because KOG might just take it first.
I guess Sushin, right? It's just too versatile, too good,
Yeah.
to leave out. The Yve is supposedly a counter, right? But in a way, they're just different heroes. You can't really compare them.
Bro, is this okay? It's this guy. This is a player, right? He's drafting. He's standing up.
Wait, what? You see, get up from the player chair.
I think he's a player, right? He's the player. No,
it's not the coach. Try and see if we can maybe spot his face in the
No,
pictures.
we see Mikasa, and then we see Justin on the other side. Yeah, Justin is there. He's standing up. One guy stood up. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Interesting.
We never know.
All right, we'll see if we can get confirmation on that later. Harriet and Hilda, though, is not what I was expecting. I don't see the point in this early Hilda. It seems to be a very popular hero so far today.
I mean, naturally, it's good against Zushin, but picking it up as early as this, even though Esmeralda's off meta, I would still consider, like, you know, it being a good pick.
Along with the Harriet, I guess now the Harriet has some flex. We've seen it go jungle.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough. Guinevere, though, gets picked up. I think the Guinevere would have been a much more value pick over the Hilda. Guinevere Granger, so pretty straightforward draft here from KOG. I guess the Gwyn can be flexed over to EXP if you really want to. Or Rome even, but I think it's mainly still a jungle pick for now.
Yeah. Okay, this time around, they switch up their draft. Instead of going for a late game, protect the precedent sort of thing, they go for full early game aggression. 5 minutes is the timing here for KOG. Valita Esports will get an Eve. Very strong team fight here for Valita Esports. Good zoning potential as well with the Eve Hilda. Okay, I still think, you know, even though there's an Eve on the side of Valita Esports, they're going to be strong level 1 in mid prio, but come level 2, I think this Zushin, especially if they pair it up with something like a Khalid, it's going to be very devastating here for Valita Esports, because this trio mid from KOG will be very, very hard to fight into.
Yeah, we have to see the roamer to really know the full extent of the prio that KOG can get. Esmeralda banned though for VLTH, so they're not really concerned about the roamers here. They fully accept that a
Yeah.
Khalid might show up. They are more concerned about the EXP lane matchup. Because again, a lot of the neutral objective fights were started off from the EXP lane, and that's the Yuzong ban you were calling out earlier, Midnight.
Yep. Was a second phase ban. It's very good for KOG. I think for Valita Esports, you have to remove the Khalid. They remove Hylos instead. I still think Khalid is a very nice pick here for KOG. Gives them damage, gives them frontline, gives them initiation against Eve. Also can just, use the Raging Sand Guard against the Harriet under the Zaman Force. They don't have any stunts to cancel that aside from like the Hilda ult. That's about it.
Yeah. It's a Uranus ban. Hang on a second. What do they want to pick here that warrants a Yuzong and Uranus ban? Because we haven't seen Uranus in a long, long time. It's not even a prio thing. This could be a respect angle, right? They might have info on Valitai, but that's certainly peculiar to see.
Yeah. Maybe something like an Arlet or Lapu. Thing is, like, maybe it is just a respect. To be fair, they don't have enough damage for the Uranus, so maybe that's like the angle that they're looking into, like Zushin stuff, sort of like MPL MY situation where teams pick Zushin, the enemy just straight up picks, the Uranus.
Oh!
Whoa!
Jungle?
Whoa! I
Right,
think so.
jungle? Oh, there's a lot of flex potential for Valitai right now. That's a Badang picked up already. Will be great against the Hilda, I think. That wants to get up close and personal. Good setup. There's a great combo here with the Badang and the Gwyn as well.
Yeah.
To round this out, though, they still require their EXP laner. I think the Lapu ain't a bad shot here.
Yeah. There's a lot of actually a lot of good options. I still think Arlet's okay. Khalidro maybe, then Badang XP. Oh, the Lapu. They go for
Lapu.
Yeah, good call it. Good call.
Well, the Arlet, if it's picked up by Valitai, there's that
Yeah, dude.
interaction with the heavy spin.
It's a Lancelot.
Just resets and resets and resets. So,
Yeah.
hey, Midnight, you might be onto something. If it's not
So,
the Arlet, something to deal with. With the Lapo is usually the Esmeralda, but they've banned it themselves.
yeah. They need damage here. Maybe Benedetta, Arlet.
No.
I think Arlet. Because every time you pick up
How
the
about Dyrok,
Akai,
dude?
maybe. No,
It
I
got
actually would like that. Yeah, I've seen that from MPLPH, but I go for the Arlet. The thing
Okay.
about Arlet is every time you pick up the Akai, his icon turns into Lancelot, basically.
Pretty much, right? Man, this is an interesting one.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be more so of Valitai on the back foot initially, right? In these skirmishes, it has to be a team fight angle for
Yeah.
Valley. So it's the same. It's a bit of the same from the previous game.
Yeah, I think we had this sort of like composition earlier on this day, where the Guinevere would be able to like be oppressive in the early game, even though there's an Akai and a Hilda in the game. Maybe if they get enough kills in the early game, they set up the Granger for success in the mid game, where they just melt heroes down on the side of Valitai Esports. But if Valitai could slow it down, maybe we get to the point where this Akai becomes a big problem, because they will have damage issues on the side of KOG come late game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what could be the final game here? Will KOG get a clean sweep, or will Valitai equalize right here? Find out at the end of this game as we get into game number 2.
You know, it's funny because like it looks like if you look at the draft of KOG, they want to end this thing right now. They want to end the series because they're kind of going all in. Like early game is everything that they have in this lineup and everything that they can do. If the side of Valitai can stretch this towards late game, this Harith and Akai is gonna be a problem. And honestly, KOG can pull it off, but my big problem is that there's an Arlet on the opposition. This guy could actually be a nuisance in the team fight because of the amount of dashes, the amount of sustainability that he has, and also the counter set potential with the final splash. Hazen already making his move towards that mid lane, applying some pressure against VLTH, which is something that again is essential for their victory if they can actually pull it off.
Like if we're talking about annoying presences in a team fight, I can't help but think immediately about the Akai, dude. Even if KOG get a really good engage, right? Heavy spin, and it's almost like a big reset, right? Unless they can get like an instant burst or a flank angle, it's not going to be that simple.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for players to actually just use VLTH's comp. It's much more straightforward. KOG again, you can also say the same thing. Like the way for their victory is just stun anybody, Ranger kills. That's about it. Simple and elegant solution for KOG. But a lot of complexities do happen in a team fight. For VLTH Esports, very important for them to actually take this turtle for themselves, because if they lose this, that's tempo for KOG.
Now both EXP winners are level 4. 33rd definitely looking for a chance to get in there and zone everyone. You can't go 50-50 against an Akai, man. I think KOG either let it go or go for a fight, but they've sent Kaizen to go for a steal.
Yeah. They don't want to get the turtle for KOG. I don't know why. Chose to play it slow. And this might be a similar story from the one we had earlier, where if you are the early game lineup and you're supposed to play fast and you play it slow, then that's it. Maybe game's done and dusted. VLTH Esports put one objective onto the side.
Well, they're going for steals here. I guess Kaizen figures if I can get a level advantage, then the heavy spin won't matter as much. I feel like right now, denying gold will be a bit more favorable. Maybe the first turtle, can be given away. I do think at the second, that's where KOG might make a move.
I agree. Especially with the presence of the Lapu and maybe the Granger joining the fight. Now that's a turtle that they cannot give. Oh, KO gets the gold crab. KOG. They're not getting all the things that they need to be able to maximize their early game comp.
And this prio that we were talking about, right? Having the Tsushin, clear ways really fast, a Badang to help with that too. They haven't been able to use it to do much. Even if they... Oh, never mind! Top side!
Okay. They deal with the problem here first. Yeah, they were like, okay, Arlet, yes, problem, no more. Okay, Nicholas down, we cut wave, and then maybe KOG looks for a fight.
Man, I spoke way too soon. Guinevere, the solo gank angle, right? That's why this pick is so good right now. It's tanky, it's got sustain. It can essentially do a very respectable amount of burst damage. So you're always on your toes. We saw both teams really prioritize their EXP lane. And right now, KOG has gotten their guy in a bit of a lead.
Yep, 418. That's the marker for the Sky Piercer for Payan. Now the Granger is gonna link up with his teammates to be able to stack up the Sky Piercer. VLTH Esports, even though they have a lot of tanky and chunky boys, everybody melts to a fully stacked Sky Piercer.
Alright, it's going pretty slow here. Nicolas not even going to the lane, right? Rotating down to try and get something. And Ketinaro isn't really taking a lot of damage here. The poke battle actually favors VLTH just a little bit more. The heave, a lot more spammable compared to the Tushin.
Yep. He's trying to find, so look for the Arlet. But Chidame spots him out now. The slow from the Eve, RWM used by Lingshi here, invited Requiem used to prevent the stun from Katinaro, but still the Akai gets the retribution. Kaizen didn't even use his.
That's a great move there. Kaizen tried to use the Violet Requiem to try and use that immunity to crowd control and get the red tree win, but Katinaro won it with a level disadvantage. That's impressive.
Yeah, so far things are working out for VLTH Esports. They're kind of slowing this game down to the point where the Harriet can farm up, the Akai can get his items up for, tanking damage. But still, there's a window for KOG where they can still give space and give some kills to this Granger, only if they force fights, however. But with the way KOG is playing this game, I don't think that's quite possible anymore. Even for the next few minutes, they're going to be under the mercy of VLTH Esports.
KOG are not really getting a lot of like ways to force an angle, but this might be it.
Okay,
oh,
there you
it's cracked.
go. There you go, the jump from the Badang. Zaman forced by KO. Forced out. Kaizen is able to dash away. The RWM locks him in place. Kaizen is now been taken down by Valita Esports. Karinaru gets away with the heavy spin. And this is what I mean with what I said earlier. Like, Valita Esports, they can now actually control the tempo of this game because they decide when a team fight is supposed to break out because they have a reset button on the Akai.
And their movement is so good. Even from game number 1, this is what gave KOG some trouble. It's how they're able to go for a fight and get what they want, but not give you what you want distance-wise. And they show it right there. Payan definitely wanted to get some more from that fight, but he was unable to. Now it's back to a neutral objective angle. We saw Karinaru win the first few ones. I don't know if KOG have the confidence to go for another 50-50. It has to be a fight angle, man. Trading the turtle for a couple of Skypiercer stacks would be a value trade for KOG.
Yeah, because honestly, at this point, Payan is, rocking a sad Skypiercer. At least, even if you lose the 50-50, you get a value out of this team fight. Because imagine if they don't go for the fight angle and they don't win turtle. Oh, it's going to be a very hard pill to swallow here for KOG. So they kind of have to force Valita Esports into a 5v5 head-on collision.
And both teams are playing it as slow as they can. Karinaru very confident knowing that he has that safety. It's down to half. Road manipulation already popped up. Shajane tries to zone everyone away. Blood Requiem is used up, but it won't be enough. The heavy spin wins out, and now Valitai tries to go for more punishes. Zed on a sliver of HP, get it taken out. Kaizen next on the chopping block, but that's one Skypiercer down. A shut down for Payan. He's looking for some more onto Nicholas. The Aura does some damage though. Has to be respected. That's a knock up. That's another stack surely for Payan. Oh, no one gets taken away from him. It's gonna be an assist stack. Not bad, but could be better. And there you go, KOG trading the neutral objective for a winning fight. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, not bad, not great as well. Would have been a lot better if he had that third stack on the Skypiercer. Valita Esports getting the neutral objective. KO getting kills, which I think is still valuable. Nile gets pinned down here by the Panda with a heavy spin. There's no way to go but out and back to base. But look at Kaizen though. He's hunting. He's waiting. But he has to be called back as Valita Esports pushes forward. They want to take this tower down. And again, KOG, they managed to secure some stacks. Oh, that's not Zen. Able to find Linshi here. That was a good force by the Guinevere. Now the Granger is walking towards mid. 33rd or 33 RD. Lands the stun onto the Akai. But Valita Esports, Granger's coming. Oh, okay, good steal.
Value play there for Kaizen. Linksy, no Purify, no way to get out of it. The heavy spin was already used up, but now he might pay the price. Spatial migrations out. Zaman Force already used up. Zed tries to kite back away. Payan will do so as well. Tower goes down. And that's going to be a burst down. Shajame gets stacked up on the Skypiercer. KOG now getting the ball rolling.
Okay, this is where you start seeing the tempo for KOG. A bit unnecessary for Valita Esports. The Akai dashed in front of the Granger, and Nicholas tried to go for the punish after Akai died with the final slash flicker. They did force out the flicker from Payan, however, but still giving 2 kills to this Granger right now. Now he has 4 stacks, 40 stacks on the Skypiercer. Even the Hilda felt it earlier. The damage is now absurd for Payan.
And they're at full force, and they took out the Lord here. We've seen the Lords traded for a couple of lives so far in this match, but this is a clean one, which means that KOG can set up the waves as slow as they want. They can siege and use the poke and threaten a Lantern Flare pickup. Karinaru looking to try and get something, but the chunk, he's half HP before the fight even breaks out.
Yeah, and that's without like the pokes coming out from the Zushin, the Lapu, the Guinevere jumps. That was just the Death Sonatas coming from the Granger. To be fair, it's still a fair bit tanky, but the problem is right now for Valita Esports, Granger's not even fully built yet. Like, he is building up into a Blade of Despair. That's gonna, that's gonna hurt even further in the late game.
Absolutely. Now they've got the protection on the top and middle. In the bottom, the Lord will take care of the last one. Ice Queen's one for Sushin. That's a big deal. VLTH needs to recognize that. They can no longer kite back as efficiently when they're slowed down by the newly improved Ice Queen's one, right? It stacks up a lot faster, and it will catch you by surprise if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, even the Harriet is susceptible to slows like this. Let's say you're out of the Zaman Forest, you want to chase targets, you don't have enough movement speed, you get kited out. So they have to be really careful about how they engage in team fights, because utilities like this for KOG are super beneficial, because the way you protect this Granger is basically you prolong the fight and you let him deal damage with the bullets. And that's very, that's very, very annoying for VLTH Esports, because that's also their weakness as well. So yeah, this Ice Queen 1 Project Z is going to amplify the line of strength even further. Oh, they catch the Guinevere, but the Violator Quim was used to dodge away the crowd controls from VLTH Esports, and now Payen unleashes the bullets. Triple kill for the Granger. It's the Maniac. Flickers in, wants to go for the Savage, but there's no minion wave. Linksy is able to get away.
It's a slow wait. Linksy, the last man there. This is an end angle for KOG, make no mistake. Flickers are available, especially for Nile. Linksy will try and defend and clear the wave as good as possible. But can't get it. It's over. KOG with a clean sweep. And a 6-7.
6-7.
6-7 taunt there from Payen.
Wow. Amazing game from KOG. They did have a hard time in the early game, but they still managed to secure very clear conditions in the mid game to help them get the victory and the sweep against VLTH Esports. Amazing game, honestly, bro. It's an amazing game.
And we were talking about, they're kind of taking it slow, man. They're not getting the objectives. Yeah, but they're getting turrets. They are getting, all these leads that will translate to a really strong snowball. And the moment that timing, hit, and they found the power spikes, they found the angles to win a team fight, man, KOG just exploded into action. That was an outplay by Kaizen though, so credit to him. That last fight was a catch onto the Guinevere, and he Violet Requiemed to outplay and got out. Right here. That's so good.
Yeah, this was so good. The ultimate peel is for you to waste your enemy skills and then get away. That's what Kaizen did in this game, and it paved the way once again for Payen to end this game with 8 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Very well done for KOG. They reclaim their spot as the #1 team here in week number 2 in the regular season standings. As unfortunately for VLTH Esports, they will be put on the 2nd place. Amazing series altogether. To be fair, VLTH Esports did a wonderful job. It looked like, they were the toughest opponent that King of Gamers had in this match, because every move was being matched here by VLTH Esports. But that one play, man, actually those 2 plays, one from Payen, one from Kaizen, very extraordinary stuff coming from the squad.
I mean, if it worked out, you would have said it's a great play, but it didn't, right? And unless you attempt it, you wouldn't know. Unfortunately for VLTH, they were gearing up with a defensive posture with the Akai, but in the end, because they went for the Akai, the only real catch they got was a heavy spin. And when you use it aggressively like that, and it doesn't pay off, oh man, it's a costly skill to use up. And
yeah.
King of Gamers understand it, and here we're gonna hear from them on stage.
เกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้นี่มันมากๆนะคะดุเดือดมากๆเลยนะคะอยากจะถามเคล็ดลับแล้วกันนะคะว่าก่อนที่เราจะลงสนามแข่งเนี่ยเดี๋ยวให้เซตก่อนนะคะเพราะว่าพี่จะเห็นส่งไมค์ไม่ได้เราต้องพูดก่อนนะคะก่อนที่เราจะลงสนามแข่งเนี่ยเราจะมีการแบบว่าทำอะไรทุกครั้งก่อนแข่งหรือเปล่าคะเช่นแบบกินข้าวกินอิ่มนอนหลับสายมูไหว้พระอะไรอย่างนี้เรามีเทคนิคไหม
ผมตื่นมาแล้วซ้อมเลยครับ
อุ้ยจริงปะเนี่ย
ใช่ครับ
เราตื่นกี่โมง
เดี๋ยวเที่ยงครับ
อ๋อโอเคได้สายแบบ e-sport เนี่ยเนาะเราจะไม่ตื่นตีห้าไม่มีเนาะนะเราตื่นเที่ยงเลยนะคะอ่ะแล้วทางนี้ล่ะคะมีไหมคะการเตรียมตัวก่อนที่จะลงสนามแข่งขันเรามีอะไรไหมไหว้พระ
ไม่มีครับกินแต่โคก
อะไรนะ
ไม่มีกินแต่โคกครับ
อันนี้สปอนเข้าหรือเปล่าคะแอบแบบได้สปอน ไม่ใช่นะนะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นแบบเหมือนชอบกินอันไหนเราก็ตุนไว้ก่อน ถ้าเกิดว่าเราแบบมีน้ำตาลเข้าเส้นบางทีเราก็อาจจะเล่นได้อะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมนะคะนอกจากนะคะวันนี้เราจะมีเทคนิคในการเตรียมตัวนะคะก่อนที่เราจะลงสนามแล้วเนี่ยอยากจะให้แบบบอกเกี่ยวกับความมั่นใจนะคะแล้วก็เกมในวันนี้ที่เราเล่นไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ย2 เกมนะคะรู้สึกว่าเกมแรกนะคะเหมือนเราจะโดนนำไปก่อนนิดนึงถูกต้องไหมนะคะเรารู้สึกยังไงหรือว่าพอใจไหมคะที่เราสามารถกลับมาแก้เกมได้
ก็วันนี้ที่มารู้สึกเหมือนไม่ได้จะแพ้ครับ
อะไรนะคะอีกทีหนึ่ง
รู้สึกไม่ได้จะแพ้ครับวันนี้
โอ้โห
มาเพื่อชนะ
นี่นะคะมาเพื่อที่จะชนะอันนี้ซันฝากมาพูดหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
ใช่ครับพี่ซันบอก
คือเจ้าตัวไม่พูดแล้วฝากมาด้วยอ่ะแล้วเราว่าไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไม่มีความรู้สึกว่าจะแพ้เหมือนกันครับ
นี่ก็คือแบบต้นเกมต่อให้แบบว่าเอ้ยเขาโดนนำก่อนแต่เราก็
ใช่ครับ
ไม่รู้สึกอะไรใช่ไหม
มั่นใจครับ
นี่มั่นใจนะคะแล้วก็ชัยชนะในวันนี้นะคะเราจะให้ใครถือว่าเป็นตัวแบกของทีมดีให้ MVP ไปเลย
พระเย็นครับน้องชายผม
นี่เอาเป็นน้องชายเหรอ
รักกันครับรัก
เอา
กัน
รักอ๋อไม่ใช่น้องชายแต่รักกันนะ โอเคนายให้ใครดีคะเป็นตัวแบกในวันนี้
ให้ทั้งทีมแล้วกันครับวันนี้ทั้งทีมเล่นดีครับ
หุยตอบหล่ออ่ะมีคนบอกนะว่าหุยเราตอบหล่อมากเลยอะไรอย่างงี้นะคะแต่ว่ามันจะมีหลายๆช็อตที่เขาบอกว่ามอดโคฟใช่ไหมแบบปาแล้วเล็งจังหวะแบบเล็งได้แบบช็อตสำคัญทั้งนั้นเลยเนาะนะคะแต่ยังไงก็ให้เครดิตกับทั้งทีมด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ในเรื่องของการคอเกมด้วยความที่เรามีทั้งคนไทยด้วยนะคะแล้วก็มีผู้เล่น Import ด้วยนะคะเวลาที่เรากำลังแบบไฟกันเลยนะคะอยู่ในเกมเนี่ยเวลาที่เหมือนบางทีอาจจะมีหลุดไปบ้าง ใครเป็นคนแบบดึงสติให้เรากลับมาให้อยู่ในเกมมีไหม
ช่วยกันครับ หลายภาษา
หลายภาษาด้วย
ใช่ครับ
มีช่วยกันแปลด้วยไหมคะหรือว่าทุกคนเข้าใจกันหมดเลย
เข้าใจครับ
เพราะว่าได้ยินเสียงอยู่นะเหมือนได้ยินเสียงคนที่ชอบกินไข่ต้มอ่ะเขาพูดแบบเสียงแบบคอเกมแบบมันมาก แต่ก็รวมๆแล้วช่วยกันนะคะและถ้าเกิดจะให้ทีมเรานะคะให้บอกนะคะถึงเขาเรียกว่าเป็นสไตล์ทีมนะคะในการโซนพื้นที่แล้วก็เปิดไฟเนี่ยคุณจะเลือกนะคะสไตล์ไหนดีทีมของเราเป็นแบบไหน
เลือกเป็นโซนพื้นที่ครับเพราะว่าจะเล่นง่ายกว่า
โซนพื้นที่นะคะแล้วก็ของเซตล่ะคะเหมือนกันไหมคิดเหมือนกันเนาะนะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวสัปดาห์หน้าเราจะได้เจอกับทีมของเบคอนด้วยใช่ไหมสัปดาห์หน้านะคะเรามีความกังวลอะไรไหมคะเพราะว่าเห็นสัมภาษณ์เมื่อกี้ไหมเขาบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยเตรียมตัวเตรียมใจมาแล้วสำหรับแชมป์ในลีกนี้ซีซั่นนี้ด้วยเรามีความกังวลอะไรไหมคะ
ไม่ครับชิล
ไม่ครับชิวนายค่ะมีความกังวลอะไรไหมคะ
ก็ไม่กังวลครับ อยากได้แชมป์เหมือนกันครับ
นี่แชมป์มันต้องมีหนึ่งเดียวใช่ไหมแล้วมันต้องเป็นใครคะแชมป์ต้องเป็นใคร
KOG ครับ
นี่นะคะต้องเป็น KOG นั่นเองนะคะเดี๋ยวสุดท้ายนี้ยังไงให้ฝากนะคะถึงแฟนๆให้มาเชียร์เราในสัปดาห์หน้าหน่อยค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์ KOG ด้วยนะครับพวกเราจะทำเต็มที่ครับผม
ค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์ QG ด้วยนะครับแมตช์อาทิตย์หน้าจะทำให้ดีขึ้นครับ
นี่นะคะอันนี้ก็อนาคตแชมป์เหมือนกันนะเพราะเราก็อยากได้เหมือนกันนะคะขอเสียงตบมือให้กับนะคะ KOG หน่อยค่ะนะคะโอ้โหเรียกได้ว่าสนุกสนานมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้นะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเซอร์ของเราอีกเช่นเดิมค่ะ
Thank you for the interview. Again, apologies for honest and Thai, but I know they're very happy. The side of King of Gamers is they are now top 1 in the regular season standings by week 2. Unfortunately for VLTH Esports, the revenge is they're gonna have to wait. You know, the next time they face KOG is gonna be on playoffs. So this is a very, very sweet victory here for KOG. Not only because they claim number 1, but it's also a sweep. So even if somebody ties them in points, they're gonna be up in terms of game victory. But the MVP of our game is none other, again, Payan on this Granger. Very good performance, very chill as well. But by the end of the game, he was able to fully stack up the Sky Piercer.
And he did so, in decisive fashion, right? He was playing it safe. He knows that it's not on him to really overextend to try and make things happen. He trusted in his team to find the opportunity, and when it came, he was ready, man. Getting a maniac in the process in that final fight. This is a great match to highlight his skills, Payan. The first game was already crazy. The second game, it wasn't as game-changing, but by all means, it's a solid look. The fact that he was able to win the lane and play the aggressive style, go with the Granger and kite back patiently, despite being pressured here by Chajame and the rest of VLTH. I think it's, again, a show to how well he understands the game.
Yep. Even with the the moments where the Hilda was trying to force him to flicker, he didn't flicker out. He knows the damage that it was being done to him. Unfortunately, this skill could have been given to the Granger, but it is what it is, bro. Like, at the end of the day, it is the Granger with the Sky Piercer fully stacked. But there were moments in the game where we saw VLTH Esports pull ahead in terms of team fight advantage, but this outplay from Kaizen, man, the outplays were crazy. The angles that he came from, and even Payan in this mid lane was able to get out of the final slash, even though he got hit. Because of the fact that he saves Flicker so much, knowing fully well that he's safe, he's able to use it in perfect timing, and then perfect timing this is. The Violet Requiem formed the Guinevere, very insane timing as well. Forced a lot of stuff on the other side. I mean, it is what it is. The ultimate peel for the Granger, and Payan was just able to dismantle VLTH Esports.
Kaizen, man, was definitely the MVP for the game. The match, though, it's still for Payan, I think, overall. But Kaizen did a solid performance here too, man. On the Gwyn in particular, again, this hero is just so flexible, it's ridiculous. The crowd control, the burst damage, the self-peel, like we saw there. Any other jungler, I think, wouldn't have been able to manage what Kaizen was able to do in this game, right? Getting the pickoffs, getting the baits off as well, and setting up for Payan and 33RD to go in there with the bravest fighter. The better you are at the game, the more you can show it off on the Guinevere.
Yeah, that's true. It's a utility jungler that is sort of played like an assassin, where you bait some stuff out, you force reactions, and then you outplay people, especially with the CC immunity on the ultimate, which allowed sort of KOG to play chill a bit, because Kaizen was already putting a lot of pressure on the opposition, even with the pick off that he got on Lynch earlier on. Most utility junglers cannot do that, and with Gwyn, he's able to find a pick off by himself, and the other members can just focus on okay, let's give Payan the space that he needs. Let's walk through the river, hold the Granger's hands, and then just give him an overall good game.
Don't forget about 33RD, man. This guy, it's a bit of an unsung hero. He was the guy that was always targeted in the first game on the Phobius, and now in this game on the Lapu Lapu, he shows that you put me on a hero that can move forward without getting knocked up and stunned up. I can perform and do damage as well.
Yep.
Almost 900 GPM. Wow.
Yeah, dude, 899. Good stuff coming out from KOG, honestly. They just know how to enable each other. And it was very obvious in this game, how they helped, the Granger in team fights. To be honest, it felt like Kaizen was the only one who was doing his own thing, because, that's just a normal Guinevere game. He can do whatever he wants, especially if the enemies cannot punish really hard. The one time he got punished was that reload manipulation on the bottom side, where he used the dash first before the reload manipulation came through, and that was the only time where it felt like VLTH Esports had the chance to deal with the other members of KOG, and because of that, they were, in a very good position for KOG to just get up the farm, get up the stacks, and then comfortably end the game. It was an amazing day, honestly. for me. We've seen a lot of upsets, a lot of crazy drafts, like Renaissance drafts. If I'm gonna ask you, Rashi, what are the most memorable moments of today?
Do you have to ask Kaja Lunox carry, dude? We saw that and we we're like, what is going on? What year is it? The fact that it worked out, I think I was very happy with.
Yeah, it's the Renaissance draft. Crazy old drafts from the past. And now we look into the future. We see the updated standings for week 2. Day number 2, KOG sits at the top of the Thailand food chain, followed by Bacon Time, both undefeated in their own right, with KOG only outclassing Bacon Time in terms of game victories, followed by VLTH Esports and ACT, the 2 open qualifier teams. And then from bottom 5 to 9th, we see the struggling teams that will have to duke it out in the next weeks of the regular season here in MSL. Very important for them to actually secure all the points that they can take, may it be game victories or match series.
Keep your eyes open for Full Sense, man, because they had a very impressive performance here. We talked about how their record was looking kind of sad just earlier today, but with that upset, I think a lot of people are definitely keeping their eyes on Full Sense. And of course, Bacon Time. The second most memorable moment for me today is the full map press from Bacon. So let's see how it goes. Week 3 schedule right here.
Yep, Full Sense opening up the week against Hydra Esports, followed up by VLTH Esports versus ACT, the open qualifier matchup head-to-head. And next, Bacon Time versus Solix Esports, and then Buriram United will have to bounce back against E Arena. I'd say a pretty easy match for Buriram United, but maybe with this loss, have to recover and regroup for a bit. But that is for next week. Week number 3 on schedule. That's May 2, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of exciting matches ahead of us for MSL Thailand. It was a very interesting day, a day full of sweeps, a lot of upsets, a lot of crazy drafts and memorable moments. And I'm very honored to have been with my GOAT, Arashi, to bring you entertaining commentary about, the games here in MSL Thailand. Oh my goodness, I am at a loss of words. Honestly, I'm really just excited for, the teams to pop up in MSL. And maybe we get to see them in international, right?
Yeah, hopefully, man. I mean, I'm very happy with what they have to offer, at least from the matches today. And it's also been an honor for me, Midnight. This is the first time we've actually casted together. I wish it could have been offline, but online it is. Offline next time, some other day.
Yeah, maybe playoffs. Maybe playoffs MSL. Me and Rico were asking for it last week. Maybe invite us to playoffs. By that time, maybe we speak some Thai words. I'm joking. It's kind of hard to.
We can learn.
We can learn. I can learn a lot of things. I'm already learning Bahasa, so maybe we can learn some Thailand words. Maybe we can cast in the Thailand broadcast. But that's it for today.
I don't know about
it
that.
has been. I mean, hey, it's not up to us.
It's a
Maybe
tough
they invite
language,
us.
dude.
Yeah, but maybe what if Moon-san says, hey, if you want to cast for us, maybe you do it in Thai. What do you say?
All right, we'll do it in broken Thai. We'll make it happen.
Yes, sir. We'll do it if we have to do it, because again, it's been an honor for us to be here in MSL Thailand. But that has been it for day number 2, week number 2 here for MSL Season 1. It's been Midnight and Arashi, and I say to the broadcast, thank you, good night, bye-bye.
ก็จบลงเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันนะคะในสัปดาห์ที่2นะคะของวันที่4เรานั่นเองนะคะวันนี้เนี่ยโอ้โห4คู่นะคะเรียกได้ว่าแต่ละคู่นี่เดือดทั้งนั้นเลยนะคะไม่ใช่ทีมแบบตัวเต็งก็เป็นทีมแบบโอ้โหในระดับแบบลีกแบบที่เคยผ่านมาแล้วอย่างนี้ก็มีนะคะเรียกว่ามันมากๆเลยนะคะสำหรับทุกคู่การแข่งขันนั่นเองค่ะวันนี้ก็ต้องขอบคุณพี่ๆทั้ง3คนด้วยนะคะเหล่าแคสเตอร์นะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นพี่บีเคซี่นะคะน้องปอพลนะคะแล้วก็คุณด็อก เตอร์มาร์กนั่นเองนะคะที่มาพากย์แบบใส่เต็มนะคะแล้วก็เพิ่มความสนุกสนานนะคะให้กับการแข่งขันของเรายิ่งขึ้นไปอีกนั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็ขอบคุณด้วยนะคะสำหรับกองเชียร์นะคะตั้งแต่ช่วงบ่ายๆแล้วนะคะไม่ว่าจะมาชมทั้งที่สนามการแข่งขันของเราตั้งแต่คู่แรกนะคะแล้วก็ผ่านทางออนไลน์ด้วยนะคะทุกช่องทางเลยคือเราจะมีสตรีมเนี่ยทุกบ้านทุกสีเลยนะคะทั้งบ้านดำบ้านแดงบ้านฟ้านะคะมีหมดนะคะสะดวกช่องทางไหนก็เผื่อจะเอาไว้สแตนบายรอนะคะในสัปดาห์หน้าก็ได้ค่ะแต่ความสนุกของเรานะคะความมันแบบนี้เนี่ยยังไม่จบแน่นอนนะคะเพราะว่าเพิ่งผ่านมาแค่2สัปดาห์นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะพบกันได้อีกนะคะในวันเสาร์ที่2นะคะพฤษภาคมเวลาเดิมนะคะคู่แรกเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราจะเริ่มสตาร์ทตั้งแต่ 13 นาฬิกาหรือว่าบ่ายโมงตรงนั่นเองค่ะนะคะก็สามารถดูได้ผ่านทางช่องทางออนไลน์นะคะหรือใครจะมาชมสดนะคะได้เลยที่ Lido Connect นะคะบริเวณชั้น2หอ3นั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าสัปดาห์หน้านะคะทุกท่านจะได้พบกับน้อง MC คนใหม่ในอันนี้ขออนุญาตฝากน้องไว้ด้วยนะคะก็จะได้เจอกับน้องมินนี่มินนั่นเองนะคะมาพร้อมกับบทสัมภาษณ์นะคะโดยเฉพาะใครที่อยากจะฟังนะคะบทสัมภาษณ์ของนักแข่งที่ import มาเดี๋ยวรอได้เลยนะคะเดี๋ยวน้องมินนี่มินจัดให้นะคะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยดิฉันนะคะลูกปัดอี้นะคะรวมไปถึงทีมงานทุกคนนะคะคงต้องขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะเจอกันได้ใหม่ในโอกาสหน้าสวัสดีค่ะ